Hola chicos, un saludito y bienvenidos a otro directo más de Fortnite Battle Royale. Los nuevos, suscribiros al canal, dejar un buen like en el directo y se agradecería, chicos. Al igual es un requisito súper importante para el sorteo, que ahora vamos a explicar. El sorteo va a ser hoy. Súper importante para participar: estar suscrito, like, código en la tienda de Fortnite, killer-valdé. Dicho esto, chicos, el otro día yo creo que llegamos, pedimos 150 likes, no hemos llegado a los likes. Vale, no pasa nada. Pedimos 150. El otro día en directo hubo Perdonad, chicos, y ahora os saludo a todos. Un segundo, chavales. Hubo 124 likes. Hubo 124 likes. Vale, pues yo creo que hoy, si en el directo de hoy hay 120 likes, no 150, yo creo que 120. El otro día llegamos, hoy se puede llegar. Voy a estar 6 horas, 7 de directo, así que yo creo que se llega. 120 likes y 47 subs. Faltan para los 600. Yo creo que con eso estaría. Son 47 personas más que se suscriban al canal y el sorteo se realiza. Y 120 likes, así que lo pongo en el chat, chicos. 120 likes y 23.600 subs, que faltan 47. Faltan muy pocos, chicos, a mí me los marca de 100 en 100. Y sorteamos. Y ahora, dicho esto, saludo a todos. Pongo los requisitos. Y creo que no hay ningún moderador por ahí, pero bueno. Tommy, bienvenido. Esteban, Noé, un saludito. ¿Quién más por aquí? Vamos a ver. Esteban Bento, Kitten Ángel, bienvenido, un saludo. Naruto, ojo Gonzalo, pero bueno. ¿Qué onda, bro? ¿Todo bien? Vamos a darle, espera, un segundito, chicos. Yo Kill, llegaste, ¿no, Gonza? Vale. Pero creo que tú el otro día no estuviste y no tienes los enlaces, creo. Así que vamos a ponerlos un segundo por el chat, porque si no... A ver. One moment, please. Pongo el mensaje fijado arriba. A ver. Y chicos, al igual, quien quiera ir haciendo los requisitos, súper importante, compartirlo con vuestros amigos. Hoy seguramente se va a sortear. Así que ya sabéis, para participar, estar suscrito, like, código en la tienda. Si quieren participar vuestros amigos, también pueden venir a hacerlo. Es gratis, al igual, no hay que comprar nada. Solamente poner el código en la tienda, estar suscrito al canal y dejar like en el directo. Vale, ya está copiado. A ver. Qué lío al no tener PC, tío. Un segundo. Vale. Esto por aquí. Esos son los requisitos, chicos. Un segundo, lo fijamos. Esto lo copiamos. Ahí está bien el mensaje, Kill, sí. Perfecto, Gonza, bro. Y gracias por ayudarme, tío. ¿Y qué tal todo, bro? ¿Todo bien o qué? Todo piola, guacho. Y chicos, ya llevamos 11 likes, faltan 110. En breves estamos sorteando, así que darle caña, chavales. Dicho esto, vamos a jugar una partida en solitario, yo creo, de chill. Que el mando no me funciona muy bien, así que... Y yo lo que quiero, prácticamente he iniciado directo más que nada para sortearlo. Porque yo mi control tampoco es que está muy bien. Está muy dañado. Así que let's go. Güey, te pasas de lanza. Dice, hoy jugarás con suscriptores. No es, si yo creo que llegamos a 100 likes y hay mucho apoyo, podemos empezar a jugar con subs. Más que nada porque es fin de semana y muchos de vosotros podéis jugar hoy. A lo mejor entre semana no, pero hoy sí muchos de vosotros, de los que estáis por ahí, podéis jugar. Si estamos bastante gente, por mí le damos unos late o hacemos alguna partida privada. ¿Qué os mola, chavales? Para no estar agregando a todos, si sois muchos y eso, el rollo, podíamos hacer alguna privada. Y creo que me sobra algún pavo. Creo que tengo 2300. Podemos sortear al ganador de la privada un baile o algo. Vamos a ver qué podemos hacer. Yo pienso sortear la skin hoy. Y pues no sé si quedan 400 pavos o 500. Podemos sortear un baile o al igual hacer una privada y quien gane la privada que se lleve el baile. Ya que es sábado, ¿no, chavales? Habrá que divertirnos. ¿Qué os parece? Bueno, podemos hacer una encuesta también. Puedo poner una encuesta. Qué grande killer. Sí, Esteban, prácticamente he iniciado directo hoy. Si el mando me va súper mal, se vira todo el rato. Más que nada para sortearlo al igual. Y pues si hay mucha gente, hacemos una privada y le damos un premio al ganador. Estaría tocho. Y Gonza, si quieres pasar el que tienes copiado, ese de los 120 likes. Y si quieres copiar también el que está fijado, Gonzalo, con que pase esos dos, no es suficiente, bro. Y muchas gracias por ayudarme, ¿eh? Ah, vale, que estaba muteado. Qué bien. Que digo que apenas me puedo mover a la derecha. Para girar a la derecha tengo que hacer un... Tengo que partir casi el mando. Que digo, estaba diciendo que si gano una partida así sería una locura, ¿no? Yo creo. Sería imposible, yo creo. Si no puedo matar a nadie. Si parezco un bot corriendo. Mira, mira, ese, mira. Parezco un bot, what? Y estaba diciendo que no me has escuchado, yo creo. Estaba muteado. El coche, justo cuando yo cojo el coche, el vehículo, se me vira la mira y mira como de lado. Entonces no lo puedo agarrar. Estaba muteado y yo hablando solo, tío. Joder. Un día de estos, macho. No me había ni enterado. Gracias de Ángel por avisarme, bro. Mira, ¿ves? Esos pasitos de bot que doy. ¿Eh? Ojo. ¿Por qué no andaba, tío? Y chicos, ya sabéis, 120 likes sorteamos, así que es súper importante. Si queréis participar, estar suscritos, like, código la tienda. Y ese parón, dice por ahí. Está muy dañado el control, Ángel, pero bueno. Tendré que jugar y divertirme también. A ver. ¿Dónde está, tío? Creo que había uno. Intentar campear lo máximo posible. Intentar ganarla, yo creo. Ahora sí que ya llegué a mi casa, ya si puedo. Más metido en el directo. Perfecto, Gonza. Pues si quieres copia el enlace, Gonzalo, el del Instagram, si quieres, y el que está arriba fijado, que son los más importantes para que la gente participe en el sorteo, que nadie se quede fuera. Y pasarías el de los likes, el del Instagram y el que está arriba fijado. ¿Qué te parece? Bueno, o el que tú quieras. Que aparte que has venido a verme y a disfrutar del directo, no vas a estar ahí todo el rato poniendo enlaces, Gonzalo, bro, así que no te preocupes, ¿vale? No te preocupes, tío. Si quieres los pones y si no, no, ¿vale? Disfruta del directo y ya está, tío. Ya al igual, todos los que queráis participar, ya sabéis que lo podéis hacer, chicos. Me viene uno. Y no puedo moverme. Está comiendo pescaditos. Mira, sí tiene peces. Se mira increíble, tío. Es que mira, cuando voy a apuntar, por ejemplo, a un dinosaurio, yo apunto ahí, ¿vale? Pero, por ejemplo, para girar a la derecha, yo a la que giro, ¿ves lo que hace el mando? No puedo dar un tiro de lejos ni nada. Kilo, ahorita vengo, perfecto. Ángel, aquí estaremos, bro. No sé. A ver si me puedo ir, que me va a perseguir, yo creo, este que hay aquí. Seguramente. ¿Por qué se vira la cámara? La zona está lejos y luego no puedo apenas ni caminar. no puedo ni construir, tío. ¿Estaré con esto o no? Ah, no tengo más. Qué bien. No. Qué bien. Material. En fin. Y otro atrás, no. Otro atrás. Otro atrás. No puedo mover. What the fuck. Pues vamos a darle. Y chicos, súper importante, dejar like y estar suscrito. Yo a la hora de hacer el sorteo copiaré el enlace de mi canal y el link del directo. Si no estáis suscritos, habéis dejado like en este stream, no podréis participar, chavales. Qué pena, tío. Fuck. No puedo moverme. F. Además que sí, mucho, muy F. Kill, el link del Instagram no lo puedo copiar. Vale, no pasa nada, al igual lo puedo pasar yo. Gonza de vez en cuando, bro. Tendrías que meterte en la página de TIENDA y arriba copiar el www, por ejemplo, el enlace. Lo copias y yo creo que ya te dejaría, Gonza. Prueba a ver así, si no, no pasa nada, no te preocupes. Se mira para el lado, tío. What the fuck. Ah, yo quiero jugar públicas, quiero jugar late. Que por lo menos. JJ, bienvenido. Vamos a copiar el del Instagram. Y ya lo dejo copiado y ya está. Y ahora, chicos, al igual que nos sigan en Instagram y mande foto o captura apoyándome en la tienda con mi código, al igual le vamos a saludar en directo. Y también al igual participa. Si hace todos los requisitos estás participando. Así que let's go. Que creo que alguien ha mandado. Así que vamos a mirar. Ya estoy mandando, perfecto. Claro, y el que le haya mandado ya no lo tiene que volver a mandar. Solamente dejar like en el directo, revisar que no se le haya borrado el código y ya está, chicos. Y ya sabéis, lo pongo en el chat. Son 120 likes hoy, así que vamos a por ellos, chavales. Ni 150, ni 200, ni nada, 120. Que son los mismos likes que el otro día llegamos. Así que hoy debemos de llegar. El otro día hubo 124. 100 creo. Dice, si se puede llegar a los likes, yo creo que sí, ¿no? Dice, si se puede llegar a los likes, yo creo que hoy sí. ¿Cuál es el modo? Arena Elite. Arena Elite Game se llama, chicos. Puedo girar mucho, No me he fijado si hay alguien por ahí para jugar, algún amigo, vamos a ver. Ah, pero si está el mini y todo. What? Y reina. What the fuck. Grimaldo también, creativo. Grimaldo está también con dos. Lucy. Salta viejas que es Hugo. Mi crack. Pues si te quieren unir, al igual jugamos squad o jugamos trío, jugamos lo que queráis, chavales. Porque yo mucho no puedo hacer, en solitario, yo creo. Está difícil. No creo que puchee, ¿no? No. No creo. Buah, ¿cómo se mira? What the fuck? Subirlo. Una cosa de directo. Vale, esto por aquí. Si fuera de zona, voy a poner esto. No. A ver si me refiero. Nice. GG. Poco se puede hacer, la verdad. ¿Cómo se va, chaval? Tu. Dice pregunta, ¿terminó el sorteo? No, Cocodrilín, bro. Se sortea los 120 likes hoy, chicos. Y bienvenidos, un saludito. El sorteo se realiza hoy a los 120 likes. Y faltaban 47 subs antes del directo. Así que a lo mejor faltan 40 o algo así. Nancy Peralta, hola. Y ya sabéis, para participar en el sorteo, los requisitos están arriba fijados en el mensaje azul. Estar suscrito, like, código la tienda. Hola Piero, un saludo, bro. Y vamos a poner una meta al igual de más likes y más suscriptores, pero como el otro día llegamos a 124, digo, pues 120 likes y yo creo que se llega. Así se sortea hoy. Es que ves, para postearle, tío, seguir hablando. eso, no puedo mover. Ya viste el ganador, el sorteo se hace hoy, Piero. Y bienvenidos todos los que vais entrando, chicos. El sorteo es hoy a los 120 likes, 23.600 subs. Faltan los likes y faltan como 47 suscriptores cuando inicia el directo. Buah, qué feo, loco. 160 y algo, leí. Dice, ahora me olvidé decirte que las misiones de la Delta de Kurama y la gané. Gracias por decirme que regalen a la Delta. Nada, Esteban, bro. Gracias también a la persona que me lo dijo. También gracias a él pudimos hacerlas. Vamos, ojalá gane. Y sí, Piero, bro. Más que nada, hoy no podría jugar porque el control me va súper mal. Y no soy yo prácticamente jugando, la verdad. Pero más que nada iniciar directo también para sortearlo, tío. Hay que sortear. Oye, Kill, me compré el baile de Naruto con tu código. Muchas gracias, Gonzalo, bro. Qué crack. Somos poquitos en la tienda con mi código creador, pero bueno. Todos los que lo tengan puesto al igual van a poder participar. Si no llegas a la meta, sorteas hoy o mañana. Sí, seguramente, Naruto. A las malas sería mañana, pero no. Yo quiero sortear hoy, que 120 likes. ¿Cuántos faltarían? Casi 100. Y vamos a estar 5 horas más de directo, 6. Yo creo que hoy llegamos. El otro, he puesto la meta como el otro día. El otro día llegamos, hoy yo creo que también. No puedo disparar, tío. Mira, le tengo a tiro y no lo puedo disparar, bro. Es lo que me hace el mando. No le puedo dar, bro. Mira, ¿ves? No le doy bala, loco. Esto con el mando bien te doy una que te caga, bro. Pero bueno, reina. Nice, bienvenida. Si te cojo con el mando bien te doy una que te cagas. No le puedo dar balas, tío. Mira, mira, le voy a pegar a la pared. Tremendo manco. Ahí va, 50. Cuidado, ¿Cuál te compraste, Gonza? Es verdad, hay dos, ¿no? Hay dos bailes. Y mil gracias, chicos, los que estéis por el chat. Ya me he confundido, o sea que aún no lleguemos a la meta de like. Ahora ese ganador hoy. Seguramente depende del apoyo que haya hoy. Pero yo creo que he puesto una meta de like. Que llegamos el otro día. Yo creo que hoy se puede llevar también. Que es muy malo, yo también soy muy malo, pero siempre me mando así, pero es que él también. ¡Ahí va! ¿Cómo? ¿Cómo? Jaja, no me lo creo. Jaja, no me lo creo, chaval. Dice el de ramen. A ver cuál es. Bola que me dio, A ver. Este, ¿no? What the fuck, es que se me vira, tío, el mando. No puedo ni verlo. Vamos para allá. Y os había invitado, Reina, Mini, os había invitado si queréis jugar. Cequilla, hiciste la misión de hoy en solitario, yo lo estoy haciendo. No lo he hecho, Reina. No he hecho ninguna. ¿Qué misión hay? Si es que me va súper mal. Si más que nada he prendido directo para sortearlo. Pero prácticamente no puedo apenas jugar, la verdad. Hice stream más que nada para sortear la skin. Pero apenas no puedo jugar, ya no gira nada, la verdad. Pero no he hecho ni la de hoy ni la de ayer. Que ayer tampoco pude jugar. mucho vida, tío. Todo puro raro, tío. Que si está buena la katana, vamos killer por la G. Es muy difícil, sí, es lo que digo, que más que nada he hecho directo para poder sortear. Me mata hasta lo más malo, tío. Ay, Dios. Es imposible, ¿eh? Ganar una partida hoy con el mando así es prácticamente nulo. Yo creo. Vamos para allá. Pero bueno. Tuturu. ¿Cuál era la misión de hoy? ¿Solitario cuál? ¿De qué era? La de ayer era de peces, creo. Pero bueno, cartonismo, que hubo. Buenas tardes, bro. Pues vamos a por los 120 likes y sorteamos. Casi igual pude jugar ayer, LOL, tan dormida, pero no puedo dormir. Yo ahora si queréis jugamos, Reina. Yo casi apenas no puedo jugar, la verdad. Solo he hecho stream más que nada para el sorteo. Para sortear la skin. Oye, stop 25 solitario, un punto. Mira, tío, what the fuck. No, mira. Al final tenemos que hacer 10 puntos. O sea, 10 veces, ¿no? Como 10 veces, ¿no? Ah, pues no es mucho que puedo hacer, la verdad, campeando. No lo voy a hacer, pero sí puedo hacerlo. Baja. Qué pena, tío, tenerlo más, loco. Fuck, no puedo hacer el pelea, yo creo. No puedo apenas pelear, tío. Fuck. Es que esto lo tengo súper alto, tío, y tarda media hora, loco, en dar vuelta. Al 52, cuando tendría que estar aquí, ¿sabes? Esto. Madre. Bueno, no da tiempo. Bro, ¿me puedes agregar? Pierochores, si sois activos en el canal, seguís siendo activos, se os puedo agregar, claro que sí. Solo agrego a los miembros del canal y personas que son activas. Y los que ganan el sorteo para podérselo entregar. Si le tenemos agregado, se lo entregamos ya. Si no, pues cuando pasa 2 días creo que se lo podemos dar. Al igual Naruto va a estar un par de días más. Y bienvenidos todos los nuevos, chicos. Estamos sorteando una skin, ya sea la de Naruto, la que llevo yo, la chica, el otro, la de Kakashi, cualquiera, chicos. A elegir, súper importante, estar suscrito, like, código la tienda. Yo soy activo, por eso, no de Xavi, Pierochore. Hay muchos de vosotros que estáis siendo activos. Sí, yo os veo a menudo por aquí. Ahora cuando sorteamos y acabe el sorteo, os sigo viendo por aquí a menudo y os agrego. No sé por qué no gira, tío, joder. Me enfada un montón eso. Estamos haciéndolo mientras te veo. Bueno, os vais a reír hoy mucho, ¿eh? Va a haber enfados hoy de todo. Hoy va a estar muy bien el directo. Va a haber sorteo, va a haber enfados. Madre mía, cómo se va para el lado, tío. Puta madre. Calmao, calmao. Va muy mal, tío. Es que no puedo más dar, macho. Ya no se puede, loco. Ya no aguanta uno. A los 150 no quiero, a los 120. Hemos bajado los likes a los 120, que es a lo que los llegamos el otro día, para poder llegar hoy. Por eso los he bajado, bro. Para que podamos llegar. Madre mía, tío. Es que no puedo ni construir, tío. Bien. 8. Mira lo que se mandó para el chaval. ¿Qué hace? ¿Dónde baja? Yo, tío, y se me pone a dar vueltas esto, tío. Me va a reventar, te lo juro. Esto da vueltas solo, que no puedo jugar. No más que llorando, tío. Puta rollo. Por lo menos le di GG. Y no, creo que te equivocas, no, yo ayer no hice directo. Ayer no hice stream. está muy mal, tío. ¿Se les cuento algunos chistes? Vale, ¿eh? Ángel. Qué crack. Qué grande, ¿eh? ¿Ves? Ese, por ejemplo, lo hubiese dado. No, para allá no puedo ni mirar. ¿Qué le dice un ganso a otro ganso? Ah, pero ese es muy mexicano. Ese ya me lo sé, Ángel. Ese chiste es mexicano. Se me antoja un gansito. Qué grande. Ese es mexicano, ¿eh? Ese chiste. Tu. Mira todo el rato. ¿Por qué los niños no maduran? Ojo. Porque no son frutas. Eso es bueno. Ay, le voy a entrar. No, eso me va a ver. ¿Qué ves? Casi me mata, loco. Fuck, bro. Llega súper fácil. Es una kill que es easy, la verdad, tío. Se me complica igual. Hasta lo fácil se me complica. En un metro, tío. ¿Por qué un banco no cambia? Porque se llama Killer-Valdés. Ángel, ¿seguro? ¿Por qué es Mancardo? Ah, no. Pensaba que era porque se llamaba Killer. No mames. XD. Procedo a decir XD. he ganado ni 20 puntos, ¿no? Por lo que veo. Vamos a acabar. Y porque le he dado de milagro. Yo no sé ni cómo lo he matado. Que no me gira, tío. Mira, no gira, bro, de derecha no gira, fuck. A ver por acá. A ver, casi lo mataron hace ahora. No, a la derecha no, que a la derecha no puedo girar. Buena, buena. A la derecha no puedo girar. Ahí. Listo, y ahora, Alex Ayan, el sorteo te refiere, bro. Si has hecho los requisitos, esperar a que se llegue a 120 likes y 23.600 subs. Si queréis compartir el directo con vuestros amigos que vengan a hacer los requisitos y a participar, así llegamos antes. Y bienvenidos todos los nuevos. Qué mala suerte, justo a la derecha, tío. No podía. Tenemos que llegar a la meta de likes y subs y ahora al ganador. Estamos a punto de llegar a los 20 likes. Faltarían 100 solo. Y vamos a estar como 5 horas, 6 más. Si no rompemos el control antes, el mando, estaremos 6 horas o así. ¿Por qué el pollo cruzó la calle? ¿Por qué? A ver, Ángel. Para huir de KFC. ¿Sabes cuántos días faltan para que Naruto ya no esté? Se quedará un par de días o 3 más seguro. Pero chore, estará bastantes días. Esos skins se van a quedar bastantes días. No, a la derecha no puedo girar. Mejor a la izquierda. A la izquierda sí me gira. Muy malo este, yo creo. Sí. Más malo soy yo, ya estoy volteado. Más malo soy yo, ya estoy volteado. Le cogí la what. No me he fijado cómo va la gran final. Chat, ¿estarán retransmitiendo la final royal en fiesta magistral? Porque si es así la podíamos ver. ¿Qué os parece? Miramos a ver. La de Europa. Ya que yo no puedo jugar muy bien. Si están... Mira, a ver ahora. ¿La vemos o qué, chicos? ¿Qué es la de Europa? Jiji, jaja. ¿La vemos o qué, chicos? Ya que yo no puedo jugar muy bien. Estoy muriendo todo el rato, tío. Vemos la final. A ver, a ver. Dicen por ahí. Entonces, si me tengo que ir, pierdo sorteo. No, Alex. El ganador tiene 24 horas para reclamar su premio, bro. Cambio título y pongo viendo la FNCS. Gran Royal. Claro. Un segundo. Vamos a ver si se ve. Y si se ve lo ponemos. Yo creo, sí. Gané, pero bueno. Una partidita. Ojo, reina. Pero bueno. Vale, pero aquí no se puede verlo, ¿no? A ver, quiero mirarlo, a ver cómo puedo verlo. Oye, ¿tienes Discord? No, no es. A ver, ¿cómo lo podía ver yo eso? Desde aquí, ¿no? ¿Dónde sería? Sería ahí, pero habría que bajar la música, yo creo. Vamos a ver. Grande, Catherine. Un saludito, bienvenida. Yo creo que sí, se puede ver, vamos a ver. Si quitamos la música. No deja, creo. allí lo podemos ver en grande. Y entonces quitamos esta y allí lo vemos en grande. Pues nice.
Closes right on his feet right there. Hendo will move all the way around from the other side. Chapvik's got dinner to go with Benji before, but now has to go for a reorder here inside this next box. Oh no! Acid reflux as big shots go all the way from the top side down to his head. He has to mini up again, and now it's just him and Hen. 2v3, 2v against the world as Tason's finally knocked up. They go straight inside a box and find that big refresh. Hen takes out Flois, and he's still keeping things alive.
This is a previous trio now working as a duo. Previous FSCS champions working really well. They've been in this position before, but Noah Riley, oh my goodness, you have so many eliminations in the feed as Matzo picks up Hen. So it's now up to Chapvik's here with only 62 health to work with here. It's not going to be easy. No match. We watch another clutch as Queasy takes out Seti. So that trio's a little bit
Si nos ponemos aquí adelante, yo creo que se ve mejor, a ver.
Have to use hardcore, jumping off of cones, working up a bills, looking for a knock and helpfully getting that siphon and refresh. He dipped into the right time. Yes, did he get it? Yes, he did. Kylie gets knocked, but he's unable to get any more materials, Shayo, just the siphon materials.
How is he alive? Absolutely no build.
Oh, now get him. Go get him.
60 seconds, and he finds another. That's that refresh with another player. That was bare bones and dry down to 2 HP again.
The med kit.
Mistakes as before. He has the bounce back. He's not going to be able to find it just yet, though. Has to go for another big siphon. It's solos all around.
He needs that med kit.
Playing all the way back into a chapter 1 type style. Shot. A wall blocked off. Another crew to run into.
En la final, al igual quedan
he goes down. Queasy and us, Thomas HP all on height. They still have a control, a lock on this game. Do not count out Savage, Benji, and Dredda, though. They elevate off the stacks, fly all the way up to the sky, stay on low ground, though, as they finish out this game and take apart teams in front and around them.
Savage, with not any builds as well here, is going to work with his old mate, Benji Fishy. Benji goes down. Now it's up to Mr. Savage here. He's going to go for the edit down. No mats still. No mats and out of this fight.
Now you can see control, dominance. Finally have. It's lineup day. It's a NOS with a big spray and a win. A well-deserved one as well. They stopped. They've waited, and then they've caught up towards that top 3. 140 points after that victory royale. Thomas HP, Queasy, and NOS are finally awake inside the Grand Royale.
When we first saw them, they had 0 eliminations when they took the high ground, and now they got it, and they got 6 eliminations here. Good win to start off here at Game 4, but we just have 2 more games left. And I feel like we had so much kind of action going for it and all preparation for that day too.
I feel like there's an absence of fear as well.
Lo que pasa es que en inglés no entiendo mucho, al igual,
height, it looks calm and collected. On low ground, it just looks lethal for every player in a solo, Sancho. They start looking like, you know, squads themselves as single players. It's insane.
I wonder, you know, people love to
creo que la próxima FNCS, la próxima temporada, creo que va a ser en dúos.
We haven't seen a lot of high retakes constantly happening over and over again. There's the pattern and everything, but it hasn't been happening. Maybe we're not seeing it, but from my understanding,
sí, chicos, por Instagram un segundo ahora paso el Instagram. Necesito que mandéis captura apoyándome la tienda con mi código. Un segundo, que esto se gira, tío. What?
High and low are my emotions right now on this roller coaster that is the FNCS Grand Royale. Levin, don't look at me. Don't give me that look, buddy. My goodness, what an incredible game. And what I like out of this, we'll talk about these 2 winning teams in just a moment. Benji Fishy and Dredda and Mr. Savage, they finally make it into your 3rd place. So this team has come online. Of course, it's after Malibuca goes down early, right, Levin? They get some breathing room. They say, okay, we can place top 3. That's fine.
Yeah, well, look, they've had 2 games where they've actually had a chance from Steamy. Both of those games, 4th place, 3rd place, a couple eliminations there. This is why we say, by the way, if they're not contested, they could probably win FNCS. We're not just fanboys, right? Like, they actually are really good. There's plenty to talk about from that game, right? Where you have your 1st place team going into the game, going down in shambles.
Y con eso se sigue girando, bro. What?
An exciting game, right? Because you have all these teams now who are below them, Reese, who are all fighting to get 1st place.
Yeah, exactly. We saw Melodi's team right here with PKR and Kepi doing so good in the first 2 games, the 9th, the 4th, and the 7th, all with a ton of eliminations. But this game right here, going down in 29th with 0 eliminations, a 0-point match for them, is by far the worst they've had so far. They started so well, and I'm slightly concerned that this now might be a downward turn for them.
Yeah, they're not a trio that strikes me as one as having the experience of some of the competitors they have, right? They've not necessarily been in these types of games.
El Instagram, chicos, lo pongo por el chat.
A change in game state where, you know, they're sitting above everybody else and they have to hold on to that lead. That becomes a challenge for them. But, you know, I'll be rooting for them, right? You always like to see the newcomers trying to get involved. I think the big thing with that game, right, is finally seeing Queasy, Thomas, and Anas come through. Of course, Chapix as well. Again, more solo clutches. Again, more people popping off as solos. Once again, this is why I said when Chapix is in the lobby, it's like, you know, there's 3 extra players, right? Because he hits shots like these and you just think to yourself, wow, like you are really someone that's been doing this for a long time and you've not slowed down.
Absolutely. Chapix is one of the most, I was going to say underrated, that's not the right word, everyone rates him, but he's just one of the most least talked about players for the accolades that he has. Obviously the FNCS championship, the domination that his teams have had previously across seasons, obviously in particular season 5 and 4, they were absolutely incredible. And the dynamics between him and Hen are so good. Historically going all the way back to over a year now, splitting up last season didn't seem to be worth it. Now that they're back together, 143 points after game number 4. This is looking really good for them.
Va primero Tyson.
Between them two, as much as it seems to work, I think their personalities, they're both big personalities.
José, ¿dónde está José?
We'll call it that,
that's
right?
a way to put it. Yeah,
and sometimes it doesn't work, right? Sometimes it's like water and oil and it doesn't mix well. But in other cases, you know, like today so far, it does, and you get first places from them.
Creo que había un trío español o dos.
Benji and Mr. Savage, I know 11th place doesn't maybe look good, but considering they basically have 2 games, right? Like, 2 games went down off spawn, of course.
Faltan dos partidas.
The 2 games where they've actually had the chance to play games out. 4th and 3rd is not bad. Good amount of eliminations as well. Like, this is one of the best teams in the lobby, genuinely.
And I'm sure people out there making a little counter, they're going, oh, it's 2-2 now to Benji Fishy going against Malabuka off spawn. I mean, I wouldn't be doing that. I'm not going to written down on the
bienvenido. Un saludo, bro.
I think you also got to note that right now in the previous season, right, or this season in the actual FNCS that we saw earlier, we've also seen way more success from Malabuka when they came off of spawn. Right now, we're seeing way more success from Benji Fishy's team when they're managing to be successful out of that spawn. Like you said, the top 3s in 2 of those games. Really good. So interesting to see how that plays out across the next 2 days.
No, le tiraron pintura.
Why do you think that is, Reese?
It's interesting because they're doing good. They're coming back, man. They came 23rd. They came 23rd last. They're feeling it.
Just say it. They're a better team. It's just the contestant.
I don't know.
It doesn't work out for them. They are the better team.
I think if they're on con, they would be.
Yeah, they're the better team. Give them a chance to spawn and watch what they'll do. They'll go win games.
Why don't we keep this going with Sancho S and Charwager? Thoughts? Are they the better team, or what do you think?
Look, over here on the casting desk, Zeke, we're a team, right? There's no contestation off this job. It seems like there's a little bit of contestation from Triano's desk on some takes in terms of who's better and whatnot. Where do you land on this, Sancho? Maybe we're not on the same team in terms of who you think is the better overall, at least in this competition.
Oh, I don't know, man. I always let the leaderboard speak for itself, right? At the end of the day, right? It doesn't matter. I mean, if I had a pick, I'm on Team Zeke all the way.
Okay, I'm down. I'm down for Zeke and Miss Prime trio time. 100%. We'll see if we can lock it in. But right now, it's time for game number 5 of the Grand Royale. We'll see exactly how these teams are adapting, who actually ends up 3-2 off spawn to Steamy Stacks, and what is the situation at Dirty Docks as well, because we see an off spawn fight there 24/7. Our victors before this game, Caffey, BKR, and Melody overall dropped from 1st all the way to 5th place after missing out a game. Those are the stakes, Sancho. If you're in 1st place right now, you're going to want to be hungry and stay active, eating as the game goes on. You miss one meal, you are outside
game
of that big money potential. You're outside of having a pedestal onto day number 2. That is huge.
Muchachos, si me tengo que ir o algo killer para conseguir la skin, lo mismo. Sí, Alex, no pasa nada, bro. Al igual, el ganador, si mandáis las pruebas por Instagram, chicos, captura de apoyarme en la tienda con mi código, al igual, os puedo contactar por Instagram si os no veo por el directo. Cualquier cosa. No hay problema. Y sí, en mi canal siempre hay sorteos, Alex. Al igual el ganador tiene 24 horas para reclamar el premio, no se resortea, no os preocupéis, chicos.
Yo, let the man hit his minis, bro. Let the man hit his minis.
53 HP total. Mustache, no idea what he's doing, but
otra vez los rusos peleando spot con Mr. Savage, Benji.
It's still 3v2 though. It's gonna be 3-2 and just
Malbuika, los rusos, Malbuika, el trío. Se están cayendo en el mismo spot. Qué difícil.
Listen, I understand a few players are going down everywhere, but this is right here. This is the marquee. This is the main attraction for the early game. This is what everyone has on
bienvenido, un saludito. Ahora mismo no estamos jugando con sub. Pero cuando juguemos, claro que sí, bro.
What happened last time? Just last game, Shio. Who was there waiting to greet them with open arms? Michael's trio waiting to get those lobby points here as you see the disengage happen. And the fireworks happen real fast. And just like that, it's over. Everyone leave. All right, go home. Put away your phones. Stop recording. It's over.
Wilhelm. Esto van primero.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
El trío Tyson.
No concert for Hen, Tyson, and Chatpix. There is no opening performance for these guys at all, really, except for that one game that I keep mentioning with Stompy that kind of rolled by.
I was going to say that.
We're still confused as to like what the heck happened.
Perplex, my guy. It has to be from the Guardian. That's the only sight line that I could see that you could kind of shoot your way through. I mean, we've seen it with Kemi said he could be able to do that. And this is you want it.
Se me olvida comer que haya aprovechado Esteban, tío.
Here it is.
Que aproveche, bro.
Yeah, this one is a little bit more long and drawn out. For Steamy Stacks, I feel like it's a little bit more sophisticated. There's like a definite ring you can look at, and you can track the octagon of the fight and know exactly what spot is good, what is bad. People are fair, blow for blow. You'll see this.
Es la final, sí. Reina, son 2 días. Hoy y mañana. 6 partidas hoy, 6 mañana. 6 partidas cada día. Hay un trío español. Está Capa y José. Está Niño Pajarito por ahí, pero Niño Pájaro la llaman acá. Le apodan al niño. Pero no sé cómo irá. No tengo ni idea. A ver si le ponen ahora.
No holds barred, no DQ, no referee. There's run-ins, there's madness that's happening here, but so far this team has been
luego seguramente o a lo mejor incluso mañana. A ver si Nix consigo un mando nuevo, bro, porque tengo el control super mal. Más que nada me he puesto a ver la FNC y la final porque no puedo casi ni jugar. Pero sí, pronto juego. No os preocupéis.
Usually a team that gets to bully them 24/7. We saw Steady Kemi Teak with a lot of early game Elam, sometimes all 3 off of just beating Dirty Dogs last season. But when it's contested, it's kind of harder to confirm those eliminations. When it's uncontested, you see sometimes Steady Kemi Teak propping up on the mountain, going for a few tags, and then all inning Dirty Dogs. Sometimes
ojalá ganen,
3 POIs of
y que aproveche Reina.
Now you're seeing the leaderboard
temprano,
into this match here. Hen, Tyson, Chapix here, 143. And you're seeing the rest of the board here. Save it, who's been having a great game, quiet. In that Kiriachi spot.
Noveno.
You know what I mean? That,
ojo, va noveno,
They're doing really well. If they could come out this performance in day 2, no doubt to be up on the board. Of course, you see the top 10 come out by Flow as a trio, but that's where
va noveno, va bien,
what's going to happen?
9.
That's what excited me the most about Grand Royale.
Ojito,
the points. It's not like Big Bonus. It's not all about Elims. We all remember that clip there of Nick Merckx and
que hay un bruto en cada término de zona. Aquí también.
No, placement, and it lasts the entire match all the way up to that 60-point victory royale.
En competitivo creo que no está, ¿no?
End up having a few of those big bonus vibes carry over.
You think so?
Just because like teams that never usually go for elims being enticed by, you know, having 4-point swings and stuff, needing to catch up. A lot of the times in this 2-day format, when you're like in 20th, 30th place, you know, when you're down bad in terms of, hey, you know, the prize pool's not going to be that different as well. If we get a little bit more, let's not try as hard. People are going to be at maximum
sortear más, sortearemos más, pero de momento solo una.
Right? This is thousands of dollars the way that Grand Royale set up. It is like life-changing money in differentials. So every team's going to be pushing for it. The double points going to entice them to keep going.
Pues sí, Cape y José van novenos, los españoles.
Place teams get a little bit trolly with it. They go all in off spawn. They're not as reserved, but I feel like tomorrow, no matter what, every Elam will matter till that last game, and people will really push to just get as many points as possible.
You're seeing the pushes that Vidil's doing, using the car. I like to call it ride and spray. Ride and spray, you know. We've been seeing that plan work out for a lot of trios ever since the vehicles got introduced. Just go ahead and just spray at multiple builds and towers.
Lo habrá hecho por lo de Chess, que lo dicen muchos argentinos, ¿no?
See Save It, Matzo Amplify, of course. Matzo Amplify, way back in Season 5 with Benji, of course, trying to restake their claim. They've been working with their Heart, Fine, and ADNs, their old school trios. Now they're picking up Save It. who's I like to call him the reboot king, even though he's won one. I feel like when you win one, you automatically get placed that tag of reboot king. So save it right now. Matzo Amplify doing pretty decent considering they come out of Coral. And you're taking a look at the minimap. They got a clean rotation in just by using the rivers and the lakes that they're used to.
Power save it as well.
Y chicos, sorteamos a los 120 likes. No veo que subamos de los 100, de los 22. Faltan menos de 100, chavales. Así que darle caña a suscribiros y a dejar un buen like. No quiero sortear ya hoy.
Day 2. That is when it's really going to happen here. I agree.
Force being taken out by Jose, it looks like. And yeah, the entire trio just rocks in. Bat Sniper again. Getting lobby focused when there is no chance for a lobby focus, so to speak. It just feels like they're always over pressured.
Oh, I've been there. I've been there before in a tournament where you feel like every time you get eliminated quickly, like and it's from different people. I don't understand. Is it the outfit that I'm wearing? It's a bad place to be, and Bad Sniper is no doubt feeling that. But now we're getting into, if this where the zone is, based on where the players are playing, Shayo, I don't like this type of plays. I've been seeing it all the time where you kind of sit up in these towers, these satellite towers, and this is where you have to hope you hit your shots. I know the semi-auto sniper from Scram do some things, but oftentimes these trios, unless Storm pushes up here, they're in trouble when it pulls off the mountain. So that's what I'm worried about. I think those trios have to hit their shots unless, of course, Storm Surge is going to show up. But every time I see that beat, I'm like, I'm not going to dance to it. I'm not going to dance to it.
Hey, you got forced to once that second zone closes in. Yeah, right
¿Os
now.
imagináis estar ahí en la final?
Con
mi control dañado y todo. Con los lloros.
They can't go anywhere else but in these sidelines. So it's huge. Captain will be able to help with a little bit of damage as well.
No tags, bro. I didn't see a single tag. That's what I'm getting at. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's the play to make, but at the same time, though, you'll be seeing the deals with the riding around and shooting their shots. I think no doubt they're going to be way ahead of Storm Surge more so than any other team that's already perched up.
But hey, something has to be working, right? Because Kefi had first place at one point in the day. We're looking at Janice Vidal, Noah Riley, 108 points, so triple digits. They're using the same strat. Yeah. They have to be staying above Storm Surge. You can't not have a good plan.
The wheels fall off.
They've been on so far, though, right? Look, and Awesome Queasy doing the same thing. They're looking for a mountain. They're getting ready.
Lo que sí yo creo que es momento de coger unas patatas o palomitas, Coca-Cola. Yo creo que viene a por una Coca-Cola,
That's a metaphor right there in potion. You see that flip over?
Es el momento perfecto, yo creo.
Thomas CC Trio knows how to flip
de agarrar snack
por ahí. I could go on forever with metaphors. We all know the FNCS community loves when we talk about metaphors and similes.
Porque estamos reciclando un pescado.
And Queasy are at least looking really good, and their tank of gas is close.
Palomitas y Coca-Cola, yo creo, Ya vuelvo.
Oh my. Ouch.
That's what we like to see. Shimki had no chance.
No chance. That's what you got.
Camping trip in the mountains. Impossible edition.
I'm going to celebrate this. That man turned into a llama for them.
Yeah, that's true.
He just did. he turned into a llama.
Same day delivery on all the loot. That is actually insane.
Yes.
Well, now we're seeing Clementis and Floki. They actually haven't gotten too hot and active really at all inside the fights. They kind of, you know, taste test a few trios here and there in terms of picking apart some damage, backing off. This time looks like a little bit of an all-in onto Link. Oh my goodness. The default aim, like, I forget, watching this man, was it in Rito Row? I gotta let Levin like correct me, maybe possibly. It was Rito, yeah. Like seeing him just pop off, carry teams early game, at the same time just do some insane stuff end game, especially in like reboot formats, semifinals as well. You forget how good he is, man. Like in terms of frag potential, he's top 5 in the region.
Yep. Definitely. And of course he was, well, you know, pairing up with Fremont, and that was a very scary trio when he was part of that. So let's see what this, can we say, this is a scary situation. Going up against Aqua. Oh, Vasroki gets greeted with the blast and the trade happens. Now Reason here, who's a skilled fighter, is gonna have to hold on all by himself as Aqua's on the ropes. Just 291 above, but it doesn't matter if you get lobby focus, you're not gonna be able to survive. Goes down for a dip into the layer. Now it's gonna be able to group up together and hold.
Tequila no la tire ya así por aquí. Yo soy normal en Fortnite y Manco ni pro. Yo soy un poquito bot,
But you're gonna have to stand just a little bit more. And this lobby's not gonna let this go. No way.
I need to know Aqua's internet service provider as well. Not a single shot going through a wall. Not a single one taken either. Insanity, but I think he finally got shotgun down. It's all up the reason. He doesn't have
Naruto aquí con nosotros.
Basically to be able to sustain a static defense. He has to keep moving around as much as possible. Stay dynamic. And he's lost 2 teammates because of this. That was just an insane showing of just holding on, putting belief everywhere, but that's all it is really, right? Belief. It's not fully concrete. When push comes to shove, that's what happens. And Reason now.
Los españoles no salen por ahí,
I don't think Reba's gonna get off for free in that POI for the next like 10 minutes, even maybe the next game. There's too many trios there.
As you see, Murstache and Malbuka, who kind of survived that engagement out there, bringing them back, are now into trouble as well. But my pick is not looking good. Malbuka does get a trade knock. Now Malbuka is gone. But hey, you talked about sitting up on the mountain. They did do their work, 222 above. And we saw that they were able to hold on to height. I think what's interesting is sometimes you get tempted when you have height and you have no eliminations. But just like Thomas HD, Tayson could feel comfortable with that.
Well, if he was comfortable, now he's not.
Greeted with some shots. Luckily, there's no sniper. Luckily, there's no sniper.
El Naruto dicen por ahí.
That's why people get to take these types of tags.
Confirmado Naruto y Sakura.
Look at this, though. Setting count.
Y chicos, súper importante para el sorteo estar suscrito, like y código en la tienda. Y bienvenidos.
Hey, they disengaged and they actually have something to do with this game. Both Simi Stacks trios actually active for the first time in a while inside the same game. Them and Floki also end up wrapping up Default and Fury. No matter how many replays we have of the man rolling in, it's not going to be enough if you don't actually confirm the fight to mean much. Badil also pops off. Wasetti now fully down and Cammy back in operating form. I think they really need to win this fight. I'm not sure there's a reboot anywhere at all, though.
Cammy and Sedatique have been a war at Retail Row. They have over 1,000 damage on Storm Surge. So you're just seeing how much shots they've been hitting back and forth as Cammy does get a knock there. Joe and Kylie here trying to stay alive, but Cammy Sedatique, there's a reboot. They made a tunnel to it and they're going to bring back
yo sé quién es la esposa de Naruto, pero no lo voy a spoilear.
I can show you how far the fall is from the cliff they're on right now in terms of being at second place, being inside the top 3. We saw Kefi, PKR, and Melody there. 106 points.
Pues tenemos en pantalla a los segundos del torneo, van segundos los polacos.
They got beat by 40 points in the next game. They dropped down to 5th. So it's a very steep, fall overall off this high point for Seti, Cammy, and Teak.
And it gets steeper in day 2. If you get 0 points in day 2, knowing that everything's doubled, yikes.
It's actually the worst. People are going to be fighting for their mental lives on that day if they end up going down earlier on, or have to watch people just rack up point after point after point, but they still have the chance to come back in the next game as well. And that's also why today is so important. Right now, it's basically like playing 3 games tomorrow, right? You just combine scores from both games, you keep things consistent. It's kind of like, if you double up the games, you can double up the points. You can have the same format as day number 2. So what you want to do is have very good game pairings overall. Have a top 5 with 5 elims back to back. It'll be representative of what you can do tomorrow as well. For Tayson, Chapix, and Hen, they have a nice little cushion all the way up top. 143 points. And Seti, Cammy, Teak, who are watching, are second place. It's about a 30-point difference almost between both teams.
Taking a look at this zone that you see here. It's the mountain zones. I kind of talked about what's your favorite zone to see on the hype hour. A lot of the casters wanted the mountain zone. It's the ultimate test here. And I have to say that Thomas HD and Tayson, both of those trios are looking really good.
Incredible, my friend.
Thomas HD
Pero bueno,
lands out there in Caddy.
Buenas noches, bienvenida. Y chicos, agradecería que no todos los que estéis por el directo dejaréis un buen like. Vamos a por los 120.
Who has it? Yes, there they are. Look at this beautiful base. I love it. They have all these angles. They have little cheeky edits here with the half stairs, maybe a window here, a little cone edit. They'll be able to get valuable insight. And look at that. Clean. And they don't have to
Estaría bueno que hicieran la
worry
man
about
cap.
the sniper shot coming in. They could gargoyle
Esa la gano yo,
all they
fijo,
want in ego challenge.
For now, though, we saw what happens to Thomas HD with these zones. Once that half and half locks in, it's a banknote that you're turning on the other side. It's currency you're tumbling off your finger. What I'm trying to say is that it's a coin flip. So basically, what ends up happening for this team, if they don't pull zone and it's max, Thomas HD never is able to hold on. It's been a curse for them, I believe, all the way in Season 6. Where they
Pensaba que estaban roseando, digo, no, están rotando.
Overall, and I think got top 4, maybe towards top 3.
Que te vi en fiesta magistral y dije, pero, ¿en serio? Nah, estábamos viendo esto. ¿Qué tal, Lucía? Me va muy mal el control, tía. Y digo, bueno, por lo menos vemos la final. Aunque son 2 días, son 6 partidas hoy, 6 mañana.
The Spaniard, very dangerous. Crow and Co. are looking to move up the board. They finished last season, like I mentioned, in 10th place, and it was a quite surprise here in day 1.
You can see where the power position really is for this side of the map. When you're all the way up top, a launch back can really get you anywhere you want inside the zone. You can also rotate late, and not many people are always going to be looking up. The later the game goes, right, the more every team starts to look down towards other teams around them. So being that high up on the mountain, it's like being invisible to the rest of the map.
As we're seeing Janice here to hold down, would you want to be on the back side of the mountain or the north side of the mountain?
I want to be exactly where an all-star right now, right?
Yeah, right.
North side or back side, the highest possible point, and right now the back side is kind of overall low. There's a valley in between.
One of them
actually grabs Dennis's feet. Vidil is left with 2 HP.
Por ahí, más o menos.
This is a horror movie right now. Cabin in the woods, so to speak, for these guys. It's not going to be a happy ending either. They go down.
Dice, ¿alguien sabe cómo tomar captura en PC?
Power trio also rolling in that has good control of Bite. Has a Victory Royale on the day as well. They get frozen in time at around 108
Lucía, ¿tú sabes hacer screenshot en PC? Seguro, ¿no?
First 6, 28, 13th, and looks like they're on the back
El
side
polaco
now.
rusea,
Are
Sí.
you going to be able to actually harpoon this? Is there enough time? Will you risk the HP? Will you give it the position? You might have to because you're a solo player now. Sunny's not going to be there either. You're a no player now. You're not in the server anymore. That is tough. And we talked about that steep fall. They didn't have that much in that game at all, and they're going to be locked in at 117 points in total. And they
pues si alguien le puede decir a Piero cómo se hace una captura en PC, el chaval no sabe, yo tampoco tengo PC.
That was the second place team, folks, going down, and that's their second time they went down around
Hay sponsor en todas, desde la primera.
So far, not working out for the defending FNCS champions, but it's working out for Thomas HP and Queasy and Nas. It's this position and the work with that burst they are.
His bullets must have magnets inside or something.
La anterior la ganó Tomás, Anas.
Este trío. Dr. Sloan put
se puede llevar la segunda, seguida. Tienen high.
Absolutely crazy. 1.1, 1.2K above Surge entirely. Look at this base. Portafort's apparently unvaulted for that team. Here's Teak with the beam right now. How did Seti actually end up going down? I'm looking at him. He actually probably was way far ahead by himself. Ends up getting taken out. You have to have strength in numbers as you move in these final games. You'll see it with Elocats.
La captura para comprar foto del código, ya no sé, me lo imagino, Piero.
There's mountains in the way.
And we're seeing that Zone 5 is pulled on the south
Simple,
side of the
Piero,
mountain
agarras tu teléfono, le tomas una foto y ya ahora dame 70.000 euros.
With a beautiful slide into the mountain DMs right now in a safe place with
¿Vas a sortear aquí en Naruto, bro? Sí, Sam. O la de Naruto o a elegir. Ya que la saca casi a Sasuke o al otro. Es una esquina a elegir. Bienvenido, bro. Los requisitos están arriba fijados en el mensaje azul. ¿Ya vieron el ganador? No. A los 120 likes, Piero.
That'll be huge to hold on to height. If anyone does launchpad or go for high ground, we've watched it happen in mountain zones. They will be by themselves in their own universe, 80 tiles in the sky.
Para participar, Sam, estar suscrito, like y código la tienda. Mi código de creador es killer-valdez.
And look at where the zone is going, off the mountain entirely through a valley. Every second this zone moves, you're basically losing one tile of low ground entirely. You're getting higher if you're on high ground over and over again. So Queasy needs to start going down fast. If they slip, make one mistake, that's instant fall damage. That's the game just ruined.
We're just seeing this beautiful structure created here on the team on high ground. That is third place going into that, and like you mentioned, overtaking second place considering Cammy went down earlier. But look at the madness that's happening down on the low ground. Floki seems already moving in, but we're going to focus in and zero in on second from height. It is Tayson, Chapix, and Hen, who are currently in first place going into this match, gliding over, and everyone's so busy.
¿Dónde te envío foto, bro? Al Instagram. Que un segundo y también te paso el enlace.
No shots are crossing into the POV of Tayson, and he's going to glide on down with ease and grace.
Nos sigues en Instagram y mandáis captura.
Reconvene with his trios, and now on the front side of the storm, looking mighty good here, and they're going to turn and burn, and no doubt rack up eliminations.
All they have to do is just play that placement, stay alive. As long as they are, they can hold on to that top spot. Thomas will have to make everything up.
Fíjate, Código, voy a comprar algo, no hace falta, Sam. Solo compra el que puede, chicos. No es obligatorio comprar, ¿vale? Ahí está el Instagram, chicos. 1 hora y media directo, bueno. Llevamos poco, Falta mucho todavía. Vamos a estar hasta la tienda, chicos. Seguramente veremos NA Costa este.
As well, with no mats left. This is the worst zone to be in for this type of clutch. Gonna be tough, but he's holding on to a top 5. A little bit of damage back and forth. He's not gonna find that much as all. Leader goes down in the feed. 1 second.
Y ahora al igual, chicos, si alguien manda los requisitos por Instagram, revisamos Instagram y le saludamos. Y ya ha hecho todos los requisitos, ya puede participar, así que mucha suerte.
Just to get that last note, nicely done here, but the big song that's happening, the hit maker is Queasy, Thomas, AC, and Nas with a beautiful hold here on height, and all they have to do is continue to apply the pressure as Queasy has enough ammunition to do so, and now Juice gets elimination in the feed, but my eyes are right now, and where the zone, and it goes back up, that's a wrap. Call it victory royale for Queasy's trio. I don't think anyone else could make it happen. I'm calling it early.
Battle Royale might have a chance
considering he just got a refresh.
Not the refresh, these many pads. Every refresh they're getting right now is a team that's also in absolute shambles. There's just 150 mats. You can barely even use that to navigate.
Oh, no tiene mat.
3 different boxes
no
right
tiene
now.
mat, Tyson.
This is live. We can't fast forward.
Un wheel. Nada, no, sin mat. No tiene mat,
Thomas is quieter on height overall. The best thing for
sin material, 2, 3, 6.
They're still staying alive inside the top 8. Traffic's though going down to a beam. They got exposed for half a second, and Thomas AC is there to just rip off the heads. And now, with
tiene material, no tiene.
Do a little bit of a same type of cost play, going for any headshots, but it's not going to be possible from the box that he's in right now. This is going to be tough. Gotta be sneaky, but have to make so much noise to be able to find just a single.
Okay.
There it is. The left-right pump combination. Distraction there for Hen to make the shot. Now they're really moving up. No max, though. They have to be able to make this work. Doesn't land. It's all up to Tayson now.
Tayson is on the wrong side of this moving circle, and now he's on the wrong side, but Benji is still in this fight, and Thomas HD dips his toe into the fight and gets some elimination. He's going to go back up, and my prediction, the fast forward is here.
Yo es que me va muy mal, Reina, si no jugaríamos.
Moments here before another victory royale goes to Thomas HD, Queasy, and Anas.
¡Otra!
There it is, and a huge
Dos seguidas.
So many elimination, make that
2 seguidas.
They are looking
la cuarta y la quinta. Queda una más.
Back to back for Thomas.
Wow, chaval, 2 de 2.
And Queasy, that's what I'm talking about. And they were in home.
2 seguidas, bro, GG.
How things operate when you're inside their house.
Anas otra vez, Thomas.
Game 5-2 on the day. That should be close to almost a first place catch up. But man, they're looking mighty strong right now, Sancho.
Ask me anything. I'm in the zone. Ask me any prediction.
No pasa nada si
I'm in the zone. I mean, yes, it was pretty much a helping hand there from the mountain, but it's just a rapid moment. But great job done. And Thomas HD and Anas, at least those two are shaking off the ghost pass of their high pulls in previous season. And no doubt Queasy, the addition of Queasy is huge because Queasy was known as a high ground warrior when he won the FNCS championship in his run.
Absolutely. This is a
¿cómo lo vas a hacer? ¿A qué hora? Sam, el sorteo lo hace mediante una aplicación. Y es cuando se llega a 120 likes, 23.600 subs. No es a ninguna hora, bro. Es cuando se llega a la meta de likes suscriptores.
Sancho West is correct. He is now opened his third eye. He is trying to mirror
una pizza, cenar una pizza viendo esto.
As a caster. So, Showager, good luck.
Best of luck, friend. 3 seasons ago, my prediction's been way off.
Luego empieza NA. NA yo creo que la voy a ver, que ahí está Buga, Click.
You know, happens.
It happens. A great game coming out. Queasy, of course. I don't know how Sancho West finally tapped into that third eye and said, that's it, game over, call it. 22 people left in the game. This is a Thomas HD win, baby. I know I can see the future, but hey, they come out with 10 eliminations as well. Now, I love this, but we can't forget about tomorrow, right? Think about this in tomorrow's setting. Doubled points. If this is happening tomorrow, they can more than likely going to close out this tournament with these kinds of points.
Well, yeah, of course they had a great game, but they're also being helped by the fact that some of their
Te voy a ver vídeos cómo tomar capturas, seguro que saben alguno.
who have been so consistent throughout the course of today. Right, they ran into a bit of trouble, which is unlike them, it seems, Iris.
Yeah, it's very, very like them. We're used to seeing top 10s every single game for them, double points, but we saw Seti go down in that engagement in retail row, eventually get rebooted by Teak, which is great, but they were just in such a late position. And you can see them rotating all around the east side, which we saw. We saw Cammy being picked up alongside Seti on this rotate. It was too late for them, unfortunately. Did get the elim onto Michael, but Teak eventually ended up going down. That engagement in retail row really, really, really messed them up. But let's be real, we can't do anything but celebrate the back-to-back wins of Thomas HD, Queasy, and Anas.
Yeah, nah, really, really good stuff. Look, I want to sit here and give you, you know, expert analysis. These guys are just really good, right? You can see the high hold here. We've spoken about this before, but we'll emphasize it again. Thomas and Nas and Flick of the past, they weren't the best on height. They do it sometimes, but when you add Queasy, someone who is just a height veteran, it just gives you so many more options, and it's made them that much stronger. Then when you have a Thomas HD who's gonna somehow survive situations like this because he's just an unreal human, I really don't get it, Thomas. You're just gonna win games. Like it's a perfect formula.
It really
per
is.
se.
I actually wasn't sure how this team would do. Like when they combined, you know, putting that Queasy power in there. I was thinking, are these guys gonna be like the height dominant force that we've seen? Are they gonna be a mid or low ground team? They just do it all right now. They managed to get 2 back-to-back victories on the height, so huge from them. And look, they've now caught up so close to Hen, Tyson, and Chapik. Only 4 points behind, but look at the gap between second to third.
Han ganado las dos últimas y van segundos.
Performing really, really well today. Almost kind of showing why they're so good, but look at the distance. Still almost 40 points between it.
Yeah, it's really impressive stuff from them. I think they've really grown as a trio in such a short amount of time. Let's take a look at that next page where we have Flois, Hellfire, and Scram in 11th. Bit of a rocky day from them, right? A couple games where they've gone down a bit too early, it feels like, in those moving zones. But nevertheless, a lot of these teams here are not out of it. In fact, a lot of these teams here will be thinking, day 2, it's over. Double points, I'm really coming for you. Now, I'm going to say something that some people might find unpopular. They might not like me for this.
Hot take, okay.
The first place team, Hen, Tyson, Chapix. I don't like what I'm seeing.
Oh.
Te volví, qué raro esto en PC.
The individual brilliance has carried them. Like, their brilliance is crazy.
Ya saluda a Reina, Lucy, por ahí.
At times in endgame. Hen sometimes all over the place. Tyson on his own doing Tyson things. Chapix on his own doing Chapix things. And sometimes it works, like today, and they'll be in first place. But they're not a cohesive unit, it feels like right now. And going into tomorrow, you really want that along with the individual brilliance.
Yeah, they have to be able to perform every single match, keep it together. And I'm totally with you, to be honest. We even said this in the back when we were watching. Keep seeing Hen tarping, and then usually he's the one who's sitting right at the back. Maybe they're trying something up a little bit different. Maybe he's just taking over moments. But we've also seen so many duo plays in endgame, which end up clutching into solo plays, which get them tons of points because of that individuality that's so good from them. But they're not doing it as one cohesive unit, like you said.
It's a curveball. It's a red herring. It's a distraction. And then day 2, they're going to come back and be like, all right, guys, now we're playing for real. Sorry about that. We're just trying to, you know, just confuse you a little bit. Then tomorrow, the real games begin for them. This is it. Last game in Europe. I don't know how this day has flown by. I know. It's all right. This is it, man. We're doing this one last time. So, Sancho, shot wager. Back over to you.
¿No te puedes unir, Mini, o qué?
Let's go, the Game 6 vibes. Rolling in for day number 1, a whole slew of games with double points tomorrow. But this one, Sancho, it's huge. We got 2 trios basically singing an island boy basically by themselves. 20 points ahead, 40 points ahead actually. Everyone else in the pack. This is the game that decided to see who's the victor after the day ends.
I'm reeling from that hot take from Levin. I'm like, what did he say? What did he say?
No, estoy viendo la última partida de Europa.
It's true. At the same time, this last game was a
Entra si quieres y la vemos.
Right? Crazy things happen. If I'm playing a mountain zone in EU, you know, yeah, sometimes my fragger ends up tarping. Sometimes my mom comes in the room and has to tarp for me, man. It gets crazy. It's so hard to handle.
No lo saludó a YELI, creo que no. Había saludado a ella, ¿no?
It's the mountains.
There's only one mama in the EU, and that's Mama Fishy, okay? No mama wager in the building.
All right.
You never know. Respectfully, respect. But, yo, it is the last game here of the Grand Royale Day 1. The great appetizer that
Endreta, Mr. Savage y Benji Fishy se están pegando todas las partidas en acumulaciones con los rusos. En todas. A ver quién gana en esta pelea. Casi todas tienen los rusos, ¿eh?
What do we see here?
Storm Surge already active with Savage and Benji as they take 25 damage over and over again as they lock into the POI.
That's Hotties Trio.
That's Hotties Trio. They disengage. It goes well. Is that the same for this game, Sancho?
No, see? My mind's eye is still being active, but no, this is what ends up happening. Malafuka eventually overpowers it. This is what happened last season, and when that first knock happens here, they did get the reboot card. It's not going to go Savage and Benji's way. Traditionally, it always gets stormed.
Está José Mini jugando. KPI José.
This reminded me of like
that
Dr. Doom POI and the fact that you get people trapped all the way down to the bottom, spraying the Doom's domain. Yes, sir. How did that word even escape me? So much of beef happened. Maybe I'm just trying to suppress it in terms of all the off-spawn finds. Too much history. Savage and Benji, though, their history might be just written for the day here real quick, unless Savage ends up popping off 3 big pumps back to back, or maybe just 3 shots straight to his back to take him out. From Shizo, the emote. That's what I'm talking about. Keep it spicy. But hey, we're talking about records. We're talking about the day so far. They're the ones winning. I mean, we could call them the better trio definitively on day number 1.
Just like that, in the blink of an eye, the last tasting moments that Andretta, Benji, and Savage had is a big fat L. And now they're going to go ahead and think about that, sleep on it. And as you see, it's just a matter of just materials versus skill at that point.
It might just also be better off spawn on day number 1. Let me not get too ahead of myself, because if you look at the standings overall, 8th place for Andretta, Benji, and Savage, 115 points overall. You gotta scroll down a bit to find Mustache, Malabuka, and Shizo. They make it out. They had 1 good game, 2nd place, 10 elims overall. The other one's 20th, 27th off of the disengage. I mean, they might have the last laugh so far, but I feel like Benji, Savage, and Andretta might be the ones, you know, with the complete comedic showing, just laughing back at their opponents because they're going to be high on the boards, rocking in day number 2.
We will see. Time will tell. As we see here, Verox, Michael, and Astro, the other part of the early fights that we've been seeing here. I would definitely say it's been going Verox's way. Savage and Patrick are still kind of in there. Maybe it's a draw. I would say this one is a draw, considering that Safik, Lucia, and Patrick are still doing well. And look at the beans, Safik, my goodness.
He's got a lot of pent-up aggression right now because they've been fighting over and over again. Even if they make it over towards the mid-game, which I don't think is, you know, the craziest thing to think about with 2 teams going to dirty. Sometimes they're disengaging. They get bullied by other teams all the way around. Good looks for Analyx, though, probably fixing some mistakes or aggressional issues all the way towards the end of the day, picking apart Fork as this game gets started. Gonna be a stalemate here, though. On this last one, you got to remember, you know how we always say placement's huge, but then elims are something that affect placements?
Yes.
Day 2 is basically like the placements, and day 1 is like the elims, if you're trying to use it as a metaphor. Yeah, you have double points tomorrow, but this last game means a lot, especially if you can rack up a lot of points.
Now we're seeing this aggression here from Andalex. I've seen
ganarán la última también el trío de Anas
Chico
y de Tomás.
Si
ganan esta ganarían, han ganado las 3 últimas si ganan esta.
4CR X-Squeeze close out Chico.
Took a lot of damage and used a couple of builds getting towards this fight. Andalex 2 dodges a few shots, very nice to keep this 3v2 in their favor. A little bit of haircut.
Vaya hechos de 45 la da.
Able to break. Andalex is fast on his feet. Meanwhile, Chicky distracted. X-Squeeze does his little bit of a breakdown plan, looks like.
40 encima le da.
His own build's on fire. Chicky now on a time clock because everything's gonna just burn. He understands that, starts to go a little bit lower. All in for this one. Has a lot of mats to be able to keep this too, but he takes a big pump shot, and now he's in trouble.
Now we're seeing Chico here trying to hold on. This whole thing might come down soon. There it is. Never mind. All of a sudden, 4CR sneaks up, gets a shot here. Great defense from Chico trying to stop the inevitable. It's going to be a matter of moments.
Está muy guapo,
Squeeze really wants to seal him. Did they pad up there? I think they want it. They want to get this over with. Send a message.
Like vultures just rolling
Ahora que le ha dado, chaval.
Hola
que le ha dado, chaval. Hola que le ha dado, chaval.
Elimination, making it a 2v2. This is going to be tough.
Ese es bueno, ¿Cómo se llama? Shizeki. Cómo juega,
Unfortunately, he goes cold and Chicky now taking a lot of damage. Won't have minis to actually pick this one up. 4 HP. No materials. X-Squeeze and Analyx really putting down the pressure. Aqua also putting a fight in the feed, but focus now onto this one. Jimky and Chicky low. They've made it close to personal as well. Analyx, a mean shot from up top and keeps him inside the box. Gonna wait for him to get taken out. Jimky, meanwhile, goes all the way down low and possibly has a way to break this down, but it's above water. it won't really matter.
Let's take a look at the replay. What happened to Andalex here, setting up the ambush. Andalex trying to get off the board. That's where it started, considering he is 23rd going into this match here. Andalex squeezed so much invested into that fight, and just for a minimal elim points here. But it's all about sending a message. And if you're a Chico, you got to feel good about defending against a former FNCS champion.
Yeah, not only that, just look at the extent they're going to, right? Landing at Misty. This
Buah, contra los tres.
Before the first one even locks in, going for a fight all the way at Camp COD. They're really trying to get any points they can in this final game of day one. They want to be able to make a difference overall with the record they have on this day before those double points lock in.
Oye, ha venido mucha gente aquí, ¿no? Tengo vecinos, lo que me he fijado, a ver. Ojo.
Just love listening to these engagements. They're all trying to figure in. This is like a stalemate, a grid between Aqua sneaking in the shot. I'm hoping Aqua is that dark horse for number 2, and they're going to go ahead and use the slurp truck and save all that valuable shield. And it's basically like a refresh in itself. It's refreshing to feel that slurp get you back into the good health instead of 200 HP. And now it's going to have to be a defensive hold from Aqua Frasroki, which so far have not had the day that I expected them to have.
Ese bueno, ¿no, Vini?
Really?
No sé quién era. ¿Has visto qué jugada ha hecho? Con el tarro y todo.
I mean,
did you not predict the day 2 team? You said the day 2 they pop off?
Yeah, but I didn't think day 1 would go this poorly.
But does it matter what they do on day 1 if they're going to pop off day 2? Think about it. Day 1 is equivalent to 3 games on day 2.
I know, but it's about performance. I wanted to see them in-game. I wanted to see them have good storm rotations and things. I'm definitely going to take a look at what went wrong, but from what I've seen, their performance in cash cups and things of that sort, they had command of their lobbies. They understood how to take high. Their rotations were clean, and right now, I don't think they have a game plan going into day 2. That's
Aqua,
for me, I just like to see Aqua get his losses out of the way first. That's usually how he operates, right? I think that's what the wave was last season, unless they had an earlier win. But they're not going to be the stars of the show, absolutely. It'll be this trio in front of us right now making the catch-up. 17 eliminations. And once again, you know, I guess Spidey's
ahora empieza Costa
I feel like there's like a Thomas that's happening when he's on height and gets activated. The second someone makes an edit that exposes their head, Thomas HD's shots are just there, natural. You saw it with Chapix. They tried to just move from one layer to another. I think 0.75 seconds, run the stats or something, of his body exposed, instantly taken out by Thomas HD. Thomas HD walks into an endgame with 5 elims. This man is just the boss.
Pues Thomas y Anas, Mini han ganado las 2 últimas, bro, y con todo y eso, van segundo, bro, va primero Tyson. Bro, con todo y con eso, han ganado las 2 últimas, Mini, tío. Y con todo y con eso van segundo. Si ganan estas, serían 3 de 3.
Yeah, this is where they've looked the least.
Faltan 5 o vale, vale.
We're talking about it, and it is
Cuando termine Reina, si quieres,
you know, with that last game, especially being on mountains, besides that, just the roles have been a little bit swappy. Desperation that has been working out for the trio overall in day number 1. Continue that, but also fix it. I want to see some nice synergy players on day 2. Jason will take a little bit of damage. It always happens inside these search bases. You know, this is not disjointed gameplay at all. This is just what's expected, but look at why I want it, right? 168 to 164. These guys are very close to just being defined first place overall. And they need to be a team to do that in the last game.
I got that. I mean, I know that was the beat for Hen, Janice, and Chapix when they were
Si yo voy a jugar, no puedo jugar mucho. Si más que nada he hecho sorteo, he hecho sorteo. He hecho directo para hacer el sorteo. Porque jugar no puedo jugar mucho, me va muy mal el mando,
tío. Jason is the 3-time FNCS champion. Jason is the 2-time FNCS champion. They themselves are FNCS champions. So, I get it, but it works. It's like, it's not traditional, it's not synergy. If that's a word, but it works, you know what I mean? Not other trios, they can't do that, right? I can't do that, you can't do that. Benji and Savage, they can't do that, but that trio,
con un carro aquí metido el gilipollas. Este tío,
I'm just saying, when it comes to day 2, that I think is the most important thing about this. On day 2, when everything's worked double points and teams are really playing like teams. Actually, you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe being the opposite of that, going against the grain, might work for them, but look at every team that's gotten taken off early so far today, Sancho, right? Like, or 2 players going down, and it's not Thomas HD's trio or Malabukas we're looking at. Look at the commonality in all of EU. People just end up suffering are at a loss and get picked apart. They become, you know, the cannon fodder, the siphon for the big teams to pick up on. On day 2, it'll be even tighter.
I really feel like this is going to be the... I thought they had us the first half, not going to lie. And everyone's kind of placing their best in the second half. Safek loses them.
Se acaba, no creo que se me una porque cuando entro a fiesta se me crashea. ¿En serio, Lucía? Intenta unirte a ver si te deja, joder. Mira, tío, esto es un tonto, tío, es un tonto aquí, bro.
Tranquilo, estoy aquí arriba, aquí no te tira. Aquí arriba.
When I'm looking at a zone that's kind of similar, I think what we had in game 2 or 3 overall, and very close to the one that I think Anas Squeezy just won. So South Dirty Side, I think has been exactly that game 4 and 5.
Sí, pero así no ven ni las balas que tienen.
It's also the game where the first place team plays 5th and 7th. That's Hen tasting the champions. They have a chance, and this is something unique to this season.
Se ha ido, sigue haciendo el tonto, tío. Atropellando a la gente, bro.
Astro looking to just stay alive right now.
Is he gonna drop down on one of them?
Hola, ¿quieres llegar de loco? Ojo, Canario. Un saludito, bro. Bienvenido. Me la hackearon y eso, tío. Bienvenido, buenas noches. ¿Cuánto tiempo? ¿Y eso cómo te la han hackeado, bro? Mírale, tío. Los dos.
That's the play of the day. That's the play of the day. The play of the day.
That's what we like to see. And past that, there's not gonna be much, but...
¿Qué haces fiesta magical, bro? ¿De chino un rato? Sí, Hugo. No me va muy bien el mando, bro. Me tengo que comprar uno, tío. Y estamos viendo la final de la FNCS. La Royal de Europa, que es ahora la última partida. ¡Wow! La que le ha dado, bro.
Bro, no lo den los nombres de acá arriba, loco. Ahora.
Tequila y meto protesta porque se movió la cámara. Por lo de siempre. Ya lo sabemos. No va muy mal.
And not really think about it for that 4th and 5th moving. That's where this space becomes a little bit tricky, and you have everyone.
Let's just go back to the replay. I don't think Screwy knew that was going to happen because they vaulted. They vaulted the shadow. It probably scared him half to death. They vaulted the shadow flopper, right? So that is not here, and that was a big factor last season. You saw Squeezy do a lot of the shadow flopper play with the launch pad. We vaulted it, no longer there. So you think you have no expectation that someone's going to shadow stone right into a bush that you have no clue that someone's going to do. So, I know Halloween's passed, but I guess it's not over yet.
No, there was a definite reaction. You can see, like, in the bush when Astro hit the 160, you see Screwy just look at him. I can't believe he's done this. He goes for the spray.
Yeah.
There's absolutely no way he could even react. Like, what do you do?
Esto es un pedazo de trío.
Take the L.
Como más Anas y Kissy. Esto por han ganado las dos últimas mini. Si ganan esta sería 3 de 3. Mini.
I like it, and we saw a taste of this in-game before next to this crash site. Last time it didn't really go up the mountain. It kind of went closer to the north side here as you're taking another look at the leaderboard. Still, no major movements. It's basically the same. The big surprise is, I would say, Caffey is here in the top 5, which is quite exciting, but
dice, ni hace un tiempo fue a subir un vídeo y me encuentran lo que es YouTube porque para hacer empezar a subir cosas más de mineral y luego vi que cambiaron el correo. ¿En serio, bro?
I'm going to read out a few of those points as well, too, so obviously you saw
bueno, igual me alegro verte por aquí, Canario, otra vez. Bueno, mil gracias, tío. No sabía nada de ti, tío. Qué raro, bro.
Next time in the future, but
no te voy a conectarte ni jugar ni nada, digo, joder. Miguel Salomé, bienvenido, todavía no he empezado, bro.
To another 126 of Kepi, BKR, and Melody. Deoxtro and Jose, 118 to 118 was saving up.
Pero Miguel, si no has dejado like, creo que la aplicación no te va a incluir. Porque el sorteo es a los 120 likes y 23.600. Y creo que like no lo has dejado. Pero bueno. Quien no lo deje, la aplicación no le incluirá. Mira, estos son los polacos.
What's been happening to Kami, I think when they had that 1,000 storm surge, normally you would think that's great. But like I mentioned in the earlier the cast, folks, what gets them in
por la
trouble
cámara
is being
en la
next to
piedra,
people
loco.
on rotations that need Storm Surge. They
Vete
got
para atrás.
themselves in trouble. They had
Ponte
poor
aquí, aquí,
positioning
aquí,
out there in retail row, and they ended up in a box fight. They don't
Te
want to be
pones
in the
aquí
box fight.
y mira,
They
pon
want to
la
be
cámara para
centered.
arriba.
They
Sí.
want to have those clean satellite dishes and be able to beam people freely, or maybe a nice little peanut butter edit freely. And
Mira,
that's
oh,
what they want to
Giannis,
be. Kevin
loco.
Y Badea,
City,
que el
they
otro día
are
no
capable
y Badea y
defending
no a Rayleigh,
themselves
que el otro día nos
against
cruzamos con
WK,
ellos, bro.
but
Una
not
partida
against
en arena.
2-3, and
Mira,
that's
no a
when they get in
Rayleigh.
trouble, and that is
No a
why they
Rayleigh.
begin slipping here, and that's why they
Y Badea.
drop those matches.
Gueva de al 203.
Cannot slip at all, and right
El otro día
now
están en una partida de arena los
it's kind
dos.
of free for the
Badea y-
115, I guess, point weights matchup. But at the 115 point battle, at the 115 point battle, the enemies did not show up. They basically didn't make the cut at all. And
Dice, bro, como una aplicación hay un montón.
eliminated
Quiero.
off spawn over at Stevie
Para
Stacks.
sortear.
So
un
Medil,
montón.
Jameson O'Reilly will look to catch up to Amplify and Crow right
Te
above them
pones
by
aquí, no
3
te dejan
points.
volando.
At the biggest heavyweight spot all the way towards the top.
I like this.
40 points above of everyone else.
Yeah.
You got Taste and
Y el
Head
tonto del
Chappies. They're
quad,
also
tío,
looking
joder.
at one of the best
Madre
spots
mía.
on
Aquí, aquí, no te
They have to
Qué
move
Qué pedazo
to
es un normal,
their
tío.
opponents will as well. You see that orange mountain?
Mira, te pones aquí.
Exactly where-
Este es como uno que yo me sé, que entra a fiesta magistral, todo el rato hacer
of
es
the
un
weight
normal,
difference
tío.
between the teams.
Ven,
Qué
ven,
rabia me da
ven.
eso, bro.
Stay alive to upkeep it. The dangerous
Me
thing,
estoy acordando de él ahora mismo, tío. Me
endurance
acuerdo de un
based
tonto que
fighters,
entró
they stay
siempre a más a
alive
fiesta
all the way to
magistral a
the
hacer
end of
eso
the game.
normal. Tío, ahora mismo me estoy
Thomas
acordando
HD
del
comes
macho.
swinging hard. If he's
Joder,
alive at the end of the
loco.
game and his team is there too, they get more points, I feel like, from what I'm seeing on average, than Taste and Chapix and
Mira.
Head.
It's a
Se va atropellando a la
combine
gente,
that price is
molestando,
gonna
tío.
matter because the kind of the ranking where you mentioned right there is like literally tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of dollars at stake
no
here.
puede,
It's
aquí
the
no puede.
biggest prize pool of the year, ending the Grand Royale. First place gets $600,000, and even fifth place gets $120,000, all competing for Fortnite, and that's just in this EU region.
José yo no
So
veo,
that's
tío.
why you're talking about. You talk about those pairings. Each one of those is going to matter because there's thousands of dollars on the line for each one.
¿La ganarán otra vez mini estos, tú crees? ¿Eh?
Thomas
Tomás.
Squeezy and us, all
Tienen
they need to do
splash
is
y
just
toda la
find
cosa.
Ya, splashes y van
a
full y
little bit of
pimientos y todo, bro.
inside the
Buah.
zone. They get their
Mira
fight
que luz,
started.
loco.
171 points. The elims that Queasy has are
Mira que
to make
luz,
them
bro.
basically just be one elimination behind Janice's team overall, or Taste's team
Puede ser que
overall.
ganen otra vez,
Apologies, gotta keep making that fix. These guys always swapping teammates, especially when it's a duo. Swapping, it gets tough, but at the same time, they've made it in.
Killer, que le dijo la
They've
play a
used that
Killer.
pad, and that's really good. They've saved that pad before launch. We saw them go
Apágame
on foot.
ya, por favor.
Take a lot of damage. They actually have a fight to take right now. They get this refresh. It's huge. They set themselves up to just basically win the entire day. It's up against Malibuca's team as
Gano
well.
doble, eh.
A huge driving force inside the end game. Shizo's down. I think Mustache got knocked as well. Thomas HD is gonna have a huge cost trying to go for the loot. They'll be able to heal up. They've used a lot to get here though. One inventory slot free from all teammates. They don't own any of these builds. Launch pads completely gone. They need to get
Que
to the
puedes ir
loot.
W en
The
partidas
eliminations aren't
normales
just
o
enough.
torneos
There's
normales,
hundreds
pero
around
aquí
the
son todos
Vandal
pros,
Lexus.
¿sabes? Mira, me está atropellando en su normal. Me cago en
Te
tu
pongo
puta
aquí,
madre.
ya te estoy diciendo, loco. Aquí no se
Se
puede.
vaya de aquí, venga.
Next target as well.
Ponte aquí.
Pringao, tío.
We
Puto
need to
pringao.
Ahí en esta
know
esquina,
they
mira,
have
ponte aquí,
the
ponte aquí, mira para
mobility. They
arriba.
have
Se
the
ve todo.
mobility to roll on in.
Ahí te
They're
puede
moving
atropellar.
pretty solid, but considering that
Me
you
ve la
said
cabeza, tío,
they
el cabezón.
expanded and used some of that mobility, that may cost some here. But
Bueno,
they're
ahora
still
otro con
gonna
una
hold on,
caña.
still in
Bueno.
second place in
Están
this
graciosos
fight.
la gente, mira.
¿En serio, loco?
Thomas HD doesn't even have a med kit to use.
Estos son como el que te cuento, que entra aquí a molestar solo, a joder a la gente. Mírale, con la caña de su normal, mírale. Pescando a la gente, haciendo su normal.
Ojalá va a este por el tío ese, el rojo.
A bunch of damage. They have to get towards the zone. They're very close to it.
Te cambia tu control ya, please, deja
Looking
de
good for
torturarme
now,
con ese
but
control.
this is desperation. Above on surge.
Eso es lo que dice la Play, ¿no, Ángel?
Low on a chance to win out the game.
They have
Mira
to
la
avoid
cañita, tío,
the
¿tú te
people
crees,
that
tío?
might need a W key. Malibu or Stash are still on their feet. They were able to withstand that battle. They did lose Sizo.
It's the both, same
El
on both
fucking
sides,
lane
and
molestando a la
no
gente, tío.
shields,
Eso
Tyson
constante.
out of utility completely.
Menos
Just
mal que ahora
has the
cambiamos y nos vamos
weapons
para
to use
NA.
right now.
Cambia de servidor y todo.
But this end game is not what we usually see him with. Malibuca finally down to Thomas HD. Something's happened on that side of the feed. Here he also getting picked up. Tyson looking for something, a community pad, anything, a sense of power from a team.
No le he
What a
entendido
shot as
nada
well.
lo que ha
78
dicho, pero
will be
bueno.
huge for the surge that happens in a moment, but maybe Thomas has something now after that pick. I wanted to tune in with either team, doesn't matter. This is going to be rough for both of them to make it out of this point. We haven't seen them do it before. If they do, this is the spot to do it in.
And Alex gets an elimination. Will this be the game that set up that day 2 push from Andalex's trio here? We're still locked into Tayson here, our first place in day 1, who shook his head no when Chayo asked, does he have enough? And he said, no, I do not. So let's see how it goes down here. And they pull Max. This is bad. They need a community pad. There is that pad.
Quedan 50 todavía, 48.
Sure they don't get tagged on the way.
Cuidado,
This is going to be a crucial rotation.
48 en sexta.
And absolutely naked on shields, has nothing to really work with. Diving in the box, the pad gets placed down at the same time they fight. Chatfix,
ahí va Kurama,
he barely even makes it past the phone.
No.
The ping where they need to go. This is trouble. A little bit of upward elevation as well. Tap down to 30. His teammates are down. His wings clipped on both sides. This man is now grounded. Has nothing to do, nowhere to go. Water below him. A big mountain in front, and everyone's kind of just waved past by. It's a tsunami of builds, and he doesn't even have a surfboard to be able to be active and just glide across from it. 31 HP from Chatfix. What can he do from here?
Our top 3 is still in this fight, but Chatfix is now a solo.
Tyson,
what he can't do, Shayo, is just hold on. We've been seeing clutches throughout the entire
que está uno de vida,
day,
1 HP y 30 de escudo. 1 de vida, buen speed. Buen speed. 1 de vida. Gol, no lo había visto. Mini, 1 de vida, mira. 1.30 de escudo, bro. What the fuck, chaval.
Thomas HD getting knocked and eliminated inside the feed. Queasy with the
Uno de vida,
response
chaval.
though. As Sapik goes down and Os is there.
Bueno, el de la moto ya está por aquí otra vez.
So 1 for 2.
Soy yo ahora. Para que no me tire.
Placement rolling in. 182 points. It's a fight for first and second place overall. On their own island, once again, they're up at least 50 points against their entire competition.
A 1 de vida, pero bro, que está 1 de vida, bro. Que está aguantando mazo,
Also up the chat because he's on low ground. Setting Cammy and T. Flip the script on the server, and they're the ones who have heights.
3rd place is sitting on height, but 1st place is in the low, and 2nd place is on the low ground. And Nas and Queasy have to work
ya verás,
together.
Nas y Queasy vivo los dos, y llevan las 2 últimas las han ganado ellos.
To get the job done. They got the builds to be able to build around here. It's a slight elevation that will eat a little bit more. Things gonna get tight, but that purple charge shotgun from a Nas, 1 shot could get a knock, and he has it set up perfectly. Does not find it. It's gonna have to reload. Reset that pressure cooker that Monster likes to say, and now they're working together here, and the chaos on up top is Cammy setting Teak. They need to close this out. They need those eliminations as well, Child, because this is what I'm talking about. Tomorrow's bonus points 2-time day 2.
Difference maker possibly for the whole tournament here. And it all ends on day number 1 so far.
Monaco is
picking up a few more. Cammy popping off as well. It's just beams from the sky. Anas waiting, watching. Bill's running low. They have the utility in zone. Bounces back, blessing them once more.
Queasy's gonna set up the shot. Anas is gonna hold that pressure shot with the charge shotgun, and Queasy's gonna open up data. That's what they're trying to set up. There it is.
Nas, loco, la van a ganar, bro.
Sky pops off.
Ya verás, Mini.
And a big upgrade.
Ya verás cómo están debajo en el low y la van a ganar.
Shotgun, a back-to-back win on game 4 and game 5. Game 6 is rolling in as well for this team.
3 de 3, tío.
Kemp's still alive. Neb's going down in the feed, but it's
Banana, bienvenido.
Y
un saludito, Banana. Vi tu comentario, bro, que escribiste en un directo mío.
Coño,
y hiciste los requisitos. Y mucha suerte en el sorteo, bro. Banana 345, bienvenido.
Ya, quita el carro.
Absolutely affected. Finally, popping off here. They only have 1 box to really move with. It's claustrophobic, and Nas can barely even breathe. They go even lower, down in low ground. He's actually hurting. The bones are breaking. It's going to be tough for them to move out from this situation, and Nas has to move all the way in. 100 HP total to work with 5 different teams. The clock
Anas y QC no vaya 2, chaval.
Can really just push so far right now. They're the only ones really in their element.
De las últimas 3 partidas han ganado 2 y esta la pueden ganar, chaval. Qué buenos son, bro.
Is making his way up in the top 5, but here it is. Finally inside the zone. For an all-in, and Os misses the shot. Maybe
la cabeza, ¿qué pasa?
But no, it's Keffy popping off. Teak all the way up top in the final. 2v2. Cammy is alive in the final river. Who's going to be washed off the shore?
No, ahora no veo que te lo medio.
Es que no vaya a ser que te tiren uno.
Is going to be traded out for that one.
Ponte ahí, ponte Vini.
He's been the fisherman all the way up on high ground. He's playing that heel off, playing the EU perfectly.
Camisetas de aquí, los polacos.
170 points. The champions do not count themselves out here today. Getting 1 win before and then rocking it off with the final one of the day as well. This
Ojo el mini en el lane, salía por ahí el nombre de mini. Mini, ojo, mira X, mini por ahí abajo. Ojo el mini, yo no sabía que estabas ahí.
Yeah, we had
Pero si de acá atrás se puede ver también,
I feel like 100% with that clutch of Queasy and Anas. They're definitely up there in that top spot. What was the catch-up like though, right? Because we were focusing on it so hard. What did Seti, Kemi, and Teak really do? Was 170 close enough to be inside that conversation in the top 3 in day number 2. It's huge, Sancho. There's so many teams. Kefi also popping off inside that feed.
That's what I was about to say. Kefi's trio, a big surprise here in day 1. I'm interested to see if they're able to keep up that momentum in day 2. And that is day 1, folks. Don't forget, tomorrow everything's going to be day 2. So if you go down early, you lose. If you're a Benji fan out there, if you're any of these early fans of those contested drops, you go down early, that's going to be a monstrous catastrophic game.
Pues hay que salirnos, creo.
Absolutely. It'll be double the action, double the suspense, double the stakes. We'll have not double the casters. It'll still be me, Shaiwage, and Sancho West, but for now, we'll put it on pause, talking it and tossing it back over to Zeke, Levin, and Reese to break down that crazy.
Vamos a ver, ¿cuál empieza ahora? A ver. ¿Vemos Brasil aquí o qué?
¿Brasil?
Ahora mismo es Brasil. Y NA en 19 minutos. Ya, pero Brasil está ya. De momento. Por ver una partida, ¿no? ¿Cuántos llevan?
Dale, pon 200 de ping.
No, pero si no vamos a jugar, es solo para ver una partida. Mientras que empieza NA. NA empieza en 20 minutos.
Espera.
Vamos.
Vuelto la llevo ahora complementar.
¿Quién está jugando aquí en Brasil? Esto soy loco, ¿eh? Me sale de Europa a mi tío aquí. Está bugueado. Nivel 300 y he jugado muy poco, Lucía, ¿eh? Esta temporada, con el mando mal y eso no le da mucha caña. Si no, yo creo que al 400 sí hubiese llegado. Ayer te iba a compartir al final lo del juego en el Discord y al final te fuiste a dormir, Mini. Y luego esta noche te lo hago. Ayer estuve jugando.
No, yo estaba, pero tú no sé qué pasa contigo.
Estaba jugando yo, Mini. Jugué anoche. Me conecté a Fortnite y iba a ver si está por ahí.
No te vi, me voy. Siete.
Mira la pantalla, a ver. No gira, tío.
Ojo el tomate para tirar.
Necesito un control ya, tío. Mal va, mira. Vamos, camina, hombre. Va hoy. Vamos, hombre. ¿Quieres correr? Mira, tío, pero que estamos hecho. Son 120. Quiero, pero faltan 100. Mando truco, sí. Golpe truco, ya verás. Que mira cómo suena el joystick, ¿sabes? Que está más suelto que yo. Está más suelto que el dueño. Qué mal está el control, tío. Mira, mira, se mira todo. ¡Epa! Imagínate que voy hacia un enemigo y de repente se me gira hacia las rocas.
great position for them. That 1 HP launch pad to keep self flying.
Que aquí también están haciendo tonterías, ¿no? Con camitas elásticas y el rollo, ¿no?
The consistency that a lot of the teams need. Third for them, fantastic, but I know these guys, and Tayson in particular is not going to want a third. They are looking for first place.
Yeah, I know if that was me, I would have got tagged out the sky. It would have been raps. I would have been right back to the lobby. You know, them ones there. But look, I think with these guys, they definitely have all the skill. We know that they've been popping off today. Like I said earlier, I want to see them be more of a cohesive unit. You know, a team that started to put it together as a unit. Thomas, right? Thomas was obviously popping off all day long to start things off, and it was a thing where it was like, okay, you're popping off, you're clearly today. We need Queasy and us with you in endgame to really push us, and they did it. They stepped up. And I love what I've seen from this team. We talked about pressure making diamonds at the start. They've been able to cope with the pressure incredibly well.
I think
yo no voy a poder hacer las dos, creo.
From the tournament, it's got to be
hacer top 25 en solitario.
Either solo clutching, he's top fragging, he's just putting in the work for his team every single game that we've watched from out so far. That first and third games, he had huge clutches. He had the most eliminations in the 2 victory rounds that they won on high ground. Like, he's MVPing it up big time.
Absolutely. You know, again, we can't harp on this enough. The double points tomorrow. The big trail by itself is worth 60 points. Just 60 without looking at eliminations, without looking at the 4 for every single elimination. I mean, it's going to be absolutely wild. And that's what we're going to be talking a lot about tomorrow. Breaking down, okay, today's performance with the standard set of points. What is tomorrow? Like, how will that change, right? Because a lot of these trios, 33rd, you know, as far as 20th, they're thinking, okay, we'll be I'm not normally a chaotic player. I'm not normally down to push this box, but if it means I get a victory royale, man, I think we're going to try and push this box.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of players who will be thinking, you know what?
Let's just send it.
Yeah, maybe it's worth a cheeky little box dive. You know, when you think to yourself, we shouldn't dive here, right? We shouldn't box dive here, man. It's not worth it, right? You might be looking at it. You know, maths, maybe it's a bit worth it, you know them ones.
Hopefully the teammates are on all court and you hear some.
¿Ya tienes a Kurama? Sí, a mí me regaló una Kurama.
Ya, chica. After this guy, we gotta follow him too.
Oh god, I just started on broadcast. I'm upset. Really quickly before we say goodbye, let's take a look at the prize pool. It's just a reminder, okay? There's $600,000 on the line, and of course, I want to touch on predictions before we take a look at the prize money. Actually, just kidding. There it is, right there. Now remember, we love to talk about this.
Lucía, lo que he pensado es
but again,
cuando tenga el PC y ya ponga el setup bien y todo, la pared de atrás, ponerla como llena de controles, así guapo de decoración.
And right now, they're doing pretty good. They're in a good spot going into day number 2. They're not that far off from first. Levin, Flowis, Scram, and Hellfire. Let's get an update.
7th place, and I
not bad.
Them. I like them. They typically do a lot. I'm riding with the Danish supremacy right now. You know, someone who's obviously hit the nail on the head with the Danish supremacy. Shio Wager and us, Thomas and Queasy are literally in first place. I'm liking where Flowis, Scram, and Hellfire are. I'm cool with that.
Feeling confident. I mean, Sancho West, picking reason. I've got Stropey currently in 27. So,
yeah.
I mean, he said earlier that he's got the third eye, but
porque tenía puesto Europa, viendo la FNFS Europa, y ya pone
Sancho is spamming us in chat right now saying they're day
2 players. They're day 2 players.
Trust me, they're day 2 players. Please, you know, give it a rest, Sancho. You know, you had your chance. Give it a rest, right? You know, 27. Look, I hope they do well because I love Aqua. You know, a legend of the game, and he deserves his respect. So we won't clown him too much. But it's not been a great day 1. Once again, though, with double points, it doesn't even matter, right? They could come back with 2 or 3 good games tomorrow.
That's right. That's where we have to shift our focuses to tomorrow. Fortnite fam, that's it for the action here in Europe. Reese and I, we're going to jump on the battle bus because we're going on over to NA East. There's action to be had there. And honestly, we're going from a super quick break right into the action there. So if you want to stick around, check out some more Fortnite. We will be here for you. We love you guys very much. We'll see you tomorrow for more action from the Grand Royale.
Bye, Royale. Beep, beep.
Dice lo de pesca 60 veces, yo pesco 100 al día. Yo no pesqué ninguno, creo.
Alright, well, this zone in the middle of Slurpee Swamp, key factor used for predicting zones is like how much water is like surrounding like
a given preguntando,
area.
Creo.
I'd say
NA.
like
10 minutos para NA, chicos.
Yeah, like right there.
Están preguntando que de dónde van a caer cada uno, creo. Su spot y eso.
Place it below the
Vamos a ver a cada jugador.
Under Weeping. That's perfect.
I think I'm gonna go below Weeping Woods on the like little hill by Sludgy Swamp.
Yep.
Wow, va a estar muy peleado por ahí.
I made it.
Now that I'm looking at the zone, I could see it might pull more towards down.
Ah, no, creo que le están haciendo preguntas, creo, si no me equivoco,
No. I was close.
I knew it was gonna go there after seeing that.
I would place my marker at the orchard.
Probably where you just shot it, like on that Spire Mountain.
Ojo, Killer Balde en
Right
chinito.
in between Steamy and that mountain. Yeah.
You see the farm, the north farm, put it right next to it. Yeah, right there.
So I put my marker in between Steamy and Craggy. I think this zone's probably gonna pull north.
I think I'm gonna put my marker at the building on the north side. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Alright.
At least I got 1 point though.
Oh my. Are you serious?
I don't think I'm in it.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm just out of it again.
Put my marker at the dock of Believer Beach. Yeah, about there. Yeah, that's fine.
In between like Believer, Pleasant, and Coral, like on the mountain in the water, kinda. Yeah, probably like right there.
Put my pin right south of Believer Beach. Yep, perfect. Yep.
Right in the middle of Believer.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go by the island to the right of Coral Castle.
Nice.
Unlucky, man.
Oh my gosh.
I have hope. I still have hope. I still have hope.
Let's go. I knew it was going here. I could just tell.
Oh.
Alright. Well, maybe this game just isn't for me then.
Now all we need is the last one and we should be good here. Just outside of the circle. Just a little bit unlucky.
I'd probably have to go with
Creo que son
start
preguntas,
season.
de
I don't
Fortnite que
know
están
the
haciendo.
exact number. It was
Les
just
dijo
all
que
around,
dice,
you could have fun streaming with the REINA
usa el
and
código
the
Killer
company
Balde.
No, I think it was season 16. There's not a lot of movement. It's only launch pads, and it made it so great for competitive with less RNG and everything.
Probably have to be Season X trios back when I played West Coast. It'd probably just have to be like the meta, all the items in the game. It really just made it unique. There's a whole bunch of stuff you could do to kind of outplay people, and it was just like, I don't know, it was just perfect.
Is Lazy Lake.
Lo que voy a meterme es en Europa, yo creo.
Like, there's a lot of good search. It's really easy.
Voy a meterme en Europa ya, porque no sé qué hago en Brasil. Quería haber visto Brasil, pero Brasil no lo han retransmitido, creo. Mini está, bro. Mini. Vale, vamos a Europa. Vamos para allá. Que ya sé que faltan 4 minutos. 5 minutos. Para allá. O sea que la región que te metas da igual porque vamos a ver la misma, la verdad. Está fresco, Killer, dice por ahí. La pena es que no puedo jugar mucho, tío. Va muy mal, pero bueno. Siempre me quedo con ganas de jugar.
Hola, mira este con la escultura por el rosa, loco.
Por mini te puedes comprar todo el juego de carros, ¿vale? Creo que con el Game Pass creo que vale $1, ¿eh?
¿El killer?
3 meses mini, luego lo miramos. ¿Qué?
El tipo con la Skull Troop, con la Gold Troop, el rosa, la tonjera.
Vamos. ¿El mini me has escuchado, bro?
Sí.
El pase ese, o sea que está el pase de como el plus de Xbox para la Xbox y para el PC hay otro. Pues el de PC vale $1, 3 meses. Y está el juego que yo te digo. Pero pesa 120 gigas, ¿eh? 120. Ojo.
Okay, I have an idea.
Ah, le están preguntando que dónde es eso.
That's in Weeping Woods, I believe. This prop, I think it's in multiple POIs actually, but I would say Weeping mainly just because of like the ground I'm seeing.
I remember a swing set being in retail somewhere, kind of near the basketball park. I think retail row should be like my best bet.
And Weeping, because there's a lot of kids.
Están preguntando, ¿no, Mini? ¿Tú entiendes inglés, bro? ¿Tú entiendes? ¿Tú entiendes inglés? ¿Qué le están preguntando? ¿Que dónde está eso, no, Mini? Que dónde es la zona, ¿no?
Sí.
Oh, en Alameda, chaval, nadie lo atendó.
Fácil.
What? Listen,
I
what?
actually forgot there was a swing set.
Headshot. Eso es... Costa. Arena.
Esto, claro, Costa queriendo, sí.
Bueno, sí, ahora se llama Costa, pero arena.
Costa. Sweetie, sí. Es Sweetie. Es Sweetie, sí.
That's on like the
Le cambiaron el nombre, loco.
beach in the world, the RVs.
Arena.
This is too easy. Sweaty Sands, final answer.
Claro, sí. Sweetie, ¿ves?
That was the easy one for me, I knew that.
Es así.
Comercio.
Mini traslato. Muy bien, Mini. Joder, comercio.
Ooh, I don't even know.
Loco,
This is
retail.
This is definitely retail. 100%.
I think that's in retail row. That like prop, like that
100%.
green sign, I don't think I've seen that anywhere else.
Todos los años que hemos
Retail,
yendo
also,
ahí,
like, I can see a
Joder, la
little
tienda.
bit of the mountain
tu amigo.
behind it, and
Yeah,
that's kind of what gives it away for me.
Rima.
This is retail row. It's like right beside like the water pillar.
That is retail row.
Easy peasy.
Mini es un suscriptor, Mini es amigo mío.
I go to Joel's all the time.
Let's go.
Pero sí, él también es suscriptor.
You know, Misty is my home. I talked about it earlier. I know everything about Misty, and this is just right behind it. I know exactly where this is.
Oh, esto está atrás de campo, atrás de campo.
Atrás de Misty.
This is behind Misty.
La de Misty, ¿ves? Atrás de Misty, claro.
Mountains and river.
That is behind Misty Meadows.
Misty, sí.
Sí, lo sabía.
I got 5 out of 5 and the only one that took my brain, so I'm pretty proud of myself.
Bueno, nosotros hubiésemos fallado solo la de Colombia.
Headshot. ¿La de cuál? Es que no me di cuenta ahora.
Pues un minuto, chicos. Y empieza a near.
Headshot.
Se viene buga, se viene clicks.
Buah.
Se viene smoker.
Bro. NA a lo mejor.
Había 2,5 millones de dólares en Europa solo, Mini.
Se viene Mega, Face Mega.
Wow.
El Dubs. Guau, costa este.
Ahí costa este, bomba, sí. ¿Está pegón también?
No sé. No me di cuenta de la comprarla. Pero Alice tiene que jugar este, ¿no? Ah, sí, Alice, pero Alice jugó la de West.
Juan West, son las 3, creo.
Y clasificó.
¿Cuándo la tienda, creo?
Y clasificó, loco. La de West también va a ser buena, loco. YELI, Alice. Tocata.
¿Tocata? La vemos. No, Tocata no.
¿Tocata esta? No, ¿verdad? No. Ah, no, ¿verdad? No, es que lo... No le dio tiempo a la última partida, loco.
What's going on, Fortnite fan? Welcome back to the
FNCS
Fortnite,
Grand
Royale. We just got done with the action over in Europe, and now, of course, we're hopping on the battle bus. We're on our way on over to NEGOCIOS. Guess what? We're here. It's game time. Now, if you guys don't know who my name, or who I am, rather, my name is Zeke. It's great to be here. I'm happy that you are watching as well. If you've never watched Fortnite a day in your life, and this is the first time you're watching, you chose the perfect time. This is going to be some of the craziest action in Europe. First 6 games of the day were wild, and now we're back again in NA East to see a different set of trios competing and going head to head. Of course, I brought my boys. You know I have to bring Vivid, and of course Adam along with me for the ride. Reese will be casting in just a moment. My friends, Grand Royale. Did you guys watch?
La
moto otra vez ya.
Oh, I love the whole storyline there with Shadow's prediction, right? He tweeted out earlier that, you know, Queasy's team was going to like take over on day 2 and not really have like a great of a day 1, but then, you know, day 1 they just outperformed even his prediction alone. So that was really, really awesome to see.
Yeah. I mean, do you know what it sets up? You know, tomorrow as well. Obviously, yeah, we're going to talk about all the point structure and how the Grand Royale works as well. Obviously, tomorrow things really ramp up with the double point situation. So it's good to see how things currently stand. But by the end of play tomorrow, it's going to look a lot different on those leaderboards, baby.
That's right, and if you guys have followed along, this is going to look very familiar to you. Okay, 2 days of competition, 12 games in total, right?
Son 2 días, Mini, y el segundo día es raro, porque mañana la puntuación vale doble. O sea que hoy a lo mejor si has hecho, no lo has hecho muy bien, mañana es doble. O sea que lo importante es mañana, porque hoy si lo haces mal, con que mañana lo hagas bien, te vale por 2. Lo que hagas hoy mañana.
Are times 2. So getting away with a victory royale is much like larger in the grand scale of things.
Yeah, today was kind of just like a, hey, let me set up a little bit of a foundation of points, right? But then tomorrow, like, if you're not careful, if you build up that foundation, let's say you know you're in first or second after today, you're not really safe, because basically everybody has a chance to just fly up the leaderboard if they start performing very, very well, because those points are doubled. So you have to be very, very careful about how comfortable you feel after how you perform. It really does matter to literally like double the amount.
Yeah, it makes a massive difference. Obviously, you know, we talk about the combination all the time, fellas. The combination of standings points, elimination points. When you kind of see that when they're doubled, I mean, if you get a couple of good games, let's say for instance you get a couple of top 3 finishes, you're going to rock up that leaderboard very, very quickly.
Yo soy el line número 1, dice Esteban. Estuvo el primero que crack.
We've seen previously on other, you know, FNCS seasons as well, some teams dropping, you know, the 10 bomb in games, double digits. That could get you 40 points in one single season. So it's going to change left, right, and center, and I can't wait, because we love the hype here. We love to see what's going to happen with our teams. We've got some massive trios who are rocking and rolling for this one too.
Dude, $285,000 for the trio. And this is the point that I always like to stress, of course.
¿Ves? El primero se lleva 280.000, en Europa eran 600.000.
But if you could go from, say, 33rd all the way to 5th, right? A difference of literally $50,000, bro. So anytime we see a trio competing, they're going to be trying to climb as high as possible. We will see, I'm sure, some trios break away. They'll be like, yo, this is the top 3. They're fighting it out. But for everyone else, they're thinking, like, if I could just hit that top 5, we're changing everything, baby! So I'm excited to see how that happens, how that unfolds over the 12 games we have prepared for you. Now, of course, we are super hyped to be here, but you know what's hype? It's the play. Check this out.
Let's go.
I'm ready. Let's go.
This is our tournament. We're taking it down.
¿Sabes lo que creo? Que voy a bajar a comprar una Coca-Cola, tío, porque no hay ahí. Let's go, guys.
I'm so excited to be here. I can't wait to compete.
Yeah,
we're really excited to play.
Vamos a ver esto, espérate.
It's
lo único que si me hacen cosas...
Llegó el del carril.
Llegó el de la motito ya, Mini, cuidado.
Llegó.
Other competitors should feel us because once we get on a
Llegó el de la motito, cuidado. Pues chicos, voy a bajar a comprar una Coca-Cola. Un segundo y subo.
Let's do this, boys. We're gonna bring it home.
Ojo el chinito.
We've had our practice.
Y tocata.
Mira, llegó.
Llegó en el carro.
Anybody who wants to take us on during this event.
El tocata.
We're just pretty scary. Like, we all know what we're doing. I think if people were to fight us, it'd be a bad idea for them.
There's no way we don't win this. There's no one that can beat us. We're ready for this.
I'm really hyped to play the event, and I'm ready.
Let's go. Bring it on. I'm ready to win.
It's about to go down.
Let's go, guys.
Absolutely incredible stuff. These guys are all really excited across all of the regions. You do love to see it. Boys, let's spend some time here. We got to talk about some trios to watch. We did do this in EU, and we'll do this in NA West as well. But here in NA East, we got to talk about a lot of these
pero no
trios.
saques el reloj, cabrón.
Kicking things off with Buga, Miro, and Dukes. Now, that's felt really weird to say, right? Because we just watched Chapter 2, Season 8. Buga, Miro, and Muzz were your winners, right? So they've decided to kind of change things up and like pick up Dukes. How are you feeling about this, Vivid? Is this still the same stopping power? Because like I do feel like we've lost a little something by giving up Muzz here.
Listen, bold move by Buga and Miro, right? You guys are hot off an FNCS win, and you're going into another event that's, you know, a lot more money is on the prize on the line, right? Like, for example, Buga, Miro, and Muzz took them, I believe it was like $45,000 each. But in this event here, you can take down $95,000 each. So we're going to be seeing them in Misty Meadows again, off, you know, building this brand new trio. But, you know, we always talked about how Buga, Miro, and Muzz were like this champion and titled team because they all had FNCS or, you know, huge event wins under their belts. But this is the same exact case, right? Like, Dukes has won an FNCS with a different trio, and then obviously Buga and Miro have won FNCSs, Buga being also the solo World Cup champion. So again, we just have a very, very titled team here again, and I think that they can do just as well as they did with Muzz.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, we're seeing all these super trios forming all the time now. And you mentioned there as well, like, you know, this is the collaboration of these three is going to be really impressive. Maybe Muzz just fancy like teaming up with some others, you know, for a little bit to kind of say, do you know what, let's just let other people in, let's kind of switch things up, see exactly how we can get on in different formats. Grand Rail is obviously very different, the point structure as well. But Misty Meadows, obviously we saw there on the map as well, is where they'll be dropping. We saw Commandment centered in Edgy a couple of seasons ago, kind of that was their domain. Now it seems that these guys have moved in and they make it their own area. So it'll be interesting to see. I don't think they're contested either, so they've got every opportunity here to, if they rotate well, they play together, they're cohesive, I think they could go a very long way. And as Vivid mentioned, they've got so many accolades under their belt as well. They have got everything it takes to go the distance in the Grand Royale.
Yeah, I like that. That's a really great breakdown, right? I think at the end of the day, this is a top 10 trio, right? Even if everything was to go crazy, these guys would, there's no way they don't place outside of top 10. But we got to continue the ball, right? We got to talk about more of these trios, Acorn, Jocks, and Slacks. I mean, Adam, this is one of your boys. This is one of your trios, all right? Your dream team. Especially, we just watched Chapter 2, Season 8. A bunch of these trios, they completely shifted around, right? And these guys are consistent. Season to season, we're going to stay together. We're going to continue to work on these little mistakes that we're making. And we're going to continue to improve as much as we can. But now we're coming into a double point format. So how are you feeling about this trio?
You know, I think obviously this trio is interesting as well because last season FNCS we saw this trio obviously are you know, massive in the grand scheme of things. Previous winners, you know, as they've got so much in terms of experience, talent as well. When it comes to them actually, you know, switching things up and changing around, Sludgy is their POI. They don't shift, they stay in the same place. They know it well, they know exactly how to rotate out of it as well. They don't change things, you know, willy-nilly. They kind of stick exactly where they know they can rock and roll from. We saw last season as well, they were contested in that area for the first time, which is quite interesting to see. They're having to switch things up dynamic-wise as well, how they were kind of spreading out a bit. I think, Vivid, you agree, they kind of really tended to spread out across the POI rather than staying clustered together to kind of really kind of dominate from all different areas to kind of, you know, get as many mats as possible and to give themselves the best opportunity of staying in each of the games as well. So interesting to see. They've had a really good season up until this point as well. So this could be the one for them.
Yeah, I mean, they played, honestly, like, they had a subpar season, and a lot of it came from, you know, them being contested a lot, and I feel like it also missed with their, you know, mentality a little bit because they were so focused on being contested, so that way when it came down to actually playing in those finals, you know, they didn't really do as good as maybe they could have, but hopefully a nice little break in between events here, they coming in with a fresh mind, can take over Sludgy Swamp again, and hopefully, you know, outperform these other players.
Yeah, and I love this as well, Adam. Like, you kind of brought up a good point because they keep going back to this POI, right? Like, the POI itself might change, but they know how to work in that POI. As you know, season to season, things are changing. They're saying we're already on rails, and now we're just saying, okay, here's this little tweak. We just need to rotate here. There's a chest there. boom, and then they're already ready to go, right? They already have that game plan. So we'll see, brother. I'm hoping they do well, but we have 2 days of competition and a big old change up in the double points tomorrow, so we'll have to see. Got a few more trios to throw away. Day, Tragics, and Jamper. Once again, I'm so used to saying certain trios just at the same time, and they're doing this to me, man. Vivid, talk to me about this trio. Why could this be trio to watch?
I mean, Jamper has always been a solid player. I believe we first saw a lot of his rise when he was playing with Booga a while back, and you know, that trio obviously doesn't really exist anymore, but Jamper was always that solid player when he was on a trio with Booga, you know, somebody that you can always rely on. I feel like Jamper's experience, he's played with quite a few different players now, and I feel like that experience that he has, I think that he's actually going to be the IGL on this trio, right? And then Tragics and Day, we've heard a lot about Day, right? Winning an FNCS, used to play with Miro and Reverse, obviously. FNCS wins there, and then Tragic's also just a very good mechanical player, a solid player that can always find those refreshes probably throughout the tarps that you're building. But I think the highlight of this team honestly is Jamper, because I think he's actually going to be like the foundation, the person who leads Tragic's and Day to victory.
Yeah, we've seen Day, Reverse 2K, and Miro were a trio. We saw one FNCS multiple times. They were fantastic. And this going back to the same POI again, I think we're seeing that kind of, you know, we mentioned about the Acorn, Stacks, and Jack there as well. When you know a POI like the back of your hand, it gives you kind of an advantage in a way, because teams don't really want to press you necessarily because you know it so well, whereas you've had a lot of experience, opportunity to get to know exactly how you get out of certain situations because you know it. You know, our players know the map, but to kind of know that you won from that point as well. And Day having that experience, Jamper and Tragics, I think as well, very organic, very fluid. They can come in and change things up where necessary, and Day having at least one of their players knowing that POI so well, having done so well out of it as well, it just gives them a lot more kind of, you know, a sense of security. And I think a lot of teams won't press that particular part of the map because they know there is such a solid trio kind of guarding where that is.
Yeah, I agree, man. I agree. That's scary. Now I'm going to throw one last scary trio away. It's Commandment, it's Stretch, it's Scented, okay? This is a trio we are constantly talking about in NA East. If you've never watched Fortnite before, these guys are absolutely monsters. They will flip a game on its head on a dime. At the moment they engage any trio, that trio makes a mistake, it is all hands on deck. They're absolutely going to exploit. They're going to be jumping into boxes. They're going to be putting these trios on the back foot, waiting for them to make that mistake and then pounce. I mean, Vivid, this is an apex predator of a trio. I don't even know how to say that in an apex predator pack. I don't know. But this is a very powerful trio that, of course, we cannot forget about.
Listen, I would say for a very long time there, right, you could say that the two best IGLs in the NA East region were Scented and Zate, right?
Oh, yeah.
Scented obviously done a very good job of being consistent and leading his teams to second places, but very good consistent placements there. And then Zay obviously was on a trio with Stretch, right? So Stretch gradually learned everything from Zay, right? And kind of like, you know, picked up on all the things that Zay was kind of saying about the game and how Zay would react to any different situations, right? So now you have the knowledge bank in Scented, who has done very, very well IGL. But then you also bring in Stretch, who doesn't necessarily need to IGL because Scented is on the trio, as mentioned, but he is there to, like, you know, teach Scented new things, right? Like, you can always learn. It doesn't matter how good you are. So I think that's why this trio works so well. And then obviously Commandment, he's got to be one of, like, the most solid, well-rounded players in the game for sure.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think we can all agree that this trio in particular are probably one of the favorites to go all the way here in the Grand Royale. We've seen a couple of seasons previously, Commandment and Scented as well, Energy getting to second position, I think, in FNCS. So absolutely capable of kind of consistency as well, which is really key. I think it was eliminations is where they need to kind of re-pick up to really secure themselves at the top of the leaderboard. But interesting as well, there with Lazy Lake, you know, we saw on the map there, Stretch obviously knows, synonymous with the location, the POI as well, having played there with Saf many times. Saf they're going back into the competition with Aegis and Canada, which is going to be so sick to watch unfold as well. But knowing that POI once again and having that experience, you bring in players like Commandment and Scented as well into that fray, and you've got yourselves a incredible opportunity to really kickstart a Grand Royale, which you can go all the way and remain consistently at top of the leaderboard as well. I think these guys could be there or thereabouts for the whole. You heard it right here. Newsflash. I think they could be there or thereabouts in the top 5 or 6 the entirety of this competition. Just saying. Just saying.
I don't disagree. I don't think, honestly, anyone would disagree with you because of how potent this trio could be. For us visual learners, let's take a look at some of the POIs, right? Let's talk about Risky Reels. We have Muzz, one of the trio mates from Booga, and has now come on over. He said, all right, I'm going to pick up another 2 people, but now he's going head
Vale,
to
ya
head
estoy aquí, chicos. Mini, ¿estás por ahí?
And his trio over at Risky
Hola,
Real.
Mini.
So
Ya
we are
llegué,
going to
bro.
highlight this. We're going to break a few things down, and we're going to highlight kind of areas around this that you want to kind of
Ya,
claim
chicos, estaba
when
comprando
you're
una
landing
Coca-Cola
here at
justo, bajé a la
Risky
tienda de
Reels.
abajo.
Vivi, can you talk to me
Ya
about
volví,
this
fui
POI,
corriendo,
please?
Risky Reels is kind of one of those POIs
Mini,
where
quédate quieto.
there's a lot of like surrounding areas.
¿Qué estabas haciendo, Mini? Me has hecho de todo, ¿no?
We know that there's like that one little spot.
¿Qué me ha hecho
over
Ángel,
underneath the
Esteban,
hill
Mini?
outside
Seguro me ha
of
hecho algo.
Horny, right? There's 3 chest spawns over there and a couple of floor spawns. So Risky is a very good, what we really call like a split
Tiene que
shot,
empezar
right?
ya,
Usually
¿no?
you wanna land
Están hablando
and
los
have
spots.
teammates go elsewhere, right? But in a scenario where you are contested, it kind of creates an awkward situation, right? Because let's say that you take like 2 minutes to go through this POI and you fight off spawn, right? Assuming that you don't lose
Están
anybody,
analizando
right,
todos
all
los
3 of your
spots,
team
creo,
members are left alive because remember, you know, that you gotta waste time on like reboots and stuff like that. But let's say that all 3 of you are left alive, then you have to kind of like.
Y mil gracias,
the
chicos,
only
los
reason
que
why
estáis
this
por
spot
ahí,
is
los
viable
5
is
que
'cause
estáis,
that's
que vamos a
surrounding you.
comprar y
So then
estáis
after that
todavía
2
ahí.
minutes of fighting that you
Mil
just
gracias,
went
chavales.
through, you're already shambles. Now you have to like spread out and go try to find that loot that makes this spot viable. But since
Ese Jimmy, pero bueno, no notificado, ¿no? Llevo bastantes horas, Jimmy. Buenas noches, bienvenido. Mini, ahí hay unos bollitos que se llaman pingüinos. Mini, pingüinos 5, son como de chocolate. Como un muffy de chocolate.
Yeah, we saw it last season as well. We kind
No
of
saben
were
lo que
trying
es
to
allá,
work out
desde
what
Estados
we
Unidos,
think
creo.
generally is the better position to be in. Is it to kind of have
Pingüinos, sí, es que no puedo
POI
mandarte
where you've
fotos.
got free
Yo te lo
reign
mando.
to loot up, mat up, and then go into the
Pingüinos,
final
pon
phase of the
pingüinos.
game ready to rock and roll?
Pon pingüinos,
Or
comida en
is it kind
Google.
of good to have that early kind of spa or kind of, you know, kind of contestation as we
Y Jimmy, si te quieres unir, bro, vamos a ver la final de NA.
I don't know, it came out of nowhere. But still, I appreciate
Y ahora
this.
sube un rato por
Contestation is a
nosotros si
thing.
quieres, bro.
Should be in the Oxford Dictionary. As an Englishman, I'm officially putting it out there. But I've got to say, I think with the contestation as well, Storm Surge, I think, is an important thing. And obviously, we know that this being such a stacked lobby
Y yo
as
acabo de
well,
subir, Jimmy,
you
que
do
bajé a
look at those
comprar una
early tanks to
Coca-Cola.
give yourself the best opportunity in
Que
the
me
late
bebí
game
la
as well,
última
to
y
have
antes de
to
que
kind of
cerraran, que
stretch
aquí
or
ya son las
reach
9:30.
out, to try and get that kind of those points up so you kind of remain above the Storm Surge. So it's kind of like a 50-50 really. I think a lot of the
Sí,
time
allá, que
players
sí.
will
Es que
like
de
to have
allá,
those
aquí no
early
hay.
engagements as well,
Por eso
because
te lo digo.
you're going to have a lot of them,
Que lo fabrican
particularly
también.
in a kind of Grand Royale like this as well. So
Reina, allí
we'll see what
existen los
happens,
pingüinos.
but any contest going on,
Pero no
really
animal,
interesting to watch unfold.
Sino la
like
como
that. One last
cupcakes,
try for you.
creo que es.
The crater near Pleasant Park. Okay, we got Scope
Cupcakes, pingüinos.
versus Dom. All right, so
Son de allá,
yet again,
Estados Unidos.
another name, Scoped in his trio. Scoped is just one of those guys
De
that's just
pingüinos
like a
el
walking
más
highlight reel. I
chido
feel
fue el
like
de
in a lot of
Halloween.
ways, Vivid.
Yeah, Scoped, you know, there have been so many highlights out of this guy in the time he has played, you know, thrown it all the way back to when he used to play with Tifu at the Grotto, right? Obviously, them performing really well. But, you know, POIs like this that have been added around the map this season have been really, really great. But the fights in there are so chaotic, right? You have like these little slipstreams that everybody can use.
Veremos la tienda, seguro.
Quickly change their positions. But another thing that is not ideal about, you know, landing here is that you have Pleasant Park literally right there, right? So, you know, people are chilling at Pleasant Park. They're like, in about like 5 minutes, I'm gonna have to be thinking about Storm Surge. So while these guys are over here fighting for all this loot and they're fighting each other, let me just come over here and grab a couple tags. So being contested here, you know, it's really, really tough. And then not to mention, you also have the Stronghold literally right next to it as well. And then even people can swim over from Coral Castle. So these guys are like in the middle of just like no man's land, basically.
Yeah, we saw last season that, you know, Coral Season Elite were, you know, contested in the last couple of games at Coral. Kind of, you know,
Dice no kill, no lo vi, en serio, no hay allá.
areas of map to switch things
Pues
up.
ese bollito también está bueno, son como cupcakes, como
So if you
muffins.
were aiming for that kind of area that they are,
se llaman pingüinos. Dice Mini que sí hay, Reina.
kind of overshoot and go all the way to like where Creo Shark and landing at Stronghold. But it's interesting
tú
as
ya
well,
las
the
buscas
likes
en
of
Google, ¿no,
the
Mini?
streams we talked about those as well are a big part of this
Está
game now,
tremendo.
particularly this kind of phase where we see the season.
Bueno, cuando termine el fuego
teams
vamos a meter. Vale,
use
Jimmy.
them to kind of rotate to get out of certain situations, but actually they're using to be a lot more aggressive and going hit against an opposition. So it'll be interesting to see how that particular contest kind of really pans out when you have the opportunity to get around your opponents very quickly, very fast, very efficiently as well.
Dude, that's where it gets really scary, right, Adam? It's like you take a slipstream and you drop. You're like, okay, we got a few chests. I think we have enough loot to maybe push this team. You slipstream in, and then suddenly you've made a mistake. Half your team is gone, and you got to just run away, right? Like that's the thing is the slipstreams are kind of providing this great escape tool, but they're also providing a really good engagement tool. But again, when you kind of put yourself in against another trio, based on whatever that loot has kind of been divvied out at the very beginning, you're going to walk away the winner, or you're going to walk away with your tail between your legs. So I'm very excited to see how that POI specifically plays a background role here in the competition across both 2 days. What we're going to do is go ahead and take a look at Iamzo. We got a little player profile on him. Got to speak with him. So let's check this out.
En México sí hay hubo uno de 3 pingüinos por el precio de 2. Claro, ¿ves? Pues este es de 2. Viene en el paquete de 2, Ángel. En México sé que hay, ¿eh? En México hay, 100%. Lo que no sé si en USA en Estados Unidos hay. Pero en México hay, vienen 2, así es. Busca pingüinos marinela. A ver si son los mismos, Ángel, espera. Pingüinos marinela, vamos a buscar a ver si son los mismos de aquí.
I think one thing we would have to improve on is like kind of like mostly
sí, esos son.
So I think that's
correcto.
what like mainly pack down.
Pingüinos marinela, esos son.
This is your first season playing together, correct?
Esos son.
Yes, it's my first season playing with Bond Paper.
What has been unique for you with this team that you maybe haven't had in teams in the past?
Definitely like excited and like happy to play with these guys because like I have a really good IGL and my fragger quad is just like really good. I have really good team down back turf and front turf and everything.
Es pequeño, no es mayor, es joven este chico, Mini.
It really comes down to the
chemistry.
What are some tips that you can give to
no
the community on how to build some chemistry with their teams?
Tip is probably if you're like a young team, just try to stick with your team as long as you can. Because like that's the way, the best way to like, long-term chemistry and like short-term chemistry, just like all-around chemistry. That's probably like the best way to get chemistry.
Which role in your trio do you fill with Qua and Paper? You mentioned obviously Qua, very talented fragger, but what is your role there with them?
My role in the trio is like kind of more of like a like 70% fragger and like 30% like
¿En NA juega Canadá?
Paper because Paper's our main
pues
IGL.
en
So yeah, I'd say that's my role.
Imagine it's the morning of Grand Royale. You know the players that you're going up against. And which team are you kind of looking to avoid?
I mean, there's no one really around us. Like, if I'd have to say like a team that would be like I'd be playing would probably be like they're just so consistent and they're just all in.
Good luck going into Grand
Dice,
Royale.
te doy una recomendación de cómo comerlos, congelarlos si solos y comerlo con leche. Con leche yo muchas veces los como, Ángel, pero congelarlo estaría bueno.
Coming for the first place. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for answering the questions. We look forward to watching you. And until then, take care.
Hola, ya envié la foto del código. Perfecto, Piero. Pues voy a mirarlo, bro. Porque tú llevabas 2-3 días aquí con nosotros.
Life with Panda, thank you so much, brother. Over on NA West, coming out and helping out on NA East. Great stuff, great stuff. Now, Fortnite fam, we're having a little issues with the battle bus, so as soon as I know more, I will tell you, and we'll get into it. So for now, we're going to spend some time talking with Vivid and Adam about what we can expect from today's competition. Guys, let's kind of start things off right here. We kind of saw something very similar already in EU, and that is because this is Chapter 2, Season 8 still, right? There's not been a brand new season of Fortnite. A lot of the strategies we're seeing are a lot of like the same, right? And the only kind of big difference is like now some of the trios are starting to kind of change around. Sometimes it's just one member, but they're still kind of continuing these strategies they've had in POIs, in rotations, in Storm Surge, things like that. So I'd love to kind of hear from you, Vivid. Maybe if you just want to throw out a POI and talk about why it's important, what we could see, and then of course we'll pick your brain in case you guys don't know at home. Fortnite fan Vivid was a professional player. Now he's turned my best friend analyst, so he's got the in-depth knowledge.
Well, listen, I think that the very important thing that you kind of mentioned there was the fact that we're actually still in the same season, right? So
no me sale nada,
what that says to me, right? If I was still being a pro player and I was still professionally playing, right? You basically
no me sale nada, Piero. ¿Me la has mandado al correo electrónico o a Instagram?
Went back and watched some of the footage from
Piero
the competition that we had.
¿Dónde la mandaste, bro? De todas maneras, te pongo. Puedes poner el Instagram, Mini, tú.
POIs and everything like that, right? There's this huge database of these players to go back and kind of reference this and be like, okay, like what can I learn? Why did this team place first? Why did this team place last? You know, kind of like maybe reference POIs, like maybe if we're seeing somebody here today that didn't necessarily play in the FNCS, but you know somebody was landing at the POI that in that FNCS, they could like learn from them and everything like that. So I think that this kind of Grand Royale is going to come down to a lot of preparation, right? And we also know that on the NA East region, there haven't been a lot of scrims. So what I'm thinking about it is that, like, pretty much the only way that a lot of these players could have practiced or learned from anything is actually going back and putting in the time and effort to learning from a competition that we had in pretty much the same meta. So I would hope that a lot of these players they are presented when you have these two competitions being played on the same season. So I guess we'll kind of see how it pans out on the leaderboard, and maybe we can like pinpoint a couple more players that have been, seem like they are preparing a lot more as opposed to how they played in FNCS.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to actually see how
acá en Estados Unidos en la fábrica de productos Marinela y por eso donde vivo nunca acaba los pingüinos. Pues acá en España yo es la primera vez que lo he visto.
Buga, Miro, and Muzz going all the way, which we all thought was kind of this super dream team, but surely it can't go as well as we think it could go. It really did. You know, they kind of came together, all being top tier elite players. They kind of found their way together, and they had the most insane finale to that.
Y vale, €1,
You know, we've just seen yesterday the High Power Boys. It was amazing. Loved it.
En cuando
also, the competitive playlist is about to switch up as well. Next season is
lo había escuchado y había visto amigos mexicanos
this is what kind of like lap of honor really for the trios format for a while. So you could see a lot of our teams here as well start to be a bit more fun, have a bit more, be a bit more creative in terms of like kind of entertaining us at home, hopefully as well. Kind of seeing them kind of engage when because they want to kind of prove themselves in the Grand Royale. Obviously, this is a celebration as well of a year of incredible Fortnite. Our teams now have kind of come together to ultimately put on a show for us. Obviously, that is a ridiculously massive prize pool as well. But I think this is a good opportunity to really, switch things up with your teammates, because we've seen that this is not a region that shies away from changing things up. Obviously there's some certain
¿Qué te refieres en el directo?
but playing together,
chicos, si veis mal el directo, la calidad, cualquier cosa, le dais a los 3 puntitos de arriba y le subís la calidad. Ponéis ajustar calidad de imagen avanzada.
Particularly tomorrow,
y ponéis el máximo y ya se ve mejor el directo.
Really going to change the way our teams play, because as soon as the first game or two, we always see the same thing. The first game or two plays out relatively slowly. Everyone's being a little bit more passive. Suddenly it ramps up all the way to like 300, and suddenly we see everyone kind of going for broke up game 3 onwards. When you've got double points up for grabs, the teams at the bottom of the table after today are 100% going to go absolutely
lo que hacen mañana en verdad te vale como
1-2 good games you pop off, you can go from being in like 30th place all the way up to the top 10 super simple. So that'll be really interesting to watch. Obviously every different competition, every competition is different in some capacity, but this one in particular, I'm excited to see what happens. This is going to be amazing.
Yeah, there's always like that meta that develops within the meta of the competition, right?
There's actually something I talked about with Levin
back in Europe was, tomorrow...
Acá en España a lo mejor no salen, allá sí.
You're looking at an
una versión de pingüinos, seguro. El bollo, pero a lo mejor diferente.
Just this one trio. Man, suddenly we're going to make it into top 10. That's a lot of points. You know what? Yeah, maybe let's take this fight. What do we got to lose, right? We're either going to be eliminated because we don't have Storm Surge tags, or we're going to win this fight. It's going to help propel us forward, right? But
eso porque a lo mejor tenéis un montón de aplicaciones abiertas.
Right now you're just watching
cerrar todo lo que tengáis, el WhatsApp,
take advantage of that double points, right? Placing higher, getting a handful of eliminations, and now that leaderboard is starting to pull away. So there's a lot of like push and pull that's going to be happening tomorrow. I'm really excited for it, and I can't wait to watch. Guys, we got to talk about. I want to talk about a POI. Okay, I'm going to throw a POI your way, Vivid. We kind of got to talk about the crater, and I want to get your opinions on Misty Meadows. Okay, all right, this is a POI. Tokata got wrong, and that's fine. But a lot of people do like this POI, right? And with the of the crater right there, we're seeing a lot more trios kind of like gravitate a lot toward it, right? You've got the mobility and the slipstreams, rather. You've got way more chest spawns, and I mean, honestly, even if we like think back to Risky Reels, and there was those white boxes, right? It's a super small POI. There's really not many places to go or hide. Misty, on the other hand, is massive, right? If you take a look at the center, you've got this bridge. You're either going to claim the right side of that bridge, or you're going to claim the left side of that bridge as well, right? So I'm curious to get your take on this POI.
You know, interesting enough, we do know that Buga will be landed here, right, with Miro and Dukes, right? And the interesting thing is that I'm pretty sure they actually are not even concerned about the left side of Misty. If you reference his Twitter account, I saw that he tweeted something along the lines of that they were actually going to try to just claim the right side of Misty along with the crater. So they've kind of turned it into like their own little POI, right? And we know how valuable these creators can be. There's just so much loot there, and it's really, really great. And the game, right? If these guys are actually allowed to grab half of like one of the biggest POIs in the game in Misty Meadows, right? And then also a creator. These guys
no, pero qué cabrón, loco.
And then also to mention, you know, Misty is often very, I wouldn't say easy to rotate out of, right? Because, you know, a lot of these positions, these players like Scented, who is used to rotating out of here, they spend hours, they spend weeks of scrims trying to figure out, like, okay, what timing, right? But when you think about Misty Meadows, right, you're on the south side of the map.
Mira, vamos. Vamos al lobby, cambiamos de lobby, ya está. Ponemos NEA. Pongo NEA, estamos en Europa.
Es verdad.
Claro, pongo NEA y ya está.
Ya, me dan por culo otra vez.
La que se quede ahí.
Bueno,
ya está.
Es en esto, loco. Ay, Dios. Pues sí, ¿te quieres unir?
Sí, se quiere unir, que se una, pero es que creo que le da mal fiesta magistral, ha dicho.
Vaya. Ya. El Gonzalo.
Hola, Gonzalo. Dice, un niño te mandó el mensaje antes que ya hizo todos los requisitos y quieras que en Naruto, pero no me ha mandado captura, creo, a Instagram, porque no ha hecho nadie los requisitos. Ángel. Mucha gente dice que lo ha hecho, pero a mí no me ha mandado ninguna prueba de que lo haya hecho. Y estoy esperando la de Piero. El chaval sí puede mandármela por Instagram y si no que me la mande por correo electrónico. Si no puede por Instagram. Pues igual Piero va a participar en el sorteo y lleva también 3 días aquí, el chaval. Y lo único que yo sé que le faltaba era mandar la foto. Ya cambiamos, no mini, ahora ya sí. Aquí no hay nadie molestón, yo creo.
A ver, vale.
Que no me gira.
Por cama elástica, por si acaso viene gente con el coche y lo tiro por el agua.
Vale. ¿Por qué pasan las pantallas? ¿No hay pantallas o qué? ¿What?
¿Y las pantallas, bro?
A mí no me salen.
¿Y tampoco?
What? Juan Pablo Bimini.
¿Ves la pantalla?
What? A mí solo me falta la foto por eso, Piero. Yo sé que vosotros habéis hecho todo lo demás.
Bro, what the fuck, bro.
Ahora voy a investigar cuál es tu nombre. Mi nombre es David. Yo me llamo David, bro. Vamos a ver, no sé por qué, vamos a montar otra vez. No sé por qué se ha quedado sin la pantalla sin cargar. A ti no te cargaba, ¿no? Tampoco, tío. Eso es rara. What? A ver si el juego estaba empezado y hemos entrado. ¿Ves? Aquí sí. ¿Ves? Ya está hablando en inglés. Ahora sí, aquí sí. En esta sí, antes había quedado bugueada. Vamos, Mini. Esto se había quedado bugueada. Hay solamente una persona viéndolo. Ya no puedo ver más fútbol y eso porque Jimmy. Hola.
things, right? If you land and you can't land on a weapon, you miscalculate and just miss that drop by even 1 second. And your opponent doesn't.
Con una moto, tío. Joder, bro.
Your team is at a disadvantage. So,
Joder,
maybe kind of talk us through this POI. What strengths, what weaknesses do you see here?
Joder.
Basically, I mean, no, Believer Beach to me is still sweaty sands in my heart, personally. But Believer Beach, I guess we can call it that now, whatever. It's just got so much loot, like you mentioned, and one of the great things is actually, you know,
hay unos con un carro mini, tío.
When you call something a beach, it also has water, and when there are water, you have fishing spots.
Faltan 91 likes, faltan pocos, Si te da caña, chicos, hasta que salga la tienda. Y quedan 3 horas.
They can think about, when we think about the, you know, POI that's been added to the south of it, though, you know, you had kind of mentioned that the slipstreams are there, right? That they can kind of use them as there's always like this little bit of a concern in one's mind, right? Because you are basically relying on
ya no lo podéis ver, ¿no? Y en internet tampoco,
Jimmy. POI for the strips, the slipstreams, for them to rotate.
Quieren estar directo y raro en directo raro verlo en realidad virtual.
They basically can't just go use those slipstreams, right? They can kind of block that trio from going over there and using them. So
si tuviera PC hacía Big Win Party de los jugadores que están jugando, pero como no tengo PC.
Like this to actually make a rotation. So hopefully Saf, Aegis, and Kanata are prepared for something like that, because if, you know, the trio that is landing at their slipstreams leaves earlier, then yeah, sure, go ahead, use those slipstreams all you want to make your rotations. But if they kind of decide to like wait around, maybe try to get some sneaky storm surge tag, then Saf and
Jimmy busca en el móvil, a lo mejor lo puedes ver, ¿no? Desde el móvil.
Yeah, let's just take a moment there as well to, you know, kind of celebrate the fact that Saf's back in the game, man. He's back. Yeah, we've been looking forward to this. You haven't even touched on this yet.
¿Quieres unir Gonza tú también, bro?
We've got Aegis, we know from D-Gen's trio, usually obviously skills as well, but yeah, we had that for the last season. Just, let's not go there.
The change-ups, man. The change-ups. Don't do this.
Zeke, I think they almost melted our brain.
Escuché, bro. Perfecto, Ángel. Vale, bro. ¿El qué?
But Saf, yeah, Aegis, and Kanata as well, you know. I don't know what about you guys, but I was watching those kind of high-power videos and stuff, the fun little challenges together as well. Saf just seems in a really good state. Happy, seems really motivated, he seems energetic, and sometimes having a bit of a break and coming back into a, you know, a competition like this, you feel re-energized. And I think that was really exciting to see, is because, you know, a lot of these players, you know, Vivid, you've said it before, you work so hard around the block, constantly playing Fortnite to get to be at the top of your game, and the fact that he's come back and he looks so cheerful. I don't use the word cheerful. He looks cheerful. You know, alongside Aegis and Kanata, as well, we saw last season as well. And Kanata, no one uses the word cheerful enough. He looks cheerful.
No puedo hablar, vale.
Kanata as well. Obviously, we saw last season. You know, this is a journeyman who continuously qualifies for all the major tournaments. Who has been in there, and the entire tracksuit at this point. You know, I think again, a trio. I'm looking forward to seeing compete. I think Kanata, you know, is absolutely clutched up that
en Europa había 2,5.
Last one in last season, and it was insane to watch him coming second so close. I think in the game just before it gets through and qualifies for finals. They have all the, you know, capability here as well.
Que si lo piensas, ha habido casi 3 millones de dólares en Europa. Ahora 1 millón en NA, más lo de West, más lo de Brasil. Mucho dinero, bro. Lo que se gasta Fortnite también en premios, Muchos de esos premios en nuestro también. Claro, de las skins y de todo. Pero piensa que son a lo mejor 5 o 6 millones de dólares, que se gastan hoy en premios.
I do like that. And of course, for someone like Saf, right?
Muchísimo dinero, bro.
It's like riding a bike, right? You kind of like, okay, I'll take a step back, and then I come back, and then you find yourself reacting to certain things. Oh, I know what's there. I know, I've opened this door, there's a chest right there. Boop, there it is. Beautiful stuff, right? So, you know, you guys are not wrong, right? I'm excited to see Saf competing. We'll have to see how things unfold. Now, Fortnite fam, I'm getting word. We actually missed the bus. I gave the bus driver a time. I was actually wrong. The bus has already left, so we're going to miss out on game number 1, but we're going to put together a highlight reel for you guys. And of course, the standings, everything else is playing out completely normally. We're just going to miss game 1, but don't worry, we'll get you guys up to speed. I'd like to actually throw another POI. Vivid, you were kind of talking, and it made me think of another POI that a lot of people do love to fight over, and that's dirty docks. The dirtiest of the docks. Okay, look, I'm not going to lie. I tried landing dirty for like a week, okay? I will say it is easily like one of my more fun POIs to go at. The problem is I'm not a competitive player, okay? So I will absolutely get built up on. People will Taj Mahal on my dome, and then I just lose the fight. Especially when you kind of like look at the lay of the lane here. you got this right side, right, with the containers.
Creo que está
only
Canadá,
really
¿no?
good for farming
Aquí en
metal,
NBA.
right? But because
Well,
if you don't
West,
have builds,
no
you
sé.
go in there, you're like, okay, well, I have to kind of hug these corners, and at that point, I'm just hoping to hit my shot with the right-hand peak, right? Or you just go on the top side here, if we orient ourselves to this map, then you've got all these little container areas, right? You've got chests, you've got very easily breakable things that have like a wood crate that you can immediately break. Boom, drops ammo, drops a chest. You've got instant resources available to
Gonzalo
you.
igual hacer todos los requisitos del sorteo, chicos, y participáis también,
And why do we see people fight over it all the
también podéis
time?
participar,
Listen, I'm going to give you guys the brutal honesty here, okay? I have no idea why
Let's get it.
fight over this POI, because I have landed there a few times, and it's got to be like one of my least favorite for sure. I have no idea how you're about to play that. Reverse day mirror, I respect them so much for like being consistent here and being able to win points, but I feel like every single time that I like land there, I feel like I'm just always at like a disadvantage. Like I have no idea where I'm going, what's going on, but I can tell you that usually like transferring like the fundamentals from landing other places and looking at their docs, I can tell you right now that it's probably you have to focus your attention to
lleva 5 minutos de delay. Ahora mismo estarían jugando mini. Bien. ¿Sabes lo que te digo? Ahora mismo están en partida.
Basically, they're like the high ground of the POI, right? And when you look
Están
at
entrando a la primera.
there's a couple buildings that
Y
kind of
ellos retransmiten cuando lleva 4 minutos.
Kind of like spread out on like first floors of buildings, or you know, as Nico was mentioning, those container areas, and these big metal warehouses have like direct line of sight over them from a higher point of view. So I feel like if you can get built up on those, it'll probably lay yourself up for like a really good start to a fight. But I mean, I'm telling you right now, even though I'm saying that, like I probably could never execute on it.
¿Cuántos son? 33
just over my head on that one.
It's, do you know what? It's Dirty Dogs for me. I have these nightmares about. I remember the LTE name of the Euro event where I was there with the football in the goal, and I was just trying to get through the battle pass, kind of whatever it was, kind of like a challenge, and it was just ridiculous how many teams were dropping into the same goal net. It was driving me bonkers. But you know, with Vivid, I think you're absolutely right. When you get those two metal kind of warehouses, I think there's like a lot of metal crates there as well. You can hide behind. You can kind of, you can spring up your enemies from as well. There's cranes for height. You know, there's a giant hill to move past to get back into the rest of the map as well when you're kind of coming to rotation. I don't know why. Obviously, the slipstream, the kind of the crash site there as well, does help in terms of getting you a bit more air, a bit more kind of distance when it comes to rotates as well. But yeah, I'm with it. It's a very strange one. Obviously, surrounded by water to a degree. You've got a lot of rotations coming in from Steamy as well. It's an interesting one. But you know, fair play to Dave for sticking it out season upon season, because clearly he loves the place. He loves it a lot.
I wonder if that makes them much better players because it's harder to compete there. Does this mean that they know something that we don't? Questions that someday I hope to ask them directly, you know. But look at this. We got our next match in 2.5 minutes. I know. Isn't that crazy? I know. This is what I love, right? Just getting to hang out with it. This is why when I made that video, it was the most sincere video. They were like, hey, Zeke, talk to me about like what your favorite part of NA East was. And I was like, it's these two. They're so smart. I love how fluidly conversations with them go. It's just easy. Really quickly, though, with the 2 minutes left, let's talk about predictions. So remember, these are the predictions we think the trios could walk away.
Se cancela todo, no me voy. Una hora, ojo,
tomorrow. So far,
pues ya que somos pocos, por lo menos somos Esteban,
only Sancho West in EU was 27. Again, he's banking up. He's cashing in on a day 2 team, right? So day 2 for them is probably going to go better. Let's come over here. It's okay, right? Okay, so now I've aligned myself.
Pone que hay 3 Big World, pero seguro que hay más.
Commandment scented and Commandment scented and stretched. So, you know, I love this conversation because all year long it's been Vivid versus Adam. Sometimes Vivid's right, sometimes Adam right. But you know what? I'm cashing in. I'm going with Vivid on this one.
Nice. I'm actually going to change my prediction. I'm going to change my prediction to
I think
that Zeke actually like stole the bus driver and he purposely like missed our bus stop so that way he missed our bus stop so that way he could get to talk to us for the
El jumper ese también es bueno,
that's my new prediction.
Yeah, I think I'm getting word here. I think in game number 1 as well. I don't think Saf Aegis and Canada did particularly well in game number 1, so that's a bit worrying for, you know, a bit of a slow start. But you know, there's still plenty of time to go, guys. The double points tomorrow, it's fine. Obviously, you know, I picked these guys because more than anything, I think Commandment we talked about these guys. They absolutely have everything it takes to go the distance. But to switch things up a little bit, I do like the idea of kind of like the trio coming in, just forming and just absolutely, you know, smashing it. I can't wait to see what happens. And of course, as well with like Jamper's trio. I mean, you know, we can't deny that Booga's got everything, you know, in their locker as well. And I think they had a really good game. Well, I'm sure we're going to see at some point. And I think they had a really good game number 1 there.
Tiene que estar ya en autobús, bro.
We're actually going to go hang out with our cast.
4 minutos acaban de pasar ya.
We've got Reese Hub here from EU. And Reese has been watching game number 1, so he's going to give us an update on what has happened, and then we're going into it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so very much for what was the most incredible top of show there, keeping us in the loop here. Reese, you have the biggest tournaments this World Cup, essentially, as far as the prizing goes and the stakes here that are on the line for the players. Game 1 has concluded, but you do have some very important updates for us. Get us caught up, brother.
I've got the important updates. We've obviously just managed to miss the first game, so I'm going to go through a list. Firstly, a lot of the top teams that we've seen haven't really performed that well so far, right? We did get to see some of the big guys like Sorteo, team who popped really good, currently in fourth in the leaderboard. Saf's team who went down very early.
Ángel acá no hay, pero solo Sorteo,
really struggling with Surge for them. But right now, so we've seen them get a 0-point game. We also saw Day's team not do so well in that earlier. Bully's team also at the same time. They were popping off, picking up a ton of points from that too. So a lot of the big names that we've expected not doing so well. One of the names that we did see do very well was Miro's team there, who is currently in 4th place on the leaderboard. Sorry, 5th place on the leaderboard, became 4th in the game with 5 elims. They seem to have absolutely no struggle with Storm Surge one bit, which is really good for them. Looking good coming from the south zone. This was a relatively centered end of the map, so not too bad for them overall. And you see Vert going down there. Another team who yet again did manage to pick up 2 points. Two of the teams I wanted to pick out on big time was D-Roller's team, Charlie and Spegu, who was uncontested finally season on season.
Pues ahí va la primera, Mini. Ahí va la primera, bro. Let's go.
Sorry, they managed to win the game. That was the one. There's another team who got 14 eliminations, and that was a Minish team. Sorry. The leaderboard's shaping up pretty nicely after game number 1.
What an incredible game number 1 that was, and definitely setting up our winning team. Charlie and Spegu here for a strong start to the competition today. And again, it is so very important to pretty much build a monstrous lead in day 1, because day 2, with the way the format's going to break out, that double point opportunity for any team to claw their way back can be devastating for a squad that did not break away strong here to kick things off. So now, Reese, coming into game 2, I mean, it looks like things are setting off pretty hot here for the Risky Reels.
Yeah, and Risky Reels, we thought originally that Muzz's team was going to contest here, but actually what happened with Muzz's team is they ended up moving over to Boney Burbs, where they were originally looking to land, and then ended up fighting off big time there, disengaging and not doing so well, unfortunately getting scuffed. I thought this game they would move back in and be a part of this fight, but Shadow's team clearly noticed that Muzz's team wasn't here in the previous one, and then ended up coming here, but clearly the other team saw the same thing and getting involved. This time, Joji getting involved in the action in Boney Burbs instead of disengaging.
Yeah, definitely on the other side. Looks like Mega Doves and Pump here are also going to pop off and find themselves a nice little team wipe. That's on to Joji's trio, who again has had quite a come up and a big story for them. Their team just banding together alongside on the other side. Looks like Miro, Dukes, and Booga had a very strong game number 1, netting themselves a big 32 points. Now, this is my pick here. I definitely expect them to do well, and it looks like they are already setting the stage up.
Yeah, they're doing super well. It was a centered zone. They had no real issue with Storm Surge whatsoever. When I checked in the first threshold, there was 90 players alive just at the moment I was in, and they were 200 above at that moment. So they were doing very well. No eliminations. They weren't getting into any fights. Last season, we really saw them taking a bunch of fights. Unlike Saf, Aegis, and Canada, who really struggled with Storm Surge, went down super early and gained 0 points in that first match. So uncontested Believers beat, sure, Sweaty Sands, as someone on the desk may want to prefer to call it to right now, have historically had a lot of issues with Storm Surge, right? Because you have a couple options from here. Do you want to push to the west? Do you want to try and fight the teams over there? Do you want to push north into Coral, which doesn't happen too often anymore unless it's really contested? Or do you want to get way deep into the zone on the east side? That's usually the ways to do it, but they've not really managed to in that first game. Have a little look back here at that early game fight. We saw Shadow's team picking up those big eliminations. Critical for them, trying to own the drop spot of Risky Reels, which we talked a ton about at the top of the show. And hey, for game number 2, they seem to have managed to do so very well.
Yeah, and just kind of touching back on the historical issues that teams have had out of Believer Beach, I feel like I referenced Bizzle, Clicks, and Booga's trio almost notoriously having one of the hardest just struggles for a star-studded team that should have did exceptionally well. Even when they broke away, of course, they were contested back then, but they had a very tough time. Just finding teams that rotate. So, drop spots play a key role in a critical role in your position in the tournament and how things are going to work out for you. This is also a really tough spot, but this is an area that's always contested, right? Pleasant Park, Stealthy Stronghold, Coral Castle, these these general
bro,
areas.
¿puedes enviar el link?
Typically,
Sí, pero un
teams
segundo, bro.
have been seeming to come here and fight for the drop.
Yeah, but let me tell you why this is even more of a mess right now, because you got Blake's team, which you're watching, going up against Dom's team, both contesting not in stealthy, not in pleasant, but just the crash site itself, which means that you have teams all around them. If I was Saf's team, who in game one struggled with the storm surge already, I'd be pushing this fight right now. That's why I'd be straight in. We know this is going down.
Yeah, you cross the water, cut north with all that loot and see what you can do here for Blake, Vert, and Scoped. We saw in the highlights of game number 1 get taken out after this fight has already occurred. So they've had success here in the early games, but hold up. We got a man down here. That's Scoped, who is down. Now, mind you, Scoped is a key component to this team right now. Blake not necessarily being the fragger of the trio, but he's going to have to clutch up here against a hungry Dom right now. Dom's in a 1v2 situation, still winnable. 142, huge shot there. This epic charged shotgun can do some massive damage.
Kermes, bienvenido a los 120 likes, 23.600 sub, bro.
I think the revive's going to go off and get the finish. Yep, and you can see all the other players. Every single one of their team popping medkits. They're all medkitting at the same time, the simultaneous. But Dom has nothing he can do. He's going to drain the launch pad to get out, but no, that'll be cold. Elite and Cease is going to start spraying from a distance, but they don't know Cease is in this bush, I don't think, at that point. He's right behind him. Dom has 0 materials. If any of these shots connect, it could be over, but
no!
He does not know that Cease is there, and he's got the shot through the airplane, picking up Dom, and that's going to be an easy elimination for Cease.
This looks like such a Cease play, right? Just kind of creeping up, taking his time. The boomer himself in the right spot at the right time.
You calling Cease a bush player?
Oh, yeah.
Sounds like.
Oh,
yeah.
He's
Estaba en un arbusto, ¿no,
for a
Mini?
long time. He doesn't need to mech out against these players. Being in the
Estaba en un arbusto, mira,
at the
Center.
right time is going to pay off for him.
Este es uno de los favoritos a llevarse la NNA,
notoriously are known for being in key positions.
Comando, Nestromando y Center.
For them, they were down in 21st.
Center, este tiene todas las papeletas a llevársela.
I was about to say, they ended up getting a great position and getting server focused. For now, they're
¿Pero
getting
dónde están sus compañeros? ¿Qué va solo este?
They were
¿Cae
not
solo?
in the best position because they were struggling on the second threshold. So you can see, like,
Cae solo, creo, el chaval, ¿no?
position. He's trying to get to where Polarized is, but because
Sí, cae
Polarized
alejado de
drops
sus
here,
compas,
they've already claimed those power positions. And Send is
Porque
pretty
están
far
vivos,
away
pero
from
no,
his team.
no
As
están
you
ni
can say, not that
van
far.
por
They're
atrás.
actually much closer than I thought they were initially right here. They're trying not to create too large of a split. For them, they're going to have to try and get more tags, get way further above, because we can't see them struggling with Surge 2.
Mira, Buga ahí con los cubos.
Seasons in a row, but 2 major
Esperando a su compa para coger el cubo. Coger un cubo cada uno, ¿no? Quiere hacer eso, creo. Está esperando al compa para que venga, se coma un cubo cada uno.
As we know, being on those mountains there can get very, very tricky depending on which way the zone's going to pull here. But Booga, Mero, and of course Dukes here have a big decision to make. They're going to pop their stones right now, and we already know the kind of plays you can make once you have this extra mobility, but it looks like they get gifted. Fast Carry and Pam was on the rotate right now. Beautiful return tags here, but they find some awesome tags as well in the process, and you can see there, Booga looking to take down that vehicle if possible.
Ha sacado Surge aquí, Buga,
One less reason for this team to escape.
That's going to be some easy tags. You know, Pamstu is contesting on the west side of Misty Meadows. I was wondering what the engagement would end up looking like. Were they going to end up fighting here every single match? Were they going to end up tagging each other? What were the routes going to look like? Because they're both trying to claim these high positions near Misty Meadows here down the crash site. It seems like Booga's team's managed to get there earlier. They are obviously on the east side of Misty Meadows drop, so they have the ability to get here faster. But Booga does not have many materials. I think that was 50 builds in his inventory so far. And obviously they're prioritizing getting Surge, but they're going to have to pick up those materials at some point.
Yeah, it looks like they spent a little too much time around the draw spot, but on the other side, Slacks, Jack, and Acorn, opposite situation. Managed to fully loot out the POI, pick up max material in the process as well, and it seems like they are very much positioned here to find their tags. Jack on the other side, taking a little bit more risk, looking to hold down the opposite angle as Okis, Nani, and Dusky are rolling up. But looks like there's a fight going down here for Jackson Smack, who have the Flu trio on defense here. Plague underneath alongside Bryce there, just spaced up and holding it down. Looks like this is a battle that might have been drawn out a bit here. Smack also does not have much, and they had a successful game one. Just look at the points.
They were doing really, really well. And actually what I'm interested in is Bryce's team. If you remember back to the FNCS finals from this season. Remember, Bryce's team was the one that was testing Coral Castle.
Vamos, Killer, ¿te imaginas? Esteban?
Was it Cease's team, right? They were causing all kinds of havoc, all kinds of mischief. So they decided to switch up their drop.
Me he acordado de ti antes, Javi, tío. Hay uno por acá molestando en fiesta magistral, tío. Digo, mira, como Javi, tío. ¿Qué tal todo, bro? Buenas noches, tío.
This is really rough engagement. This is super close to Boney. A lot of the teams rotate in here just to get tags set up on Boney Burbs, set up in the hills around here.
Aquí estamos viendo la final de NEA, bro.
A lot of players have eyes on this fight, and the longer they stay here, the longer more teams are going to rotate in past.
Take a look. The zone's going to land right on top of them. All the more reason to go ahead and finish up this fight before teams start rotating in. They'll have the time to do so. And it looks like they're going to single out one player. Jays is quick, but not quick enough with the shot there as he gets deleted on the trade. The bigger shot on the other side. Just showing you what they have learned year after year. And now Smack, the veteran himself, also under pressure here. That's Plague who's going to land a bunch of shots.
Listo, ya lo envié, perfecto, Piero.
Vamos a revisarlo.
Allá en tu país es de noche, Killer, sí, no es. A las 6 de la tarde o así. 6 y media de la tarde ya de noche. En España. Estoy justo dándole por aquí a comer allí, que aproveche, Javi, qué suerte, cabrón. Mándate unas hamburguesas, Javi. Mini, ¿quieres una hamburguesa? Mini. Que nos invita Javi una hamburguesa, dice. O Gonzalo, Jimmy, ¿queréis alguna? Muchas gracias. Ah, yo sí. Gonzalo quiere, muchas gracias, Javi. Solo Gonzalo. Los chavales no quieren, tío. Muchas gracias por la invitación.
Gracias, Javi.
Mini y Javi, que nos va a invitar a unas hamburguesas del Burger King. ¿Cuál te gusta a ti?
So they are absolutely set up now, at least for some
no, qué asco, con pepinillo, no, Javi.
Because look at how many players are
todo fuera.
There is a big threshold that's going to have to get
cut down.
Todo fuera, solo la carne, el queso, bacon y ya está. Y fuera, y vale verga lo demás. Vale vencha.
Very similar to what we saw in EU that first game. You know, this is a massive tournament.
Pues un Burger King ahora, cabronazo, que le has dicho. No, pero es envidia sana, cabrón, que aproveche, bro. Yo me he apretado una hamburguesa ahora, me comí una hamburguesa. Un CBO o algo, ya ves, qué suerte. Estaban casi unos amigos que aproveche, coño.
I was wondering if they would struggle with this mid-game stuff because I've just seen them repeatedly, season after season, being contested off spawn in their cami split drop spot.
¿Te llegó la foto? Voy a ello. Voy a mirarlo, Piero. Buen momento, bro.
263 below is the subject right now. It's actually 179. That is not good for them at all. In particular with the controller players on this, they're gonna.
Pero como ha dicho Javi que nos iba a invitar a unas hamburguesas, me he puesto nervioso.
¡Hola! ¡Hola! They managed to get big shots, but they're still 6-2 below. They don't have to panic, just need to hit some shots.
Yeah, definitely, and that's exactly what he's doing. A bunch of windows
Mira aquí hay, bro, con el Dragunov ese.
But they are still dangerously below here. 100 damage has to be
Piero
picked up.
Chore 0-1. Al igual pues ahí te apunta al sorteo, bro, y mucha suerte. Ahí me llegó. Ahora sí me llegó, Piero. Y Javi, a lo mejor, si te quieres unir o cualquier cosa, pero yo jugar hoy poco porque el control ya no puedo ni apenas jugar, bro. He jugado 2 partidas y le he pegado un par de cacharrazos contra la mesa. Yo creo que no voy a poder jugar, pero bueno, aquí estaré, tío, viendo la final, seguro.
Like, I've just been really impressed with these. I've actually been talking about these guys, I think, from since season 6, I want to say, as a full trio. Potentially it was season 7, where I was really impressed after they won one of the cash cups. I remember voting their games just to see what
de todas maneras, en Europa se ha stackeado un poco más. En Europa no se peleaban tanto. Quedan 88 en primera, en Europa quedaba 95, 94. Aquí en NEA se pelean, o saco,
50-50 drop, so I'm really excited.
Sí, Javi, ya sí que no me va el mando nada, bro. Nada, he iniciado directo, más que nada para sorteo, para sortearlo y porque yo jugar no puedo jugar. Mario Andrés, bienvenido. Para participar, suscrito, like, código, la tienda. En el mensaje azul arriba los pone los requisitos, Mario. Bienvenido, bro. Lo que no sabes es que Smoket le ha tocado en completar conmigo en Arena Late Game.
They pop off, and they're a top 10 type trio. Same like Voyo, Accept, and Snake. This is a big reason why I've always rooted for those type of trios that they take every opportunity, they take it serious.
Chicos, los que estáis los 8 que estáis por el chat, el que tenemos en pantalla G2 Smoker. El otro día yo jugué Arena Late Game y me tocó con él en completar. Es una máquina. Yo me morí, mi compañero también. Y él nos hizo carrito y ganó la partida y todo.
I'm just totally going back. I think we're all in agreement. The smack's out here, unfortunately, rough for them. I just want to, the way you worded that was interesting to me. You're very careful.
Creo que guarde la repetición y todo.
Not quite got the respect to be tier 1 players yet.
Él estaba en stream, estaba en directo, tenía como 1000 viewers o así.
But that's the crazy part.
Porque yo luego me metí
en
uno en su directo y me vi.
Putting themselves in finals situations, right? Like, at what point do you decide these guys are top dogs, right?
Yep, I'm with it. I'm with it. I love watching them. I'm really happy for them to pick up the victory in game number 1. They've managed to get above the surge threshold so far.
Lo raro es que estuviera jugando, le mola mucho jugar solo completar. Arena Late Game en completar.
Now with no shields left in his inventory. I don't know what Spegu or D-Roller had. We saw Spegu with a ton of the, I was about to say with splashes, 1 mini, not looking so good. He's used all the splashes to heal up the team so far. D-Roller with 2 big pots. So essentially they're working with 125 HP worth of shields, and none of them are capped off right now. So it's going to be a little bit rough, in particular, as they're going to make a bit of a south rotate to go, which should probably be tagged up on rotate. For me, like, if I'm D-Roller's team, I'm seeing that harpoon that's in Charlie's inventory, I'm thinking we're probably going to have to start going for some sort of elimination, refresh, harpoon it up, and figure out something here, because this is not set up to do well throughout the rest of the game.
There's a really big fight here for Ackerman, TK, and Slem, who are at 32 points. Production called a beautiful catch there, because that is going to be a major point swing here to net them back into the round. Mind you, those are fights for
mirar su loot. Corredera, azul, 3 Bispot y Dragunov. No lleva ni rifles, solo Dragunov.
Set themselves up tag-wise or position-wise. They have to fully commit into a box.
¿Cómo le gusta ese rifle a Buga, tío?
Dukes and Mero were also under the pressure of the surge, just taking a look at their HP count here. So they managed to out-heal it, and it's cost them a fair amount of inventory space. Look at this. They're blanking out on basically loadout here.
Se puso las estadas en mi casa, como no lo puedo ver, Javi.
Ended up with no AR. He's got pump only, he's got the automatic sniper.
So aquí te mando una foto de
nothing else. I remember looking at them before, they were struggling in terms of their materials, right? They had to go back and get something. Clearly, Buga's managed to pick up 3 eliminations.
Mira el loot de Buga, tampoco lleva muy gran cosa, material full, pero 3 Bispot y Dragunov.
Sniper and a pump, like no follow-up if he misses the pump shot. He's got to be really careful, in particular with box diving. Now we know Buga's not necessarily a player just to jump straight in the box, but
Sape 90 rica ahí.
For Miro alongside Jukes, like that's not their. What's I gonna say? That's exactly what they're about to do, right? That's a lot of their play styles, getting really close to boxes. So with Buga not having some kind of follow-up weapon, I'm a little bit very, very cautious about what they've got.
It takes me back to the Zexer running heavy AR pump shotgun days, where everyone thought it was kind of crazy, but then they realized, dude, this high damage output, like he's hitting he's hitting these headshots, and back then I think a headshot was like 92 damage or something ridiculous.
Oh,
so, like,
madness,
yeah, you would get shut down. So I don't know, maybe Buga's found something out. Maybe he's kind of got that vibe going on.
I mean, let's be real,
pero no hacía falta comprar nada ni nada,
Gonzalo. Have plenty of materials from those as well. Like, they're in a great spot. They have a hard rotate to make. They're going to go fully to this northwest side of the map, so it's going to be rough for them. They've done well in the first game. But this team right now, Cobalt, Spark, and Diminished, they're dropping in Weeping Woods. Fun fact, I almost got it mixed up in the recap. These guys dropped 14 eliminations in game number 1. 14.
Os fijáis, no hay muchas spas, Casi todos corredera azul o verde, diría yo. No hay muchos spas en la partida,
Now in this position with basically no eliminations, I'm guessing they want to fight off spawn because they are contested.
La escopeta que más he visto yo diría que puede ser la pan verde,
Man, they clearly have some fragging power that I'm not sure about.
Now, could you imagine what that point or those points would have looked like in tomorrow's setting? A 14 elimination game.
They've already won.
That is what makes this format so scary, and I think the players understand that as well. So, yes, today matters, but tomorrow, man, get some good sleep or something, because it's going to matter even more.
Yeah. Little quick stat in the bottom left. Miro leads all players with 115 eliminations in NA East Finals this year. 28 more than second place Day, which is his teammate, which is absolutely insane. Well, his ex-teammate, I should say. Like, that is an incredible performance. The last time we ran the stat, he was very interested in putting it in his YouTube video.
¿Cómo sigue la mano? Súper bien. Gracias por preguntar, bro.
Hey, this already popped up.
Ya apenas después de lo de la operación no me duele ni nada, así que súper bien, tío.
I see why you wanted to read that now.
Gracias por preguntar, bro. Y los que estéis por el directo, mil gracias por dejar like, chicos.
At resub.
Y chao, Javi. Acuérdate de la hamburguesa, Javi.
That's why I commented for all your followers to check me out. But here
I saw. I should have
retweeted
it.
it.
Sorry, buddy.
Having good fun with it, man. Let's get back into the action here. 7 damage above for D-Roller. Charlie and Spagu, a missed edit there is almost going to punish him. There's one shot on in. It creeps in. Now the pressure from the lobby, and this is where that lobby degrading is really taking its effect here. You can see the shot starter chug away. Got to be careful and stay nimble on the move here. Looks like they're doing a great job of just that. But they're barely holding on right now.
Yeah, that long rotate they had to make, like I said, with minimal shields has really been rough. Spegu now picked up. D-Roller trying to pick up the materials, and he's capped up on materials, almost not fully capped. But the team started to run in the box. It's Knight who's going to pick up D-Roller. Now, leaving Charlie as a solo. He's going to pick up Knight in return, though, and I think that might be the finish. He's trying to make sure he can get anything out of this that he can. 6 builds left to his name. The shot starts to come through. He's pulled D-Roller out of there, and yeah, the finish comes through into Knight. But no, he's thrown his teammate off the cliff, and he's out of there. That's going to be him picked up, but Charlie
Madre mía, Javi. Si tiene que llegar la hamburguesa a Madrid,
that's going to be our first
llega más fría,
previous game's winner picked up in game number 2.
And that was just that super cheeky angle from Shark there. He opened up the cone, looked up, and just found him. Super unfortunate. And, oh, man, to throw his teammate off the side. I know he's riffing about that one.
I'm looking for a new teammate if I'm that guy. I'm like, come on.
Look at this spot. Coleboat and crew had the, I'd say, the most dominant position leading into this, and now they've decided to go with the late rotate. Mind you, they have waited till every other team hit their pads first,
solamente con
and they get
suscribirte,
away
dejar
with
like
it. Now,
y poner mi código
typically,
la
you get
tienda,
punished for this kind of action, waiting that late to hit a launch pad, but
Killer,
they
¿cuánto vais
managed
a
to
estar
get
en
up at the
fiesta?
very tippity
Pues
top here on
Luffy,
top of some super strong
seguramente
builds,
hasta que
and there
termine
comes
el
the
stream o un
punishment that we
poco, a lo mejor
expected.
luego juego alguna partida. Porque me va muy mal.
Beamed out the sky, but no, there's beams as they
Averigüe
land.
algo.
Their
Vamos a
builds
ver.
are fresh when everyone else's has
Que
a
no puedo
really
jugar, tío.
strong structure to build on. And now we're going to have to see what's he going to do from here on. He's got box down below that Spark is in. He's managed to pull a Minish back in there. Hopefully get the revive off while he sits and holds. Remember, these guys had the fragging power
Si es
to
que
pick
mira
up
cómo
14
tengo lo de los
eliminations in the
controles,
previous
tío, lo
game.
tengo al tope.
Honestly, quite a surprise to me. In all honesty, I was not
36-70 cuando tiene que estar al 12.
Guess who was going to get a huge game in game number 1? It was not going to be these guys. They're definitely going
Pero
under
¿qué has
my radar,
averiguado?
but they have my full attention now, in particular with the fact that they've made a rough rotate. They have this first
qué pena
move
que no
to
te
go
deje entrar,
through,
¿no? Que
and
te
they
quede
have
bugueado.
minimal of mats to do it with.
Take a look at
Si quieres intentarlo hasta que te deje, Lucy, que a mí no me molesta,
Looks like he's at least swinging 2 more elimination in his direction.
Si quieres intentar todo el rato que estés saliendo y entrando.
That are performing very well so far. Agers Kanata still in the game. Saf somehow in the mix in that pocket right there as well. Looking like he's trying to figure things out. Slem, TK, and Ackerman on their movement right now. Good on them to go ahead and make sure they have control of the field. They're very ahead of the surge right now. This is a great spot as 15 players have to go down.
Yeah, hit the surge, hit the zone. They've got a launch pad. They can now let anyone get ahead, go for the triple spray, go for the free eliminations, hopefully. But the angle's not quite there. But oh no, they're going to pick up users actually down in the feed right there up ahead of them. Got another player in the box. They're going to try to see if they can get the refresh from this. The zone start move, but no, Slam's being beamed up in the back. That's going to drain tons of his materials at this time. Is he going to be able to get the finish? Is he going to be able to get the rest? He's going to be able to siphon from that while they still have the launch pads. They've got to start moving. They've tunnel vision this, and really this may mess up their rotation.
Now, kind of getting it all together there. They start to recalibrate there and aiming in the other direction on high ground. It's Frisk trio who's trying to set themselves up for the win, but this is going straight off the face of the earth right now. Boogie's going to lose Miro in the process and not sure how. Oh yes, that was to a backside knock there from Elite, who is just on the layer above here, so have to be extra careful now. Can they get the save off? Yes, they will be able to get this
está reviviendo, bro, uno ahí, el otro.
You want to be a full trio in these type of end games here, and mind you, Muriel's loot material is super important as well, as they're going to need it, because they're cutting straight across this face into the mountain that's in front of them. Here goes the look for high ground. Duke's on the other side, on the back side of the top, looking up, he's got the intention.
Buah, y hay FNFS de dúos, tío. Espero tener un nuevo mando y espero jugarla ahora. Esta temporada de dúos, esa sí que la juego ahora.
Hitting the med kits, they're getting full stuff together here. 6 eliminations each now. They got to figure out what they're going to do. We saw Awesome's team up on height, second in this season's FNCS. Yes, Awesome, Chris, and Visuals with a full height hold so far. This is looking good for them in the mid-map team, but down below on the low ground, Cobalt, Spark, and a Minish picked up 2 more eliminations. They've managed to frag out a little bit, but they still have 0 builds. They're playing the angles. They're seeing what they can do.
Ackerman's going to find one as well. We're looking at Colbo, our point leaders, back in the mix here. 4 elims out of nowhere. Mind you, they had 0 after that first surge, and this is that playing smart that we love to see. Colbo with a better angle there, and now cuts his opponents off. These are all white tags onto 2 players. This is huge. He waits for his opportunity. He grabs it. He wants to siphon and the map because he needed it, and that's a great refresher, but it's not enough loot there, not off the PK. It was worth it, though, as he gets traded out just inside the top 8 now.
Esto no los conozco yo.
Can he clutch up?
Yeah, he's played the med kit. He's gaining crucial points, but will he build again to the zone? 3 ticks left, hits the 17. It's a minimum. He gets picked up at the back of the zone. It's Buga who picks him up to 7 eliminations for him. The Tarver out here seeing why he should be a fragger. He's got barely any materials left. Juke's still in this with him. Juke's also picks up an elimination in the back of the zone. It's Stretch who's down there, now left as a duo. Who's in this? Lost at the top of the zone. Frisk and Visual still left in this. Commandment I saw as a solo in the back of the zone too. Everyone dwindling away with their materials. The shots, they're not connecting down onto Commandment in the backside. Buga's going for the spray. He's picking him up here. 8 eliminations now total. Oh my god. 8
kill Buga.
Yet again, Buga's popping up at this moment. And yet again, they've claimed the best position in the zone.
He might have just did enough to put his team in a winning position now.
La gana, tiene high, la gana.
Low ground's gonna jump all the way down, but no, the gun exchange there. The low ground team was just a little bit better.
No, han perdido la partida, bro.
He gets shut down, and D-Mer,
chaval, la han perdido, bro.
walk away with a big victory royale there in game number 2.
I thought it was all going to go down to the Buga pop-off, and he claimed his team some valuable points there. But AV's team down on the low ground, showing why they're one of the best teams in the region. I've been impressed with these guys this season in particular throughout the qualifiers. They look super strong. In the finals, not necessarily performing up to the standard that I was hoping for. But hey, that low ground looked free, given Commandment was way up in the sky. And hey, they managed to pick up a victory royale with a big 9 eliminations.
Not to mention Commandment clawing back. Remember that first game was not a great one for them. He makes an pretty much an ultimate stretch of an end game as a solo in those final moments. So picking up all those crucial points when it mattered is going to be the difference maker to keep him in the game here for day 1.
Absolutely will be. But look, let's throw it back to the desk to see what they've got to say about us.
I can't. Did Reese say us or this? Because
if no, con el carro atropellando.
Yeah, Reese is my favorite people in the world. I mean, what else can I say about that? Probably second, of course, to these two. I'm sorry, MDF Reese. You know, you just look at the hair up there. There's no way. Anyway, putting us back on track. My goodness. So let's talk about this. Buga, Duke, and Miro. They do not get the victory royale, Vivid, but they still get a 12 elimination second place. Now, AV and Deemer, they're going to get that victory royale with 9. But this means they're still now 1 point below in this exchange overall.
Oh, yeah. Buga, absolutely phenomenal there at the end alongside Dukes. Did a great job there as a duo to clutch up and even take the high ground in one of the final moving zones, which is always really hard to do because usually when you're that late into the game, you know, that team above you is pretty solidified. They're pretty up there, you know, they're up there okay, they're doing fine, but I guess if Visuals and first they probably ran out of mats, had to drop down to make a play, and Buga and them just took advantage of it.
He did. I mean, you know, here we are talking about Buga and celebrating what an amazing player he is. But you know, look at his team as well. You know, Duke, and we also saw, you know, Miro as well. That stat that popped up on the screen being like,
me dieron con el coche a mí igual, Jimmy. Están todo el rato molestando lo que dice Gonzalo, bro.
Scoring,
están atropellando, están tirando como elásticas.
Second position behind him. I mean, this is a trio here who can continuously deliver, and it's great to see that they've got a massive start to the Grand Royale. Can you imagine back-to-back FNCS and Grand Royale championships? I'm getting ahead of myself here, guys. It's game 2, but still.
Dice, bro, creo que hoy llegamos a los 1200, a los 1200 que quiero.
Dope. Let's talk about some of the trios and how they performed here in game number 2. So in game 1, we saw D-Roller, Spegu, and Straw Hat Charlie pick up the victory royale with 8 eliminations. Vivid, how'd they fare this time around?
Yeah, I mean, basically, we've looked a lot at these guys like a bunch of the times throughout the past competitions. I swear they always have this huge pop-off potential, but one of the things that we talked about them before in previous FNCSs was that when they were contested, they would do such a good job of dominating the team that was contested in the last ball, right? And then they would just run into the late game with that, right? But when you are contested, you get that free and easy storm surge off spawn. So I don't think that they are contested today, and in this game number 2, they did not fare well up against the storm surge numbers, and they went down basically because of it, because they were forced to make some sporadic plays to try to gather up some last-second storm surge. So maybe a couple adjustments needed by them since they are actually used to being contested off spawn.
Yeah, I think this a team as well that have been one of our teams that have been together since I think July this year. So, you know, one of the few teams like Acorn, Jack, and Slacks we talked about earlier on as well, who have been together, have developed their craft as a trio as well. So it's no surprise that they had a great, you know, kind of first game. Shame it didn't work out from game number 2, but there's still time. And I want to be a big shout out as well to Cobalt's trio as well, our Minish trio. They actually are contested at Weeping, and they've managed in that first game as well, I think, to come 5th position with eliminations, you know, in a contested situation as well. So game on.
Pues vamos para el lobby todos, chicos. Vamos todos para el lobby, tío, que están pintando grafitis en la pantalla, bro, y se van a quedar todas las partidas. No se ve ni el nombre del jugador, bro. Vamos para el lobby. Yo te apoyo, muchas gracias, Mordeder, bro. Vamos para el lobby. Y volvemos a entrar otra vez. Y ya está. Es que si no, macho, joder. Cambiamos la región, tío. Más que tontos, tío.
Joder. ¿Veis nivel 100 live?
Ojo, nivel 100, Mini ya, 102. Mira a Gonza. Mira a Gonzalo, nivel 9.
Gonza.
No hay mucho, no juego casi nada.
No jugaste casi nada esta, pero bueno, ahora en diciembre, la próxima a lo mejor sí, ¿no? En Navidad.
Sí, capaz. Veo.
Te lo he intentado quitar, pero no se podía graffiti quitar.
Yo creo que me va a viciarle en arena.
La próxima. Es para jugar, la verdad, es en dúo, Mini. Más posibilidad, clasificar a más gente. Vamos para allá. No gira, tío. A la derecha. No gira. Tengo que mirar. Intento girar, pero el muñeco la mira no gira, tío. Pues que si quiero hacer eso mientras que viene un enemigo, estoy muerto ya. No, ya están con las motos, tío. Hola, si aquí no hay pantalla, bro. Vamos para el lobby, otra vez. Otra vez nos ha pasado lo mismo, tío. Todos para el lobby, chicos. Hola, vale, bienvenido. Todavía no hemos sorteado, bro. Cuando lleguemos a 120 likes y 23.600 subs. Faltan los likes y los suscriptores, chicos. No haya pantalla, what? Voy a cambiar la región otra vez. A ver, cuesta este. ¿Mini estás? Bueno, ahora Mini no está, tío. Ahora Mini no está. ¿Mini estás? Tengo que sacar. Estamos listos y ahora que se une. Lo invitamos, a ver. Ha producido un error. El bot. Ah, porque está buscando. Si cancelo, sí me deja. Vale, ya poner listo, ahora sí. Entramos todos ya. Se quitó el listo, Jimmy, ahora. Vamos para allá. No sé por qué, se quedó como bugueada la pantalla. ¿Ves? ¿Por qué no entra? What the fuck? ¿Cómo tarda? Hola, Piero. Porque pone que hay un viewer. Mentira. No puede haber un viewer. O dos viewers. Si estoy yo con el móvil y habrá alguien más. Está Piero escribiendo en el chat. Y alguien más tiene que haber. No sé por qué se buguean los viewers. ¿Y esto ahora no va? What? Ahora. De todas maneras está viendo muy poco apoyo y yo tampoco puedo jugar mucho Fortnite, la verdad. Nada más que puedo espectar y poco más, así que seguramente veamos NA y si veo que no hay mucho apoyo, terminar el stream. Porque es que la pena es que yo no puedo jugar, tío. A ver dónde estamos. Vale, no falla. Si pudiera jugar por lo menos me entretendría, yo no sé. Jugaríamos algunas partidas, ¿no? Pero es que no puedo ni jugar. No, ya van para allá con la moto, tío. Joder. Qué pesado. Hola, aquí soy Nai, pero bueno, Nai, ¿cuánto tiempo, Nayara? Ojo. Ojito. Pero bueno, ¿qué tal todo? ¿Otra vez la pantalla así, tío? Vamos para lo y entramos otra vez. Joder, macho. Bueno, listo. El mini está en el lobby, espera. A ver. Y todo bien, Nayara, súper bien. Lo único que el control está muy dañado, pero todo lo demás bien. Me alegra verte por aquí, ¿eh? Yo creo que le vamos a dar ya. Que Mini no se une. Ahora cuando se une que me invita o algo. Y ya le invito. Bien, bien. Se te echaba de menos, ¿eh? Nayara, le había preguntado a Aarón y a Gonza por ti. Tampoco sabían mucho de ti ellos. Y gracias, chicos. Vamos a por los 40 likes. Falta muy poco para los 40. Que deberíamos de llevar ya mucho. Si es que llevamos 4 horas en stream, bro. Pero claro, que también es normal, sí. Yo quiero ver un stream, no quiero ver un directo de una persona que esté jugando. Si no juega encima o le va mal el mando, es normal que no. Vale, ¿en esta hay o no, tío? Bueno, en esta no va a haber pantalla tampoco, yo creo, ¿no? Bueno. O sí. Sí, en esta sí, menos mal. En esta sí hay. Que no sé por qué hay en algunas sí y en otras no, no tengo ni idea. Eso sí que no lo entiendo, ¿eh? Nos hemos perdido la partida, tío, joder. Porque la gente estaba molestando.
very important. And once trios start to base up there, I mean, you have a world of problem if the zone proves north. So getting across might be a little risky here, or cost you a little bit more right now. But I think in the long run, you're going to save yourself a lot of heals and possibly a headache, honestly.
Yep. We're moving in with AB, Dima, and Eden. Previous game's winners landing at the Dinky Dish up to the north, where their current crosshair placement is, or as the NA East region likes to call it, Jerian's Dish. This is his drop spot. They managed to get themselves some good loot coming out of there, some good positioning too. See if they can hold anyone in. Their first game was not so successful. They've done a 19th, which is right at the start of first moving. Kind of struggled with their mid game a ton. Now, obviously, after picking up the victory round the previous game, this team's built off like good, consistent games, getting seconds, thirds. Just a really typical low ground play style. So for them, having one bad game isn't the end of the world. Let's be real. We have many, many left. But I just want to see how that goes throughout the course of today. I want to see what form they're on.
Yeah, honestly, I was just gonna say, like, I'm surprised Auspis and Visuals didn't walk away with the victory royale. They did get third place. They managed to pull that with 7 eliminations because they had the high ground. Like zone 7, they rocked it out. So for them to pretty much lose the battle for height up against the team that bounces way back in Deemer and company is very impressive for them to fight for that one.
Yeah, I think from Ausp's team in the previous game, it seemed like there was a stretch play in there, right? What, you know, a classic stretch high ground retake going on at some time, which we wouldn't normally see from Scented and Commandment. But obviously, we're taking strats from Zate's teams and previously, you know, a lot of strategies that a lot of players don't know, and that Zate or that Stretch has, you know, under his sleeve for if a low ground team needs to take height, and that's what it seemed like. Obviously, he did manage to. Couldn't, you know, mess up height, we'll say a little bit, because Ops team did have it fully up. So I'm thinking for the next couple of games, we're going to see some great ones from them, because Ops team did manage to win 2 games of the previous FNCS. So this season, so like, they are definitely a height team that could win big games.
Lem, TK, and Ackerman almost open up a big key firing onto D-Roller there, but he does manage to just be in the right position there to not get punished. Slam, TK, and Ackerman very desperate and hungry right now for the tags here. Do notice that 0 elimination here. Already halfway through the material count, fully committed to the position they put themselves in here.
93 still up. 93 still up. This is, I say this almost every game.
Seguramente veremos NA.
I'm going to say it again. Game 1,
seguramente si no hay mucho apoyo cerraré stream, bro. Es que yo no puedo jugar, tío.
Game 2, players change things up a little bit, get a little bit more aggressive. Players, Game 3, they adjust back. It didn't work in game number 2, and it becomes equally as stacked as game number 1. Then 4, 5, 6, right? So for right now, we're living on the NA East trend of every single game 3 being incredibly stacked. And there's going to be a lot of players that go down here. 23 need to go down to the threshold.
And it makes sense because when you look at the top 10, you know, there's a rare few amount of teams that actually have 2 decent and or good games. You know, by anyone's book, there's squads like Deemer that had 19 for top 20 basically, all so early, and then come back with a victory royale. And same thing, top 5s and then like 21st place, right? For like someone like Commandment, for example, on their trio. So yeah, the strategy shifting has to happen here if you want to stay in the running. And no team's been mega consistent outside of Buga, and of course Kobo's trio.
Yeah, for first trio, they've done around 350 damage, but only 52 above the threshold. It's not going to be enough by any means to keep them going. They're going to have to keep tagging, and a lot of players are thinking the exact same thing right now. A lot of players are sitting here going, we need to deal damage. Teams are going to get desperate. You're going to see a lot of box dives. That player count from 93 will drastically start dropping down till it gets to 70. It happens every single time. And right now for Cobalt's team, they're below 2 games in a row.
Rough 2 games for them so far, but
esta partida la buena, 92 mini, mira.
Shots are coming in. They continue to slip
Han entrado 98 en partida y quedan 92. Solo se han muerto 2 tríos, 6 jugadores.
Skittles was only firing as a solo. They recognize that little weakness here. And look at this.
Y está cerrando la segunda,
see them push out.
Solo han muerto 6 personas, bro.
If they don't pick up this information here soon.
Imagínate, chaval.
But no, instead, they're not going to take the fight. Skittles leaves the box as well because he sensed threat the way I thought the threat was going to be coming in towards them, but looks like it didn't even happen that way.
Really good rotational plan from Spark and Aminish. They kept ahead while Cobalt kept a little bit behind because he knew that that team was split, right? We saw that Spark and Aminish started to push their way on all the way up, and then he was going to take advantage of the rest of the team pushed, which they did, but unfortunately Cobalt's going to get the big beam back, and Bush ain't going to save you from much. I like the strategy. Obviously, unfortunately, for users and Justice didn't peek. Cobalt was looking, and now they're peeking when they do not want him to, him taken all the way down, and that means that the threshold's starting to raise up because other players are starting to get the tags now. They're gonna have to rotate through the zone. They might be rotating into something lucky because Savage has lost a player down below. Now they managed to get the pickup onto Jaith actually. Will the shots be able to connect here from Cobalt? There it is. The big one comes down onto Savage there, picking him up. The charge being held, the player down below. That's his wall, that's his edit. He's gonna try to go. Oh my gosh, the pre-fire. Another knock that comes through. The big spray comes out. He's down to 16 HP. The zone's starting to tick him away though. He's got a time limit. That's not his finish. His finish is right there. He needs it. That's it. He's got the siphon to keep him in. But so many players around him there. The time's still ticking. The zone's still moving. He's got to get to a good spot.
Look at this. They are barely above the surge, even with all that activity showing how much they needed to actually put down as far as the damage went. And there are still 15 other players that have to fall here. Luckily for them, they are going to pick up some loot as well. So as bad as that may have looked, I think they have just enough to continue to stay in the game here. There are plenty of other trios nearby, though. They do have to be careful. You can hear the shots going on. I think they want to continue to push and keep the pressure here, essentially. Now looking to break their way through. Users is up above. Nothing.
Trying to third party this fight is Mega's team's just been picked up right there. They can hear that. Skills that have done so. Now Jay's team is moving into third party that as well. Cobalt's trying to decide what he wants to do. Yeah, they're going to get investigated in this. They're going to get involved. They're going to start trying to hit the shots, see what they can do. Cobalt now splitting the materials. They can get involved here. It looked like they don't necessarily know what they want to do. They're a little bit hesitant. They're trying to box out. They're trying not to get focused. I think they've noticed the knock. And yeah, the zone's going to start to move now, so they're going to start to dip. Cobalt had no intention of jumping in that fight. They're plenty above the surge. Teammates trailing far behind. Now Mikey's team is the one that ended up victorious from this, but Jamper's team's rotating on the side there.
Yeah, interesting call there. They get away from the opponents on the side, right, of the zone that was pressuring them before, but then ultimately they have to end up going right into the zone here, and they are amongst just a cluster of players looking to do the same exact thing. All that fighting, and not a single launch pad either, and it doesn't look like anyone back here has one, so a little bit of a bad call for them.
Wow, loco.
Tries to pull up some loot. He gets the player in the process, I think, at the same time. Not sure what happens there, but that little extra heal is going to keep him alive here inside the storm line. Next zone's going to stick for 5, so he needs this siphon here to stay in the running. Doesn't pick it up, his teammate does as well. Can he continue to make it? Oh, they're so far behind here, Reese. This is rough right now. They were so ahead as well as far as points go. And look at this. Shut down early. Where will they fall? I think just outside of the placement points.
Yeah, I don't think
they're going to be able to get too much in this top 24. They managed to get some placement points. So they're okay. They're not going to get up into the top 17. Those next placement comes through. Aminish has managed to pop the med kit, but he's by himself. Realistically, he's just going to try to stay alive do what he can. He's noticed the launch pad comes next. Right there. Will he notice? No. Has managed to pick him at the back of the zone, and a little bit of an awareness check needs to be done onto Aminish. He's also now going to struggle on the back side of the zone. Really not looking good for a lot of the teams who are stuck in that congested side. It was the north zone, which makes it rough. Deemer now picking up an elimination too while being tagged on the previous game. They're still back in the game though. They got them above the threshold. Plenty of materials to their name, but no heals. Yeah, again, this is just always what's going to happen when these games are super stacked and you're not putting yourself in a good position to get tags.
What a ridiculous streak of action there, guys. All that just to make it to this mountain that we all sort of began the story here with over at Pleasant Park. And finally now, there'll be a slight change of scenery as we get to the north side of Pleasant. These teams haven't quite had the issue.
No hemos llegado a los likes.
To rotate as far.
Son 120 likes para el sorteo.
They're looking okay. Being a north side team. A lot of the teams are rotated early. We know that Osp's team is on that far west side. They're currently in third place.
Si no me gustaría estar jugando ahora mismo, en vez de estar viéndolo. Sí, podía haber alguna partida, pero estaría jugando, la verdad.
Jukes and Booga as well. Remember, coming from Misty, are current leaders. A lot of the south teams probably going to struggle with that. Here they are. As I call them, they appear on screen. 51 builds in a rough engagement on the south side of the zone with all the congestion. Probably to no surprise. No eliminations to their name. They're gonna yet again have to get an elimination. Get a refresh. And this is what we saw from them this season in the FNCS. Repeatedly getting refreshes in the 5th zone. Sometimes successful, sometimes not. Obviously that was when didn't have Dukes, and that was a huge tags going through.
Hay surge en toda, bro.
Didn't seem like it actually ended up in the elimination.
Yeah, that was mega unfortunate. Collectively, they have a total of 2 minis and a single med kit on this trio right now. Just giving you a sense of what they're working with here, or how much they've used just to get to the mid game. And also, all of their material, a third of what you can have as far as the maximum count here. So, very, very difficult position to be in for our Sentinels. Booga right now, 100 damage above the surge. Largely in part due to that headshot that he just picked up with that sniper there. So,
le quedan más días, igual hay desafíos también.
Hot for them right now.
No, I was about to say I want to see a team with good
Pero en caso de que se vaya, que no se va a ir, que sería imposible.
Slam's team, 84 builds him, great heals and the launch
pad. Soltear otra,
third place team. Look at this, the gold pump in the inventory. Roughly around 50% of the materials there. Everyone has roughly 80 builds. Tons of loot. Like, this has got to be some of the best in the whole lobby so far. We'll see that next zone pulls max for them though. Yes, you know, you can't get all the good luck. Let's be real.
Yeah, but this looks like no one's really paying attention to them. I do wonder if this is the place where you burn a pad. Are they thinking about it? Will they go for the ground rotate, as no one is honestly focusing on them at all here?
Mañana es el último desafío, por eso. Un día más fijo se queda.
Down the left side here. Take a look. Even Voyo and company are not paying attention at all right now.
It is right now, but you got to remember, we know all that congestion's on the south side.
They'll
know that as top tier players. They know that all those players rotated in there. They can't see the little markers like we can. We've seen so many engagements going on over there. But hold on, Slam hit the big shots on the teamer as he hits the pad. You got to think, usually you're waiting for another team to launch pad at this moment. But no one's padding, so they're the only one. They're going to hit the short pad. And here we go. Here's the focus coming out from Voil's team. Yeah, Ackerman's already beamed down to white, almost picked up at the same time. They're going to insta-build in metal to make sure they're safe. They may have to hit a double pad here around this far side. Slam gonna opt to just take the wood. They're gonna potentially go through these old builds. Risky play, but chances are most people have already rotated. Yeah, they're gonna have to play your pumps out here. You cannot risk just having someone else in your face.
Bueno, no, Tomis, ahora no se puede sortear, bro. Somos super poco people y super poca gente, tío.
Mega unfortunate that Ackerman, the player with a legendary pump, is the one with the lowest HP count right now. I was gonna say, I wonder if he's gonna want to put it down for someone else. TK does have a power shotgun as well, though, so they do still have the firepower here. He's standing underneath the enemy's floor, though. TK has to be very, very careful. Oh no, and here comes the pickaxing from above. Now he's in an even worse position here, completely encapsulated in enemy builds now. He's on the run, play for yourself, man. And that's what he decides to do as he moves around. He's getting chased here, though. And it seems like it barely works out for him, but not much longer. As the zone takes him out. On the other side, Slam just holding on underneath an enemy floor. Too afraid to make noise right now.
Se quiere contar puestas que van a venir enojados porque no van a poder sortear. A mí me da igual, Ángel, que vengan enojados, bro. Todo depende de ustedes y de vosotros. Si no apoyáis, bro.
Oh my God.
Yo no puedo hacer más. Yo los pagos los tengo ahí para sortearlos.
Si la gente no hace los requisitos, es porque no quiere. Yo no obligo a nadie.
But
it seems like they managed to get all of the refreshes, so I'm not sure how the other team managed to dip on out and not pick that up. But that set these guys up so well for the moving zones yet again.
That was awesome visuals, just sitting up top. They did all that work, and the loot just came falling down to Boogamira and Dukes. You know, we talked about that little bit of luck factor sometimes being the difference maker for you, and the key awareness there to look up, not be afraid to get involved into that fight to be the difference. That stress gets taken out by user skills just
y apoyarme mi stream, mi canal, ver mis directos.
That's it for them. They're going to hit the pad, go for the double dip. Drain a little bit of that white HP to stay up in the sky a little bit longer, but no, they've lost the high ground. They're going to have to go down to the second height. Users has no safe place to land. He's so close to so many other teams. He's going to start to elevate himself here. Hopefully his teammates can get in the back, and it's Osp taking height yet again. 2 games in a row as on the mid ground. Miro picks up an elimination onto Canada. Taking the first of the game. This is critical for them that they managed to get up above to see if the reigning FNCS champions and ex-FNCS champions, the Duke, can keep up their first place lead in the Grand Royale.
No pasa nada de morder.
Miro got the knockout, AB got the finish, so what that tells me is Miro just deleted Canada out the sky off a launch pad, which is so unfortunate. And now the Surge, though. The Surge is mega active here. 4 players have to go down, or they have to fight back. Miro does have a team in his sights here, but remember, all that sweet, sweet loot they picked up going to be enough for them to want to wait this out. They lose Booga in the process here. Duke is mega hurt as well. It doesn't look like anyone's fallen just yet. 2 more players still have to go down, which is them. They're the sole two under pressure here.
Gonna have to go through the surge, still 28 lowest. Pressuring, still 2 ticks away. Not a single player starting to go down here. The Mini's trying to come out, trying to do what he can to save it up. Duke's doing the same thing, but the zone now crushing. 1 more left. 1 has to go down. They're just going to jump straight in the box. Can he hit a 200 pump? Potentially to pick up Neil and get the refresh. It's down to 30. The surge is over. They're still in it as a duo. Miro's giving himself a good target, but the spray comes from down below. A single shot will pick him up, being on 24 HP. But he's going to hit the medkit down below. He should be safe right now. Scented goes down in the feed. Jukes has found himself his own layer away from his teammate. Also picking up the medkit, but he's plenty of builds. 74 left in his inventory. If they can get back together, this can be like a top 10, top 8 kind of game if they really don't even frag out that much.
You saw what he did there. He read that perfectly. While he was healing, he looked down. He said, okay, I know exactly where Miro is. I'll get to you. Give me a second here. There goes the heal exchange. That means Miro's going to be back in action. Doesn't even split loot. He doesn't care. He's going to lead it. And they're probably going to start soldiering their way down to low ground. On height, though, Osp, Visuals, and Frisk with a back-to-back high ground positionings now are trying to set themselves up for another top 3, possibly Victory Royale finish right now. They can do it. They have the material and the additional heals for the win condition here. But what can Dukes and company do as they are setting themselves up to break into triple digits? Going to be one of the first trios to do it here. Dukes finds some loot. This is awesome for him now. Another player on the layer here, and no pressure coming in from all different angles. This is a tough spot to be in, and Miro looks like he's getting active on the low ground here.
Vale, Gonzalo. Chao, bro. Al rato si estás por ahí, aunque no pueda jugar o algo, pues me uno y hablamos un rato. Vale, chao, Gonzalo.
Chao, nos vemos.
He knows the players down there. He can't go up. He's gonna have to go down into zone, but the player starts to ramp up. Can he spray them out? But no, he's still managing to sit on the low ground in the zone. And he presses that AR, he can do what he can. It's top 6 situation so far. Jukes is down, so it's all down to Miro on the gold pump. That player being really careful. The shot to hand, but no, Miro is gonna go down on the low ground so far up above. Camille's still in it as well. Frisk has lost Osp yet again. Visual's still in this as well as a duo up on high ground. 8 eliminations to their name. The shots start to come out, but they've lost height. It would seem like they do not have control anymore.
It's not a race though, it's a marathon to the finish, and Frisk is trying to hold it down right now. He's at 9 eliminations. Can he find his 10th for the Victory Royale now? Is the real question. He goes for it into the box, and now 20 HP. Misses the most vital pump shot though at the end, and that could be the difference here. The Siphon's gonna keep Vert up. Vert wants to go for the breakdown here. It's coming down, but no fall damage, and just like that, he gets kicked out of the zone, and Visuals will survive. That is a game that they managed to capitalize. They failed to in game number 2.
Pura suerte, bro.
Number 3, they take
es que aquí ya son tan buenos, bro, que es suerte ya,
dogs down to disrupt the heal off of Vert down below, and they're going to pick up the Victory Royale in game number 3 for Frisk and Visuals.
So unfortunate though, they didn't get a single tag on the last player there, because that would have been difference maker. That would have been more points for them, which we know is crucial to setting yourself up. Just coming into day number 2.
¿Te llegó el like de este directo? Creo que sí, Ángel.
I'm impressed again by Jupiter and Booga. Managed to stay through a messy end game.
Muller de Trejas, yo cumplo los requisitos. Si te has suscrito, has dejado like y has puesto mi código en la tienda. Si podéis mandar captura, bro, os lo agradecería, Muller de, pero sí. Estoy participando, bro.
We're not going to have to worry about any of that other stuff anymore, though, because we have leaderboards and highlights to get. So we're going to toss it on over to Zeke, Vivid, and Adam to give us the update.
Guys, thank you so much. Fantastic game number 3 down in the books. Anna East. Okay, Anna East, I see you. I respect it, and I like what I'm seeing. Let's keep this going. Now, Bert, Blade, and Scope finding themselves in second place. This is a trio we kind of talked about there in the beginning of the show, talking about a trio that was super incredible and could perform well. But in those final moments, man, it's going over to Frisk, Visuals, and Op first place. Both of these teams walking away with 10 eliminations, though, Vivid. I mean, that's pretty good. At that point, the extra few points for Victory Royale doesn't really matter, right?
Oh yeah, 10 eliminations, man. I feel like we've seen so many teams so far in just 3 games put up big number of eliminations, but I gotta tell you, man, Frist, Visuals, and Oz, man, they are stealing the show from me right now. They have been on high ground, it feels like, every single game. So a lot of respect to put on their name after those first 3 games there. But again, man, we just see Booga.
Porque ha venido tanta gente aquí, LOL.
It's always a situation where there's like 2 of them left, but it feels like they're a trio. They're just vibing out. They're playing as if nothing even happened. There's just 2 of them. I mean, Miro with a little sneaky play on the low ground there at the end, dude, to try to gather a couple more, you know, placement points for his.
Dice, el tema es que hubiera pena meter pavos para el próximo pase. Seguro que soltaremos también pases de batalla, chicos. Pases de batalla soltaremos algunos seguro. Siempre sorteo algunos. Menos esta temporada que no llegamos a los live, pero bueno. Cuando sea Navidades al igual, la nueva temporada, pondremos una meta de live más asequible que podamos llegar a ese sorteamos pronto.
Not give away their position, but just survive the storm surge. They get down to those 30, and then they can carry on what they're doing. And Miro just made it through. And again, managed to clutch some standing points. We talked about eliminations there. 2 teams getting 10 eliminations at the end. So exactly like the same amount of points. When it comes to standings, there's only a couple of points in it when it comes first and second place. But those eliminations, those are what's really key to getting yourself into a real big position.
Yeah, and I think this was a huge game for Booga and company, right? Aminish in second place going in that game falls super early, right? At that point, Booga's like, okay, we can actually make a play here. We can kind of try and rocket ourselves with the standings. But for them, I mean, falling early, especially on day number 1, I'm not too worried, Vivid, right? With the double point format tomorrow, it's definitely a bummer. Like, of course, falling without points is going to be a bummer for the trio, but it's fine. That was just game number 3. We have 3 more ahead of us, and then 6 games tomorrow of double points. But overall, I want to see how they bounce back from this, right? What can they do to make that up in game number 4?
I mean, so far these guys have impressed me, right? Like I don't know a lot about Cobalt, Spark, or Aminish, right? But you know, the first game of the day, a 5th place with 14 eliminations. Second game, a 7th place with 5 eliminations. And then, you know, everybody has a bad game, so they went out 24th there with only 2 eliminations. But I mean, even finding those 2 eliminations, that alone is enough to be like, okay, well, you guys had a bad game, but at least you managed to scrape together some amount of points. So they've obviously showed that they can compete with the best of NA East. One bad game doesn't dictate how well they're going to do or how good they are, so hopefully they can bounce back in these last games.
Pero puedo poner tu código para la próxima compra, como quieras, muérdele. Al igual no hace falta, no es obligatorio comprar, chicos. Con que lo pongáis es más que suficiente.
Is crazy impressive. Whether or not they can have that consistency throughout the rest of the games that we have, I think there's 9 more in total over the next 2 days. I don't know, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. I think it's going to be really exciting regardless. And game 4 is right here. Let's do this thing.
Oh man, you took the words
right out of my mouth. Adam, so
Adam, throw it to the
boys.
Okay, Reese, Monster, boys. Let's jump in, baby. Here we go.
You threw Adam off there. He's like, wait a second, I get to take control of the show. Yeah, Zeke's been very, very forgiving lately, but he let Kelly take over the Friday announcement. And now Adam, look at that.
Yeah, I mean, it's because he's standing now. Sitting, he's a new man. Zeke could have had none of this. Yeah, he's a different person.
Different breed of Zeke, different breed for the players as well. As Ops, Visuals, and Frist have only been on an upwards track here. Now picking up that victory royale. Big game for them. How can they one up themselves? I don't know, because they have been playing so excellent here recently. Consistency at its best now.
Like I said, in the FNCS finals, they managed to win 2 games out of the 12. They've already picked up 1 here. This seems to be a team who can just win games, right? They made it here to the finals by winning a game. They're clearly capable to win games in the finals. I'm going to say win a game 1 more time in the next 9 games.
Now, I do have a question.
Aquí le pongo, no sé yo. Aquí estoy bien, Jimmy, Aquí no me atropellas, estoy encima de la piedra.
Think about it, but what game did Ops, Visuals, and Frist win? Were they one of the
cuarta, ¿no, Mini?
It took forever to pull in that victory royale, or did they just punch out early? Like Booga and company, if they do just have it like, in the back to win, I mean, let's just talk about 2022 for a second here. They might be a team to look out for.
Yeah. I mean, it's duos, so how many of these teams can pair up? How is it actually going to go? But if you're this successful, like, surely you've got to think that you're going to team up at some point.
Pero es que esta gente caen ahí sabiendo que todas las partidas van a estar los mismos, ¿sabes? Ahí.
No,
sí, 2 tríos, hay 2 tríos ahí. Es como Mr. Sabbath y Endreta, que les estaban cayendo los rusos hoy en acumulaciones. Aquí está Mega, Dub.
No team really benefiting here, but games come to the Mega. This could switch up big time. This is the first time we've seen a full engagement. Joji's going to pick up the first elimination on the Mega there. Pump's going to try and probably pick up the Cypher materials. could change things around. This is the first time we've seen this.
Dice mejor que sea 100 likes y no 120 ya, Piero. Pero es que antes eran 150 y ahora son 120, bro. Al igual las reglas y las normas del canal las pongo yo. El jefe del canal soy yo, bro, no nadie.
He knows the counters to the strats. And that's a big wood building will come down with a Firefly. So he's already trying to prevent them from boxing up and trying to get into the action.
This is as calculated as you can be for someone like Rokane. We talk about counter strategy. That was just beautiful. Like the inner Fortnite nerd in me is
más que nada hoy he abierto stream para sortear. Y no hemos podido sortear, no hay mucho apoyo, pues mañana a ver si puedo abrir directo y a ver, hacer stream. Porque mi mando la verdad es que no está muy bien.
That positioning right there, right? It's all wood.
And that's just what we know about Rokane being an ex-teammate of this, right? The fact that he knows the strategies and he knows how to counter them so easily.
Sería renunciar a su objetivo, sí.
Wood building can be taken down by a little bit of
fire. 120 likes se llega, bro. Si llegamos el otro día. No se llega porque no queréis, vosotros.
As a solo, Pump's a fantastic player. Really impressed me this season. But is he good enough to do a 1v3? Muzz, Rokane, and Joji? We'll have to see.
Puff is holding it down right now.
Te lo has comido, Javi, qué suerte, cabrón. Yo tengo un hambre ahora, pero vamos. Voy a ver NA seguramente termina el stream. Me voy a ir a cenar, tío, tranquilamente.
No
está el control como para jugar, la verdad.
Works out. They're all alive still.
Let's be real. There's 30 chests here. That's not worth splitting. It's not worth fighting for. Hey, look over to replay.
Y seguramente me vaya, termine stream. Ahora cuando acabe NA, me iré a cenar y seguramente me van a prestar el ordenador mis hermanos y voy a jugar al Forza Horizon, al 5, al nuevo. En teclado o si no con el mando de Xbox. Qué pena, el mando de Xbox Mini no vale para Play 4, tío. Si no, ese mando sí que les vale. Ese mando sí que va bien, el de mis hermanos, tío, de la Xbox. Porque ellos se compraron un control, como ellos juegan a PC, pero muchos juegos ellos no saben con teclado y ratón. Entonces se compraron un mando de Xbox. Pero para Play no vale, tío.
Tough ask, but as we know, not impossible.
Así que luego jugaré al Forza Horizon. Si estás en el Discord Mini, pues te invito. Te comparto la pantalla o quien esté por ahí. No sé a quién tengo yo en el Discord.
I don't see any signs that these guys are going to clutch up big time yet. Unlike Osprey and Visuals, this is the classic strat for the teams landing mid-map. You land the gas station over to the right of where they are to the east. You harvest all of the metal here. Then you rotate into the pyramid or cube town, wherever you want to call it at this time, to get any leftover materials if you have time. Often,
y puedo jugar al Forza Horizon 5 hace 3 meses con el Game Pass de PC. Me costó €1, tío.
To get all the extra loot, but it's always worth going past.
€1 3 meses. Y puedes jugar al Forza Horizon 5.
That's why this team's able to take height so frequently because they have the mobility to do so.
Voy a jugar luego a ver qué tal.
Touching on Cisa's trio really quickly.
Que ahí sí me va al mando bien, ¿sabes?
Fourth place with 10 eliminations, jumping
Yo he intentado meter aquí el de equipo si no lo reconoce.
Because their first game they were taken out at 27th place. So rough start, but wait for them to kind of hold on and fight their way back in.
I was expecting a faster start from them, to be honest. I wasn't expecting a, 27.
Está guapísimo, quiero conseguir ahí buenos carros, a ver si el mini me dice alguno bueno luego.
They were really good in that first day.
Seguro que me dice más feo del juego, que me compre, ya verás.
Finals this season, only 3 weeks ago, so you'd think they were still on top form. We'll have to see, right? They were 6th after that first day. They did have a couple stinky games now I look back at them, so potentially we're going to see a repeat of that.
Here it is, that uncontested drop spot. We talked about, was it Flu Cam, right? That was kind of battling them here. They've mixed up their drop. They found a lot of friction in the field, so it seems like they still have managed to find somewhere that's completely free.
Y porque han salido hoy, que van a salir por ahí un rato.
Yeah, if you take a look at the map in the bottom right, it's a little bit different.
No me lo dejan ni de coña, estaban jugando al LoL.
Not that many teams around them at all.
Antes de iniciar yo directo estaban jugando al
LoL. A long way to rotate the zone. We see Cold and Elite are up in Shark right now, and this is a far rotate. You've got to think with 93 players still alive, like,
juegan durísimo al LoL, tío. Yo que no tengo ni idea.
This next zone's probably going to keep pulling further east as well.
Le he dicho que si me enseñan y me dice que sí, ahora se van a poner a enseñarme. Me dice que muy difícil.
Moving and shaking at that moment because they're probably going to struggle. This already, despite the fact they got good loot, is set up to be another 27.
Yeah, and just look at the clock, right? It's eating away here. The zone's already moving, so the fact that they haven't gotten any surge, I'm assuming, because of the fact there's no teams are there. They're already outside. I mean, they're going to be the team that gets focused or farmed on the way on in, especially if they're coming in hot in a vehicle, which is going to be a dead giveaway to the positioning. So
¿Qué cosita vas a pillar? Vamos a ver, Javi. Forza Horizon ese. Alguno que me diga al Mini así que me compre, que le guste a él y pues los que me vayan dando. Pero está guapísimo, bro. Y ahí sí que se me da bien, que el mando no se vira ni nada.
Is that the positioning here is not what I would expected when I'm watching how Kemi Saetik plays this. They're usually up on the highest point possible. Well, they are on the highest point
Tengo
possible.
una ganas porque yo lo que quiero jugar, tío. Y si aquí con este fucking control no puedo ni jugar, loco.
Yeah, that's what matters most. That's kind of the key to the split
position. Si no jugaría a Fortnite,
for the split drop. Not to mention they do get zone favor from what we last saw, so it's very much kind of like in this northern-ish area, somewhat center. It's gonna be good for them.
Que no sé tampoco cómo va eso mucho también. El carro de Anuel aventado con pintura de Goku.
Duke's team in second. And Cobalt's team in third.
Luego si está Javi, yo tengo un Discord Javi o no.
Team down below too. You see the kind of more veteran teams.
¿Cómo luego te puedo meter en Discord yo, tío? Javi, si estás por ahí.
I wonder for guys like Cobalt, who's
porque si yo comparto pantalla en Discord Mini, la podéis ver todos o solo uno.
Maybe, you know, I don't want to say it was a one-off.
Vale.
Obviously they had a good second game as well, but potentially they're not going to be able to keep that pace up throughout 2 days.
Yep, that is the key to this whole thing, is the pressure that starts to set in.
Está gracioso con el carrito, tío, que ha venido a dar por culo, macho. ¿Cómo se nota que no tienes atención en casa, tío? Joder.
You look and you go, man, that first place prize is $285,000.
Big money.
And then you start to shake a little bit. That's life-changing money.
Se me lo borré el móvil, descárgatelo, Javi.
Some of the less experienced teams, I mean, they're not used to that kind of pressure. If you've been to an FNCS final season after season, like guys like Muzz, so it's obviously not up at the top, like Miro is a two-time champion.
Lo que sí tengo que hacer es cerrar la sesión de mis hermanos
y abrir la mía. Jukes won an FNCS in season 7. These guys are experienced. Same with Cross Visuals and Frisk. They've been around for a long, long time.
Porque tendrán su Discord,
I think they're probably going to be more calm and cool and collected, unlike Cobalt, Spark, and Minish. But you never know. Maybe they could just be hard as nails.
Very different caliber player out there. The new trios on the block, though, still showing up, trying to make a name for themselves.
Ves, casi todos llevan pan verde, bro. Es la escopeta que más se usa. Bueno, que más llevan, yo creo.
Demer and Eden already picking up their first victory royale.
¿Se voy a saber mi contraseña? Si no te creas uno, Javi. Mini brincando al frente de la tele. Mini me está protegiendo, Reina. Te lo estás perdiendo, Reina. Mini es mi protector. Se ha ido y todo, ¿no? Normal, de las cosas que le ha hecho. Porque hay aquí gente, Reina, que está con carros, molestándonos y atropellándonos. Y el Mini está todo el rato quitándole los carros y todo. Está defendiéndonos. Mírale con el carro ahí.
Fragging out, absolutely. But just not able to really get anything into the top 10, you know. I'm wondering what the issue is. Game 1 was the Storm.
Reina, ¿tú tienes Discord o no?
You can say that about most of the teams who aren't doing well right now. But I want to see where they're struggling. Is it their positioning? Is it rotations? Are they not able to hit the shots?
Reina, luego voy a hacer, luego voy a jugar al Forza Horizon. Me tiraron el agua, dice Jimmy. Voy a jugar al Forza Horizon, Reina, y voy a compartir la pantalla al igual a los que estén en el Discord. Estará Mini, si te quieres unir luego. Pero yo no sé si te tengo a ti.
His team still now gonna.
Didn't
she hit the rotate?
Clearly
not got his driver's license yet. Gonna box up the car. There you go. The last thing you want for your car.
Ahí sí se me puede ver jugar perfectamente, tío.
It'll set everything on fire, become a complete mess.
Si tengo disco para hace 2 meses no me deja entrar.
I actually like the strategy where once you've used it to rotate into third zone, you intentionally jump out a little bit earlier and let that car kind of roll away from your base.
Bueno, se crea una rápida así, Discord te deja
someone
rápido
else's base rather than yours, as I accidentally did to my
Yo lo digo por si es sábado y luego estáis en Fortnite o algo y decís, joder, no hay nadie cualquier cosa. Yo voy a estar que me han dejado el ordenador con el mando de Xbox y mis hermanos y jugaré a eso. Es que aquí no puedo jugar.
And that's how Reese discovered the strategy, guys. You know,
that is quite literally how I discovered the strategy.
This can work. We've seen
it
done in
directo no
real
puedo
time.
hacer porque no puedo descargar el OBS o el Streamlabs. Si no hacía directo ahí donde mis hermanos.
Another notch on the belt.
Pero es que no van a tardar mucho en venir tampoco.
And Creo, oh no, 2-man operation, no night, below the surge, a nightmare unfolding here for him as he has to figure out a way out of this zone here. Are you trying to set up a launch pad? What is he doing? Okay, he's trying to find his way to some loot.
Sí, porque el ordenador se le puede dañar, ¿sabes?
Reboot card is the thing that
Ese
makes the
ordenador
most
no es
sense now.
tanto, ¿sabes? Tacho, espero que no, pero si quiero una nueva cuenta, ¿se pierde mi vieja cuenta? No, Reina. Créatela con otro correo. Y ya está. Otro correo, otra contraseña y ya está. Fuera. Con otro nombre, por ejemplo, Reina Yeli 1, o Reina Yeli 100, o Reina Yeli algo, PR, o cualquier cosa. Para que no sea el mismo nombre que el anterior y ya está. Que te deje. Yo creo que sí. Que luego va a estar gracioso, nos vamos a reír, vale, déjame ver si me sale. Vale, venga, prueba a ver.
Saf is going to find himself an elimination in the feed. Nosh is going to find one as well. Blake's down
Jimmy,
and
¿tú
out.
tienes Discord o qué?
Shots are going to come in towards Booga now, though. As pressure begins to set in.
Hola, soy el hijo de un trabajador de Big Game. Un saludito, bienvenido, Ángel.
Pégame, pavo.
Nothing worse than running with a grey pump.
Si tu papá es el que trabaja en Epic Game,
outside of running with a grey lever. I'm actually interested to see what
dile que el juego va de puta madre.
Because usually if you're tarping like Booga is,
Ángel, bienvenido, un saludito. Y solo agrego a los miembros del canal y personas que son activas en el directo.
So unless Booga has like a grey pump, then I don't know. But
dicen unos minutos lo traeré. Vale.
With this highlight here. Sit down, Bryce. As Bryce finds a massive shot there. And keep in mind, that's our first place team, guys. We're hinting how Booga, Miro, and company can go ahead and sneak.
Yo también quiero, claro, Jimmy. Descárgate Discord, Jimmy.
In the zone still?
Créate una cuenta de Discord.
Wait, this is terrible. Oh no.
The current leaders
bienvenido,
right now.
Ángel, un saludo, bro.
Straight in. Rogue Shark picked up. Knight starting to tick away.
No,
at the same time.
Oh my.
3 eliminations.
No.
3 free eliminations at that for Frisk.
No le he dicho nada, solo le he dicho que va el juego de puta madre.
Now that's 6 eliminations total. They've had 2 full trio wipes in the back of the storm. I'm not really sure what the play was there. The reboot's going to come through potentially. They heard the reboot. They saw the reboot. Either way, I'm not launch padding deep into zone as a full trio to try and pick up an elimination.
De verdad eres un hijo de un trabajador de Big Game, tío.
Working out, but for us, they managed to get visuals back in it.
No más skins.
They have a launch pad there. It could be risky trying to get back into zone, but they should be okay. Whereas we go over to Booga, Miro, and Jukes, who are now below the threshold. While it's active, getting tagged, 4 players still need to go down.
Oh my gosh,
and unfortunately for Miro, they could not find the angle there to find the tags. Just a few have been a difference. And there it is, another major key player down as Dukes is going to fall. Booga is just about to be up next if he can't get a heal off. There it is, a big pot is going to come through. But the clock is ticking here, ladies and gentlemen. Our leaders in the space right now of Miro, Booga, and Dukes, our second place holders, are about to fall to Storm Surge in another tick. If he cannot get a heal off here as Booga seems to already have popped his med kit. No, he is fully down. He's on his knees essentially here. This is it. Miro's gone. They are out of the lobby. And just like that, we see them fall early for the first time. Titans can bleed.
I mean, this is opening up so much. We already saw Osp team also deep into the storm too. So they're potentially not going to have a huge game. Slacks, Acorn, Jack also getting tagged up big time while overpeaking a little bit. Their materials starting to, their heals starting to dwindle away here. And this is really opening things up. Cobalt, Spark, and Diminished, AV, Dimar, Edan, Zlam, DK, and Chucky are all able to get into the position. But look, first awesome visuals in Storm with tons of materials, tons of heals. They managed to get away with what was probably one of the worst rotates I've seen in a long time.
And it's crazy because had it been a different zone, they'd be in probably 5-tick territory. So like it would be such a different story, but things just worked out for them. It just so happened to be very, very close to the risky reels there, which allowed for them to have a relatively smooth rotate on in, and no one noticed them. They stood under the radar, just a rarity across the board. Here comes the marker to reveal the next zone. They understand where they have to get to, and it looks like they are back in this game. Somehow, back in this game, and the fact that second place is down now, they have the opportunity to really build a big, big lead here.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're going to falter anytime soon. They're doing really well placement-wise. Every single game being in the top 10. This game looks like it's not going to be any different. Especially that lucky 4th zone pool for AV, Dimar, and Eden. Looking good on the materials, looking good on the loot. But a rough rotate to make with a lot of pressure starting to come on through. They're currently our 4th place team, as you can see on the far left. They're going to try and get tags on the players up above. Fighting at the far side of the 4th zone when they got to rotate. I think all players in this know that this is a rough one. They're going to hit the Chili Chug Splash. Thankfully, they have the slipstream to get them through, but will there be any teams with their eyes on the prize, which is their eliminations? AV lands, it's the 68. With 86. Both teams starting to get into an engagement now. Zlem on the other side of the wall. AV trying to replace to the ramp. He gets one in. They've not been chunked up big time. That would have been really good refresh for them, given they have 58 builds so far. But unfortunately, the shots are minimums.
There it is. He's trying to rotate on in. Now getting the pressure from Stretch Sense and Commandment from the other side of the wall here. That's not too good. No, he's going to start backing up. Also, Jamper and Day. They have angles here from the side as well. They're below the surge potentially here. Yes. Well below the surge right now. Oh, they're not going to give it up.
Struggling today in this game in particular, right? A lot of things are going to change up on the leaderboard big time, I would suspect. Outside of Off's team, who's sitting in a good spot. If we see AV go down, even if we don't see this team go down now, look at the materials. 21 builds, mainly just brick left remaining. I'm sure the teammates Deemer and Edan don't have much else. So for them, this is going to be rough. They're going to need to go for some sort of refresh. Maybe not a box dive at this moment, but yeah, they're starting to get focused yet again. They're down to wood, down to brick. Just trying to stay in it as long as they can. The Chili Chug Splash pop. They're going to have to start moving. Ackerman's right next to them. Could jump into the box. Now they're going to try to establish up on high, but I think they're going to be dropped down into someone else's box. Could be Ackerman's. AV starting to get tagged up. He's got 9 builds left. Their zone's still pulling on him. He's going to get into the back of the tarp. Will he be able to hit something? Donnie's right on the other side of the ramp. He's walking right past him. Oh, no. He's gotten hit in the back. He didn't see the minimum's missed. No, he's connected the shot. Is that the knock? Yeah, it is, but Bully's trying to ramp face in the box. He's in, and AV's down. Eden's down. Deemer's down. Our fourth
vale, ya estoy aquí, chavales. Estaba mirando justo lo del Discord. Un segundo. Javi sí estaba mute, bro.
But it's not going to be enough there as he gets sniped down and cut out of the lobby. Top placing teams falling one after another. Meanwhile, Osp, Visuals, and Frisk are still in this game. I saw Osp alive just on the peripheral there, just on the outskirts. Sneaks his way on in. What a game so far, as things are really going to start to change here. I mean, if you're sensing Commandment and Stretch, you're happy. You're excited that these top teams are falling, but it's still in the hands of Osp, Visuals, and Frisk. Finally now, they get taken out though to the hands of Slacks, Acom, and Jack. Osp was alive by himself, barely holding on, and now he is also out. This is going to really open things up for everyone else now in the standings.
Yeah, we got a quick update. Our top 4 teams are all down in this game. 5th team still in this, which is Lem, TK, and Chucky. Slacks, Chucky and Chucky right now. It's in 6th. And they're in this too. So this team alongside Slem's team, you got to be watching out for to make sure they're going to start catching up. Somehow managed to get a supply drop in their box. That's going to be a guaranteed launch pad. See Tragic's team also right next to them. All of the top teams. I'm interested honestly just to see the leaderboard looks after this.
Leaderboard's definitely going to change here. Boys. We're going to see some familiar faces up at the top of Jack, Slacks, and Acor continue to play the way they are right now. Seems like they're finding their stride here in the late half when it matters most. It's a team that definitely tends to turn online when it does matter. Big pickups here. Elite's Cease and Cold, though, also holding on by a thin margin here. Elite is by himself now. Has he done enough? Does he have enough tags here? There's a full trio next door. Look at the silhouette. Do the builds there. One false move and he'll get sniped down. Has to be careful.
Did say this is probably going to be a rough one for them. They had that late rotate. Unfortunately, ended up being that way. They managed to pick up 5 eliminations as they went. Up to 81 points total, so they're still climbing the leaderboards. They got to think there's some of the other teams still in this. Lem's team and Slack's team going to do more. Want to see what Elite can do as a solo. He has the pad. Up on high ground, Clarity G's team still in this with Casker and Nittle. A recent swap in the teams. They're in 15th, very middling on the leaderboard, in the best position. They pulled the first moving zone. They're going for the sprays down below. They're set up for a victory royale so much. No one can pad up onto the height that Clarity G's on. He's on such a good layer. He's just got to make sure they can claim it at the front side too.
Clarity G on high ground. Nittle and Casker here. 2 eliminations. This could be a massive game for them. If they can pull home a victory royale and a couple more eliminations, they will be sitting up inside that top 5 position potentially here. Remember, 1st and 2nd place being completely out is completely up for grabs now. It's very much a realistic position that's put in front of them here. Can they reach out? Can they grab this opportunity they've been given?
We're going after the beam of the players at the back. They're hitting the pad. They scuffed the pad. Who is this? Which players is this? Who weren't able to hit that properly. Nittle's managed to hold all the way up onto height. The first moving seems to be there with Clary up on the ultimate high ground. Down below, Slacks, Acorn, Jack. Still in this, but no, they've lost Jack actually, but they're still looking up. They're going to shoot out the ultimate height team, which we know is CLARIG so far. They're going to keep tarping on. And are they going for a height as a duo? No. They're going to be hitting that launch pad. These must have been the players who were sitting at the back of the zone who got beamed, and that would have been slacked down. They're going to make sure they claim that low ground, see what they can pick up. But as a duo, this is going to be so rough, and they've lost Slacks as well, so it's all down to Acorn as the solo. He's spotted the player, he's dropped him down, but no, he's chunked Acorn back in return.
Vale, si no al igual, Jimmy, mándame tú el tuyo. No me deja, no sé por qué. Mándame. Ah, vale, ya está. Ok.
So he's going to get fully focused if he gets boxed up here. That floor is not his. He cannot sit on that box.
Acorn by himself, almost top 10. He can see it in his distance there, but he has to stay alive. He has to stay up and running. This mech hit's going to be the difference maker to definitely give him the confidence here to be able to pull home the clutch. 18 builds, 12 builds now, gets behind an opponent. The sound wasn't there, but he hears it at the very end. The floor break comes through. The gas and the switch up there. He goes back for the fight. Beautiful shot, and Acorn is alive here. He puts down Peterbot, who arguably has one of the best reaction speeds that we have seen to date in recent times, but Acorn is showing him, hey, I'm wearing the crown today.
He's looking more like edgy with that kind of reaction speed so far. Acorn still in it as a duo. 2 eliminations to his name. He's going to pop the medkit now. He's gone from 12th as a duo, and he's clutched up till 9th place so far as a solo. This medkit play potentially can take him even further into the zone. We saw down on low ground, Sentence team having a fantastic game, still being crucial, claiming the front side of zone. The classic playstyle we see from Sentence Command and Edgy.
Rollo, pues de momento van ganando, creo que
angles held. It's every shot connected, hopefully.
Uno del equipo de no son conocidos, yo creo, no son de los favoritos, la verdad.
This launchpad not going to take him anywhere. I'm wondering if he wants to take that zone tick to go down.
Ponen el código de la tienda, rollo, estar suscrito y dejar like. Y un segundo que estamos mirando una cosa de Discord.
This might be the right time, but no, he has his own builds to work through. He has his own space. He's trying to cut things through. Still top 9. Not a single team goes down. Muzz goes down in the feed though. Down to top 7 teams, so he's clutching so many points.
Oh no, the false pick hit there though. He makes a mistake, and now he has to get ahead here, buy himself some more time. Can he do this effectively here? It looks like he is just in the right position to go ahead and get this mech hit off. Now, the later he can pull it, the better, but he has definitely put himself in a risky position. Mars is right above him. They're gonna get caught out. Onto his lair he goes, but he does not find the shots. He gets shut down. Commandment and crew also get completely taken out. High ground still being held here by Clarity, Niddle, and Casker. They are looking for the win on the low. Justice Uses and Skittles are still in this game here. Keep them in the story. Keep them on your top of your minds, because now at 90 points, they are surely breaking into the top positions.
I think so. The team on height, who are usually there, down on the low ground. Ackerman still in the mid ground. It seems to be as a full soul. He's going up. It's the 108 onto the player. I think that's Casker up on the height. He's got the wall, but no, the shots come back. Ackerman now picked up to CLARIG. It's a 3v2 situation up on the height. CLARIG, Nils, Casker.
Wow, aguanta, bro.
Down the 180.
Amarillo bajando, chaval.
It's a 3v1 situation.
Wow, el CLARIG este, bro.
Over. Nil, CLARIG, and Casker are going to pick up the victory in game number 4.
One of the most veteran trios to ever do it. Clarity, Niddle, and Casker, the kings of Retail Row, clap back now for a 6 elimination victory royale in a clean, dominant fashion as well. They got high ground and never look back.
¿Cómo va Buga? Pues creo que irá como mucho en el top 5, Rollo, porque la segunda partida ha hecho top 2, creo. Segundo game ha hecho top 2. No va mal tampoco, porque está ahí en el late siempre. Pero quedan tantos en el late. Es que hay surge desde la segunda. De segunda tormenta,
it's a heartbreaking situation for our top 4 teams that were taken out nice and early there, giving the opportunity to everyone else.
Hay un montón de surge desde la segunda, tío.
So we're going to toss it over to Zeke to get us the final update.
Thank you guys so much. Fantastic game at number 3, or 4 rather, excuse me, out of NAE. So I know we haven't had a chance to look at the standings. So let's take a lot of time to talk through this together. Okay, we got to set the stage with 2 games left to go. There's a lot of things to talk about. We're going to start at the very top, right? Us, Visuals, and Chris currently in that number 1 spot. But right behind them, you've got Slam, PK, and Ackerman. We just watched Ackerman in that last game, right? He placed there in, I believe, top 3, if I remember correctly, Vivid. And that's how they were able to jump up the leaderboards.
Yeah, they took advantage right there of the fact that our previous top 4 before that game had went out pretty early, did not actually make it into the end game right there. Regardless of that happening, though, Awesome Vision was in first. Very surprising there that they actually held their lead, but that just speaks to how big of a lead that they actually had. Going down, though, that top 10 got a lot closer, right? 10th place there in Scented Stretch and Commandment being at 83 points.
Yeah, a lot of teams here though, still managing to
Canadá tampoco está haciendo nada. Y es uno de los favoritos. Y va 8-12 abajo, igual mínimo, debajo del 20 seguro. Están perdiendo en early.
Getting 8 eliminations on his own, propelling them to the top 4. I think it was there, which is exceptional to see. And this is only game 4, as we keep saying, but at this point in the competition, it's interesting to see how teams play. It's aggressive. 2 games to go today. This is a chance to really make a stand.
Y al igual, Reina, me puedes mandar tú a mí tu Discord por mensaje de Play.
Falling early, right? So that's the Sundown's proverbial shoot.
Y luego yo te agrego ahora cuando terminemos esto. Son 2 partidas. Vemos las 2 partidas y cerraremos el stream.
Bugha falling super early. You know, Vivid, it feels a little uncharacteristic. I'm not sure what decisions they made that kind of let them in this position. Of course, you can't see on the right side of your screen that they are below Storm Surge, rather. So something misfired here in this game, and they really couldn't get anything going.
These lobbies so far have been absolutely stacked. I mean, there is like almost nobody going down in the early game, so you are getting a plethora of players, almost like 90 players going into every single one of these first Storm Surges that we have seen. So it's causing people to act a little wild. So you can't really expect any of these players to consistently find Storm Surge every single game. So I think Bugha and them going down right there isn't something that they necessarily have to worry about, right?
Si pudiera hacer directo ese juego, tío.
Game plan into the next game. The Storm might be a little bit different, might shift a little bit to a different side of the map, or the rotations are a little bit different.
Y
Javi, game plan will work there.
Se lo mandas el Discord por Play, o tú lo tienes, el mini, el de Javi, si no que te lo mande por Play. Te tienes, vale. Y si es nuevo o algo, Javi, si es nuevo tu Discord, se lo mandas a mini por Play.
Ya no me tengo que tried it again in that game. It's surprising because they could see a lot of teams in that situation, but chose to try and just heal off, trying to survive the Storm Surge. When I think you've got to go for tags in some situations. That felt like one of those situations where you're going on blind faith, really, just hoping that someone else out on the lobby is going to go down before you continue on and go unnoticed, undetected. But in that situation, they played badly, but we know these guys can come back, and I'm sure they will do in the next game for sure.
El nuevo, no nuevo, mi Discord es el de siempre. Ah, vale.
Think through all these things, right? Making sure that we can find the Storm Surge tags really can. So really just trying to spark up this conversation. Of course, we know Bugha and company are some of the greatest to hit the lobby, but I just worry a lot. Okay, I gotta make sure I bring up this conversation.
De todas maneras, tu mini que tienes PC te lo puedes comprar por $1,
improvements made in the next game, but don't worry about it, all right? Tomorrow is double points. So right now, it's just about where can we end the day and prepare for tomorrow. Battle Bus has beep beep, which means we're jumping on board. We've got MDF, we've got Reese. They're standing by for game number 5.
Ahora solo tengo que esperar con Pasíes. Currollo, cuando se llega a 23.600 subs, que faltan 46, 47 subs y llegar a 120 likes. Que no hemos llegado a 120, pues mañana habrá 100. En vez de 120 pongo 100 likes. Hasta que se llegue. Pero yo creo que mañana se llega. Los suscriptores estarán mañana ya y los likes también, yo creo. Son 100 likes, tío. Otro día hubo 120.
It's hard to have those games as consistent as we see them do.
Yeah, no, honestly, it's funny you bring up Teak, because for Cami say Teak, I sat down and spoke to their coach Sven, and the way that they approach
va muy mal y bueno, nos queda poco al igual. 10 días estamos abriendo en Twitch.
We keep the mentality calm, we don't celebrate too much.
En 10 días abriré el canal de Twitch.
We don't beat ourselves up about it so much. So for them, like, they're doing super well, doing consistent every single match, mainly based on mentality and obviously game plan and the fact they're just amazing players. For Muzz's team, or sorry, for Miro's team, it seems like, you know, when I watch the game plan, it's not all dialed in at the the same time, right? They just don't have that same edge that often I see from guys like Cammy say and Teak.
Yeah, it's that different level of caliber that you can just tell is a standout, especially when it comes down to preparation, right? And just overall performance. But
Él me conoce ya.
Mira, ves, ya está otra vez. El Face Dus y el Mega. En pisos, peleando. Por eso has dicho tú. Bueno, sí, no, lo que era pisos picados, supuestamente, en medio del mapa. Por eso te digo, Mini, que no tienen puntos, por eso no les ves. Pues están pegando él y todas. Mira, a ver. Ahora a ver quién gana otra vez.
Pero en ese lugar.
Se pegan en todas, bro.
I shouldn't say quick, because these can last a long time, but these scuffed early engagements, they've managed to control main. Now we already know we can counter the strats, because we know game knows how to counter them, which means we know how. At the same time, Dubs clearly know how to counter them too, so we're probably going to see some fireflies again, maybe some gas cans come out, maybe to burn the buildings down to knock them out.
No, Ángel, Michu. Michu se llama el gatito de Mini. ¿La ha bañado, Mini?
Yeah, Josie Roken and Muzz are basically the brick wall, and Dubs and Mega are the speeding cart. Like, it's just not going to work out for any of the two sides. They're going to collide and hit a dead stop. That's really what's been happening so far here today. Dubs and Mega are coming on up, though. Nice harpoon for defensive measure there.
Every shot, unfortunately, though. Didn't manage to get the follow-up from it.
It's not much to work with.
Zero builds, quite literally. They're just going to get up on height, go for the... Stick the pacing right together, see if we can jump straight into the box, maybe. No builds, this is what you got to do. One of those difficult parts of these early game engagements. The shot's going to come through, down to almost 1 HP. I'm sure Pump's going to start... That beautiful aim, who's going to connect the shots, he's going to pop the med kit. So much more HP on the team down below with minimal materials still.
¿Cuál es el mejor amigo de Pichu? No sé quién es Pichu. Pichu, yo conozco a Pichu, pero era Pichu Cuellar, el portero del Sporting de Gijón. Ángel. El único Pichu que yo conozco aquí en España. Pichu Cuellar, el portero del Sporting de Gijón. El mejor amigo de Michu, el mejor amigo del gato.
¡Ey! Muerta.
12 points for their team so far.
¿Quién sería el mejor amigo del gato?
Number 5. I know day 2.
Él tiene una mejor amiga.
Yeah, none of them are playing very well as far as after they make it out the drop. I mean, last game was
la gatita de mi primo.
Muzz and company, you can see that they at least are up to the, you know, a decent position with no placement. Just look at this, Dubs, Mega, and Pump.
Dice, esto se está haciendo largo, Munerde, siéntate o algo, bro, no te vayas a cansar si estás de pie, ten cuidado.
Muzz and crew, they're getting dropped very early. Gonzo, Dom, and Chimp also having a difficult time today. I don't think we've brought them up. Not a singular time.
Que se lo digan a Munerde. Y tan largo, 90 personas.
We watched this fight, remember, we saw the messiness.
¿Cuánto que se hacen novios en 2 días?
Two teams are playing over and over again. The one elimination they've got here is their first point on the board. This is... They were talking a lot of smack about
que mira dónde están, bro, están separadísimos, tío.
All over social media, hyping up their skills against Scope Blake's team. And so far, it's not going so well, let's put it that way.
It's rough. Very, very rough for the mental, especially with the way the format works. I mean, you have to think deep down in your mind, like, hey, we can still absolutely come back. And money first place.
¿Cómo se llaman, bro?
That money, that prizing is insane. So this entire top 10, I mean, it means so much. And for the Grand Royale here, there's a lot to be earned and said about any team that can stay consistent and fight through the 2-day format.
And one team definitely can do that is Buga's team they're watching right now. Every single member on this is
Estoy conectando, revisando el Fortnite para sacar el juego aquí en Acerín. Ojo, Ángel.
Crazy thing. Obviously, Buga won the previous one with Miro.
¿Estás de vigilante?
Miro won in Season 4 and Season 6. And then Jukes won alongside Users and Justice in Season 7. So all of these players have won an FNCS at different times. Last season, obviously, 2 of them were together. That's why I talk about an all-star team. Usually, all-star teams don't really work out so well. But a lot of times, definitely in the last season when it was Muzz instead of Jukes, they were definitely carried by their just individual skill and the firepower. I'm not saying they didn't work together as a team, but
se llama Bonnie y Megan. ¿De qué color son?
Ángel.
También molan, pero son muy grandes, Ángel. Es que hay conejos gigantes que son súper bonitos, pero luego cuando se te muere cualquier cosa, qué pena, tío.
second game where we saw.
Killer, dime tu Discord. No me lo sé. Javi.
Yo te lo digo,
O que te lo diga al mini por WhatsApp o cualquier cosa. Él lo tiene seguro.
We almost saw a full-on face check there into Buggy's trio.
Pero no lo tengo que meter, es que no sé por qué no me dejaba entrar. Espérate que no me tenga que crear uno nuevo o algo. Pero bueno.
The last round
¿Qué,
there.
mini?
You have a lot to fight back
No lo tengo.
because they've given the actual opportunity for the rest of the lobby to go ahead and close the gap here now.
O sea, tú me tienes,
being the name of the game.
Sí, pero no me sale tu nombre.
Most importantly, like we talked about, is finding a good footing here in day one and just basically make it through day two. Stay consistent. Don't fall on day two. Earn points. Everything.
Pero hay unos ángeles que son súper grandes, los conejos.
I'd say a catalyst effect to set you back.
Sí, creo que sí.
It will be.
Yo no he cambiado de Discord.
See how they play it out. They're obviously looking for tags. They're looking to get aggressive. They're going for the triple sprays now.
Que por aquí mismo ponlos el hashtag, no me sale a mí el hashtag. Javi, yo no me lo sé, no puedo entrar todavía. Hasta que luego vaya al ordenador y meta el no puedo entrar a
Discord. Not in here with the best materials. Usually we're seeing them with almost cap mats.
No, porque este es el móvil de mi padre y yo aquí no tengo el Discord. Lo tenía descargado ya, ¿no? Entonces, si aquí yo no lo voy a utilizar en el móvil, si yo ahora después voy a ir para allá y me pongo ya de
team first on the very top side. Ackerman alongside
Tú eso, Javi, no te preocupes si te va a meter. Si Javi, el mini me tiene a mí, 100%. Y tú estás ahí, que nos tienes. Faltaría Reina y Jimmy. Jimmy lo tiene en el Instagram, me lo ha mandado.
El de Reina falta.
Some of the top teams starting to take away with it.
Reina no sé si habrá creado una nueva o la dejado la suya.
Because,
oh no, they are.
Yeah, today is cool and all, but tomorrow matters. Like,
pero vamos,
tomorrow matters so
much.
If any of these teams had their performances today on tomorrow's set of format, I mean, they'd be cruising right now, but it is what it is, and we have a whole day of games to come, so...
tu amigo, vale, Javi.
The players were not too happy about it, but you just have to be super consistent through both of the days. And I did wonder, what if the players thought,
y yo tengo que agregar a Jimmy entonces, ¿no? Falta Jimmy. ¿Y por qué no agregas tú a Jimmy, tío? ¿Mini?
Change at all regarding what's going to end up happening? Either way, the players have to play to the best of their abilities on both days.
Aquí Ángel no se lleva mucho. A no ser que vayas a un restaurante mexicano o algo así. Por ahí me gustan, están buenos.
Do you think the mentality would change from the
players? Yo tengo que una nueva, a ver, vale.
Yo descargando WhatsApp para PC.
It is.
Mi papá está preparando una nueva tienda, ojo, Ángel. Calienta que sales.
TK Ackerman down on 123, Jukes Miro
Estoy creando WhatsApp.
And you see a little bit of a drop off. There's a lot of players in that kind of mid-90s so far.
Ese juego me mola, ¿cuál, Javi? Está durísimo, bro.
Big time. But we're not seeing the top teams dropping out.
Me lo vas a decir a mí que no saben lo que me toca convencerlos, tío. Me toca convencerle a uno de ellos. Que me lo descargara, por favor, que no. Ocupaba 120 gigas, creo, He tenido que borrar un montón de cosas del ordenador. Pero ¿qué van a hacer? ¿Jugar? Sí.
Oh, man.
Voy a jugar al Forza Horizon, seguro. Y hablar y eso, y podéis también jugar Clash Royale. Vamos a jugar, ¿no? Clash Royale también.
I had a lot of thought thinking about players' mentalities recently. Something that's really,
really
important. And I don't know why, I've just been thinking about that a lot when I heard the format.
Si no hacía directo desde el ordenador.
Players would react more positively.
Pero ese ordenador no me lo soporta.
I'm gonna nominate Reese for the editorial team at Epic. Get him in there.
Yeah, no. Anyway, back to Miro, Jukes, and Bugga, who are again in the great position. They almost could be right now.
Dice Reina, deja de vacilar, si ya se está roto. No, Ángel, no está vacilando, ella está diciendo que íbamos a hacer. No, con el disco. Bro, lo has entendido mal. ¿Cómo va a decir ello, bro?
Yomzo rotating near them. Hopefully managed to get a good chunk of tags out of that one.
Si ella lo sabe, Ángel, va muy mal el control. Pero como vamos a jugar en PC, yo en PC tengo otro control de Xbox. Pero aquí en la Play no vale ese control. Killer, tú juegas Clash Royale. El otro día probé, Jimmy, soy malísimo, tío. El otro día probé por primera vez. Soy más malo, tío.
quite literally a mirror.
Y sí, sorteamos varias cosas, Murer, al final. Luego sortearemos seguramente
Here
pases
and
de
now,
batalla.
Cobalt and Munition Spark, they're on the rotate. 93 points, 3
¿Y qué tan de
eliminations
seguido lo
this
haces?
game
Cuando se
already,
puede.
setting
Murer, bro.
themselves up for a fairly good game to come if they can
Cuando
just
se
stay
puede y mi
alive right now.
economía me lo
But
permite,
they have Plague and Crew
puedo
playing for
hacer
the key
sorteos.
positioning on this mountain. They don't want to give
En
up the
palabras
chase here.
claras,
They
cuando hay dinero.
are looking to hunt
Puedo
for the
sortear,
tags.
cuando no hay dinero no puedo sortear.
With that natural high
A
ground,
mí los sorteos
Cobalt's gonna have to be
hay
careful.
que pagarlos, no los regala Epic Games ni nadie.
To see what they can
Ni
do.
el
They
papá de
will
Ángel,
spawn
sí,
fight in the
está por ahí
Weeping
por el
Woods.
chat.
They're 544 above. They're in a great spot because of that, you know. We
Yo estoy
often
probando
talk
mazos a ver
about
si
the
alguno
fights
va.
off spawn
Yo ni
and how
las
it can
cartas ni los
hinder you
mazos ni
so
nada, Jimmy,
much,
no
but
entiendo nada, soy
if you're
malísimo, bro.
dominant, if you're winning them so frequently and more importantly quickly,
750
man,
creo,
it can really
Reina,
set you up
casi
for a good
800,
mid-game.
no
You
llegué a
should be able
1000.
to capitalize on it.
Can I
No
just
llega ni
say,
a
like,
1000.
respect to Cobalt there. He saw the brick just like reservoir in the distance, quickly swaps over to brick off the wood. Just little things like that showing that he's playing well today. They're playing
Ahora darán los
very,
ganadores,
very well
Kermes,
today.
no hay horario, bro.
Smart play indeed.
Es cuando se llega a la meta de likes y suscriptores, tío.
But Frisk no going to be picked up. This is our first place team.
Yo
Losing
no tengo
1,
hora,
2,
tío. Esto no
and
es una tienda ni
now
nada, ni
3
cierra ni
members.
nada.
A psycho play for them being below the Storm Surge, and they jumped into the wrong team. It's Cold Elite and Cease, another one of our top 10 teams, currently in 9th place, who just made easy
Mira,
work of a
Buga,
desperate
dando
team.
caña.
Those are big points now. That's going to jump them up. A 6-point swing here. Booga on the other side in that same
Buga
position
crack.
we've seen him in before
Buga
as
crack.
well. Storm Surge here being a difficult
Jimmy.
problem for them. They haven't found a solution. They're barely
Está
above
moviendo
right
todo
now.
el rato, tío, la
There
gente.
is a lot
esta
of north
son
zones.
dos.
I'll give them it.
Que
There's a
empezamos.
lot of north zones, and this is what it comes back to.
Todo el
More
rato te
teams who
mueven,
would
tío.
have, I'll say, have a better game plan, a better thorough understanding, and not be as reliant on the pure talent of each individual
Tiene
player.
pelea en Clash Royale a ver quién es más
Would have
manco.
already had a
Buah.
plan for these
Soy-
way
Vale,
farther
Ángel.
north zones and
Yo
would
te
have
voy a
put the
agregar.
timings in there to make sure
En
they were
estos
in
días
deeper. They're constantly seeing these
Jugaré
guys
Clash
on the edge
Royale y
zone.
si estáis por aquí
This is
algunos, os
basically
agrego.
the exact same thing
Pero
we
soy
saw
muy
with
malo,
the
bro.
Mavs in the
Acabo de
previous
empezar
season.
a
Obviously,
jugar,
they
nunca
were
había
able to
jugado.
capitalize on that, and this worries me. I'm not gonna lie. They're
Soy muy malo.
relying on pop-off games so far, and if this game is anything to tell so far, the way it's going, I'm not too hopeful for the
marchas,
way
Mini?
that the rest of
Vale, bro, pues
the
ahora en
leaderboards
cuanto
look out.
entre
In
yo al
terms of them
Discord
picking up a
te hago la
first.
llamada, ¿vale?
Yeah, they have the
¿Te
opposite
llega el
problem
móvil?
of what
¿O no
Sense
tienes el
Energy
móvil?
Command had back in the day, where if the
¿Tienes el
zone
móvil?
was on top of Sense Energy Command, they played terribly. They
No,
had more difficult
entonces-
time finding Surge when it was on top of them than
Vale.
it did when it rotated far. Whenever it rotated across
Yo-
the map, they just managed to make it work.
Yo estoy
Key
en un plan
position
con
after key
Rani.
position. It seems like Boogamiro and Dukes not quite on that same track here. Difference in
Yo
play.
creo, uno, creo.
Vividly remember this
Creo
because
un clan.
Sentinel's
Por si
team
acaso
always had,
jugamos
if it
algún
was
día
a
cualquier
far
cosa,
zone, they
meternos ahí
always had the
todos.
understanding they need to rotate far.
La
And
gente
they
que está en
needed
mi
to make
canal,
sure
meternos
that they
ahí.
got in ahead of people so they could hold people. Unlike what's happening to Booga's team, they're getting held because they rotated later here. They're trying to get into an engagement, trying to fight here now, which is making them desperate, right? This team, however, I will say, will be able to win some of these fights at the edge zone. And that's what they've been able to capitalize on all season.
I was going to say, that's the difference between this team and most others. They have that fighting potential. That probability of success is very high with players like Miro on board.
Dímelo rojo, cabrón.
Imagine, right?
Buenas noches, bro.
Imagine they had
¿Qué
this
dices, perro?
firepower, but they also had the game plan in line. They could be the best, most dominant team out there. I
Esta
would
tiene que ser de Buga ya,
100% Put money on that.
Esta partida tiene que ser de Buga ya.
No, it was genuinely, it's not an issue with that. It was
partida
an
tiene que
issue
ser
when it
de
came
él
to that team as well. They hadn't even practiced that much when they won FNCS.
Quedan
That shows
70, ¿eh?
how good they are individually. So just imagine, I always think that when you see teams of this caliber, if I saw them making plays that were consistent with what some of the best in the regions and in other
¿Y qué
regions
dice
are doing,
rojo?
like over and
¿No
over
vais a
again,
recortar o qué?
being in zone and to take tags 2 minutes before surge, making sure your early rotates, make sure your harvesting is efficient as possible. You know, all these really small little things that add up. If we saw that,
Y
man,
chao, Ángel.
I'd be scared.
Gracias por
of how
estar por el
good this
directo,
team would
bro.
be.
Absolutely. For Lem, Ackerman, and TK, the team that has also just recently banded together. And talk about a successful tournament events for them. 130 points already in the competition here. TK, who has just been on fire since transitioning from console to the PC track here, proving that, hey, he can do whatever it is that he wants. He's got the skill to prove it as well.
Yep, let's have a look at the quick stat here. As a solo, Chucky took his team from 11th till 3rd in Game 4 and led all players with 22 solo impact points. So if you're unsure what sort of impact points are left.
Que hay muchísimo.
In the title, but it basically is the amount of points that you get for clutching up as a solo. So he's putting in the work for his team so far. Ikemen being Chucky. It's just to avoid confusion. We will call players what they name themselves in game. So we will call Chucky Ikemen. But just for clarity, I know me and you, Monster, both love it when players change their name for huge hundreds of $1,000 tournaments.
Lo que anuncio en mi cuarto, guapo se ven, es que eso flipa, Javi. Y te ahorra luz y todo. Más que nada porque mucha gente o cualquier... Bueno, yo siempre juego con la luz encendida en la habitación, bro. Para ver mejor y eso.
You've made the choice.
Más que nada por si tengo un vaso de Coca-Cola o una botella que no se tire nada ni se caiga nada. Y tengo siempre la luz y te pones luces LED, bro, y eso ahorras luz y todo y gastos y todo, bro. Y se ve igual. Se ve mucho, se ilumina tu habitación.
Okay, so they're still holding on.
Con 47 vamos a por los 50 likes, chicos.
Win being the big difference maker for them that has allowed them to sort of propel their way on up. Right? They bounced back. They fell early in game 1, bounced back game 2, Victory Royale in the bag.
Que al igual 50 likes no está nada mal, chicos, porque tengo el mando roto, no hemos podido jugar ni nada, así que parte de la gran culpa la tengo yo, pero bueno, no pasa nada, chicos.
You gotta remember though, look what's in front of them.
Tengo un trocito, pero pero tienes que dejarla fija, Javi, que no parpadee, bro, porque si parpadea te vuelve loco, Javi, eso. Pero si la dejas la luz fija, sí está bien, o bajita, sí. Mejor dicho, eso.
Ackerman
Las luces, ¿no?
I was about to say Slam again, and TK. They had a relatively free rotate. We saw on the map they chose to go a little bit to the east here. Charlie's team able to hold them, however. I think, yeah, if you look at the map, you've seen all those players start to hit the launch pad. They're using them real early. See how TK's team doing. 93 below the surge. They're going to hit a pad to go that far distance. And man, this is not looking good for them. They're going to have to start getting the tags in.
Tu culpa, sí, Ángel, un poco sí.
Some of those players out the sky who may
Porque no puedo jugar.
There they are. If they'd look back, they might have been able to see the players behind. They knew
claro, yo, por ejemplo, me pongo en la piel. Porque yo también soy viewer. Yo hago directos, soy streamer, vale. Pero a mí también me gusta ver directos y ver a la gente cómo streamea y cómo hace directos. Igual que yo los hago, a mí me gusta también verlos. Entonces, si yo entro en directo y el chaval se le va todo el rato el mando, le va muy mal, le están matando todo el rato, pues la verdad es que le ves una partida, dos, pero ya te cansas y no le ves, tío, pero bueno. Más que nada por eso. Por eso me duele y me jode, pero bueno. Cuando tenga un mando daré lo más posible de mí y ya está.
Oh, and more tags now into Creo and company there too.
Pero como parpadeo yo me mareo, es que flipa Jimmy, si parpadea las luces, imagínate. Qué locura. Es por eso lo que he dicho, que parte de culpa la tengo yo, por eso. Porque yo si voy a ver un directo de una persona que le mira el mando, que se choca, que va mal, que le puedo ver una partida a dos, pero no le voy a ver ni 10 minutos porque no causa expectación.
As they find a way to make this max 5th rotate, potentially from a launch pad. I think we could see another good game from them because they are actually set up relatively well with their materials. I just hope they make this 5th zone rotate well.
But it all comes down to how good can they actually bounce back right now, make this proper decision here, make the rotate count.
¿Qué tan costa barata, no, Javi?
They definitely have the pads to make work, make do of the lob. They're going to go with a mega high pad here. Down comes a short dive. And now, looking for where to land. They're on their surge. They're going to land right above. Is this Commandment and crew below them? They have to be careful now, as they are going to have to get active here. They need a single tag, and yes, it is Sente who's down low. He's trying to see if he can tempt him into the edit here. No, they know better.
So we can do. Try not to overpeak. 50 surge starting to drop, but no, they've claimed more. They're up 100 above. They shouldn't do anything crazy here. They're starting to get focused, I think, from Jamper's team at the far side. The adversaries that we saw them going up against in the previous season. First versus second, but the leaderboard not looking so similar on the left. You can see that right now. Austin team still in first. We know they're down. Slam's team still in this as well.
Wood focus.
Yeah, the Wood focus come through onto Mudsy's team, who's finally starting to have a good game, and unfortunately seems like a maybe stopped right here by Buga, Miro, and Jukes. This far rotate. They've made it in. Let's see what they can do out of this first moving. Can they overtake the first place? It seems like they might be possible.
Se eliminaron a Buga, no, está vivo. Un rollo está ahí, bro. Está dando caña. 4 metros está bien, entonces. Sabes, lo creo ahora, pero creo que en unos minutos mirad los mismos dos que trabajaré. Trabajaré ya nunca. Vale, Reina. Como quieras, entonces no te preocupes. Como quieras. Yo voy a jugar eso. Que no se escucha. Yo voy a jugar eso, Reina, porque no puedo jugar esto, si no jugaría Fortnite. Pero a ver si mañana me puedo comprar un control nuevo o cualquier cosa porque y hacer stream. Porque si no,
that's almost no HP. 3 minis to his nade, got the bandage to maximum of 125 HP, but Jukes does get picked up. But the zone
y ahí por lo menos el mando de equipos en ordenador sí funciona bien.
This is what the third, fourth, fifth time we've seen.
Ahí no se mira.
Oh, if he had his pump out, could have connected at least something there, but the threshold slowly starting to tick away now. 107 below. They're going to hit the launch pad. They're going to have to see what they can do from here on out. Height is a no-go. They're way up on the hill to the side. Miro's beamed out the air down to 50 HP as well. 4 minis to his name. They're just sitting on barely any materials, barely any heals to their name.
Esta buga, esta tiene que llevársela él, yo lo he dicho, cuando quedaban 70. Tiene que ser de buga esta.
It could change up big if they jump in, but no, the spray is starting to come out from another team. They're going to have to start to make a play here.
Parte de la culpa lo tenemos nosotros, no, Ángel.
Problematic layer. Everyone seemingly focusing in on where they are. They have not caught a break. Finally, now they get to get their guns out, and the pressure onto other teams. And this time, it's onto Scented and Stretch who are on the run right now. But the search is already active. The pressure's already on, and they have to continue to push on through. Soldier on in. That's a great tag right there. It is probably going to give them a little bit of a moment here to breathe now.
Bueno, claro, ya ha sido sábado.
3 players have to fall. They don't have to worry about it just yet.
Sí, Ángela, casi.
The exchange here. Where are they going to take this game now, as they are going to need a couple of refreshers here to continue to remain? That's a great tag. There goes the player down. Eden is taken out. AV on the other side as well. That's a team wipe. And the player up above here. Can they continue to find more?
Los dos. Buga y Duque.
They're staying so close to each other. The layers now finally managing to get the space. A time to breathe is up on the high ground as the carries team still up there holding such a great pressure down onto the entire layer. We see so many top teams still in this. Zlam, Chucky, and TK still in this with great materials, some good eliminations to their name too. They're creatively, they're hitting the 29 shots. They're doing what they can, and they're looking up to take over first on the leaderboard.
It's a good game so far for TK, Zlem, and Ackerman, who have 3 eliminations. And mind you, they're up at the top when it comes down to the points here. Another end game will solidify themselves a fantastic day 1 leading into day 2, but this is just game number 5 of the Grand Royale. It's a game that matters a lot. Here goes the 3-2-1 onto those open builds. They spot a player out. The big movement here. Chuck is going to get right in front here. Looks for the edit as well, and he finds that one too. He is on fire, moving quicker than the opponents here in the lobby, and you can just tell that he's looking to change the pace here of the game, and now it's all starting to click here. They're inside the top 10 as well. Another big game for Slem and the trio.
Or commandment sent and then picked up Booga in the feet. Both teams now down a member, if not all completely out at the same time. I think they're all still in it. Solo scuffed. Yes, Miro, he goes down now. Jukes has a solo, but no, he gets picked up too. It is Dave who manages to pick up both eliminations onto them, popping off, clutching up, but up on the high ground. Batch carry Pamstu with a great hold, a great chop out. Managing to show
eso que va a ganar Buga, le ha gustado, se ha hecho novio de ella.
But no, they get shut down. Yamzo finds one, Nosh finds the other, and it looks like they're going to walk away with the high ground. But no, on the other side, Chucky gets taken out there. Slem and TK are the only ones up now, as they try to just work their way through this layer. There's a tree in the way, vision being blocked. This is not looking easy for them. There are still so many players managing to maintain survival here inside the layers. Finally now, it seems like the players might be running out of materials and sandwiching themselves into these other layers. Did Slim time the med kit right? Looks like he did. He's going to be able to bounce back here.
Está falta de cariño, este chico.
Find there too, and look at the points. They're starting to rack up here now.
Le falta cariño, se pone a barrer ahora. Un chico trabajador, cariñoso, trabajador. Todo lo que puede pedir una chica. Me tira un corazón, es cariñoso. Está barriendo, es trabajador. Joder. Madre mía, que loot. Madre mía, que loot. Quédate ahí, la ganas. Se queda ahí, la gana. La ganan, claro. ¿Cómo no la va a ganar.
And a second victory for Charlie D-Roller and Spegu. And this is that team that we talked about and highlighted at the opening round of game number 2 there, that they are grinders, they work hard, and you can see how it's all paying off here as they pick up themselves a great victory out there in game number 5. Not to mention from the mid and low ground with 20 players in the final moving zone, so not an easy zone to manipulate and make work at all.
Pues queda la última, chicos.
The teams that we had at the top of our leaderboard coming into this game.
Está por decidir esto, creo, no está decidido todavía.
From players deep in zone, solos, down on
Claro, mucho por decidir aquí,
It was all over the place. I'm sure the
último game de hoy son 2 días.
Purely because of those big pop-ups
from
the teams who were closer to that 10th place.
Yeah, definitely. And let's not waste any time. Let's send on over to Dex to give us that good crunch.
Y luego al igual jugará West, luego será West. Pero yo voy a jugar Forza Horizon.
Pamsto,
luego jugará Yeti.
Fun fact, Pamsto actually won solos, the All-Star, 6 months ago. So now saying, hey, look, I was actually the one who won solos then.
Yeti,
I can win trios now. And I'm going to go ahead and prepare you guys. Like, now you'll start seeing my name a little bit on day number 1, but then day number 2, I'll be there. I like that. I like that. Friends, let's take a look at our standings. Vivid and Adam are going to walk us through what we're seeing so far. We've only got 1 game left to go before we say goodbye for NA East, but we can't forget, tomorrow it's all about the double points. So today, Vivid, it's about making sure you can just walk away to like, okay, after day number 1, we've built ourselves up a cushion, and if things go right, we're gonna pull ahead. If things go wrong, we've built enough of a buffer between us and everybody else that we can make a couple mistakes, but we have to be mindful of making those mistakes and try to flip those on their head and try and win ourselves an overall Grand Royale.
¿Ves?
Yeah, and as you guys can see here, man, TK's Lem and Ackerman taking
si le sacan 20 puntos, el segundo, los primeros,
considering that, I feel like at the start of this, right before this game, they were up here, right? But other teams had the lead and everything like
21 puntos,
come out with a solid
el primero al segundo.
5
Buga tercero, sigue tercero, Buga.
Very well all day. And that's how you can see here. Another team, though, is sneaking up.
Buga se puede poner segundo, pero ganarla va a estar difícil. Pero queda otro día, mañana. Pero el día de hoy va a estar difícil ganarla.
There, 134 total points there. They got a third place that game with 13 eliminations.
Yeah, I'm just thinking ahead to tomorrow and the double points we keep talking about. And Zeke, you mentioned there as well, like how things are going to change up. And you consider the first position right now with Lem, TK, and Acom at 89 placement points. You look at Stacks, Akon, and Jax with 87 and 5th position. But look at the elimination difference. Tomorrow, if you're in first position like Zlem, TK, and Acom are with 33 eliminations, it's not 66 points. It's going to be what? 120. Wait. I shouldn't do maths. But a lot. 132 points? I think that's right. Comparatively to like 64 points. It's a massive difference having those double points. So that's why eliminations, I think tomorrow in particular, are going to be a massive factor in this. I should have brought my abacus or my calculator. I've schoolboyed this. But still, maths never touch it on broadcast. D-Roller, Spegu chart, two victory royales out of 5 games is an insane, kind of
Kilos, tenemos que echar un Among Us
thing to do
que han metido nuevos roles. ¿Pero Among Us de Fortnite o Among Us original?
But the eliminations,
eso, Jimmy, ¿cuál de los dos, bro?
The placement points are there, but 2 victory royales, fantastic. Tomorrow,
yo al normal creo que jugué una vez por el móvil y no he vuelto a jugar.
Making a big difference here as well. I think that's when tomorrow with double points, I think that is key. You have to get those eliminations. You have to get aggressive.
Otra vez.
Absolutely, and I love that we try to do math.
El original, vale. Hace mucho que no juego.
Vivid is our mathematician. He is the one. Vivid, what's 32 times 4?
Bienvenido, bro. Vamos a por los 50 likes, chavales. Faltan 2. Seguro que alguien se ha olvidado dejar like.
Oh my gosh. Legend,
oh my god.
Make sure
eso me recuerda a alguien que hay por el chat.
Follow him. He's a mathematician, pro player turned analyst, biggest mind in Fortnite. Boom, there you go. You love to see it. Okay, this is the last
Además, le ha dicho muy parecido,
Tomorrow's
le ha dicho parecido.
Grand Royale Finals. Almost said Grand Finals just to shorten it. Let's not do that. But yeah, Fortnite fam, you see the bus. It's ready to go, which means we are as well. One last time in NA East. Reese,
me recordó.
Bring us home. Really does feel like the day has gone by as quick as a flash here. We're all of a sudden rolling into this final match now, Reese, and just looking at the standings here.
Gratis?
Game, they're looking pretty good up top.
I mean, they're chilling at that. Like, obviously, we saw visuals and Frisk.
Tomorrow significa mañana ya, Ángel. Pero me hace mucha gracia esa palabra, bro.
But towards the last couple games, you know, not so good. 19th and then that 29th as well. That was looking rough. The first 3 games all being in the top 10 with the victory royale. It seemed like they were off for a fantastic start. But let's be real. 4th overall so far, coming towards the end of day 1 with another game left.
Pues última partida, chicos, de NA. Se decide todo, let's go. Buga, por favor, ¿te puedes sentar, Buga?
Absolutely on the top teams that deserve it, but the true
Buga, por
issue
favor.
being is tomorrow's format. Double points means that anyone here can still pop off and honestly come back in a major way. And there's still a ton of top-tier trios holding on to the top 20, like kind of just staying in the conversation here as sleeper picks, if you will.
These are not my sleeper picks so far for Pump.
Pues ya está la pelea aquí de fase 2, Mega.
OG's team, hold on, the fight's starting to engage so far. We've watched this every game so far. Pump's team's making easy work of it this time. Unfortunately, this fight's had to happen every game, and it looks like Muzz is wrapped up fast as anything. They're going to have to come back on day 2 with a bit of a better plan than just to contest the Bony Burbs, because it's really not been working out so far for them. It's not been really working out for either team, let's be real.
Sorry, I blinked. What happened? Oh.
Dice la taxista la de recomiendo un amigo. No, Samu. Me queda subir niveles en la otra cuenta. Pero yo ya lo subí. Pero como ya está hasta enero, creo que es.
Mira and Jukes obviously off spawn. Misty Meadows not really having any issues there.
Y Buga, si te has fijado, cambia de skin cada partida. Ahora esta, antes la zombie.
Right next to them.
Antes ha jugado con la Echo, creo.
My brain went blank for a second there.
Cada partida se cambia la
skin. Don't seem to be really getting into too many engagements. Like I already said, I didn't.
Nos ha puesto la suya, tío.
How this would go? How would they fight? Would they?
What the fuck? Yo hubiese jugado con mi skin, ¿no?
Position right here. Not really trying to look back too much. We check back on what happened at Bony Burbs.
O no, chat. Yo tengo mi skin, yo que sé. O una gran final. Jugaría con mi skin, loco. Lo que pasa es que, claro, la gente va a saber que eres tú, claro. Eso sí, seguro que no se la pone por eso.
Again, the story arc needs the filler episode.
Para evitar el snipe,
just make sure we keep things going along, keep us in the loop.
Pero yo jugaría, joder. Una gran final. Encima tienes tu skin. Póntela, ¿no?
I don't agree with him taking the
Pero claro, es eso.
I think
Sería un stream sniping, le hace mucho focus. En un late, 50 personas, en cuanto le vean un poco la skin, le van a reventar.
And then move, because you got to go through that island eventually anyways, right? So that's probably the difference maker, is that they're losing. Who knows? Maybe 30 to like 60 seconds on the drop just by not putting Boogie inside the APOI.
Depends. Me queda solo lo subir los niveles, pero yo ya lo subí. Solo falta el compa.
Side, right? You go from bottom.
Claro, al menos una partida, eso es, Reina. Lo que pasa es que yo creo que están tan serios que como van terceros. Morty, por favor, te puedes quitar de aquí, tío.
He can look for tags much earlier whilst the other two loot, which is why we kind of saw him with lower materials in some of the earlier games, because he was spending that time just with his sight lines. But the thing is, you're really only going to see Pamsu carry faction.
Defiéndeme de Morty, Jimmy.
Right. That's what I was going to say. There's really not many options. So all I'm saying is I don't know if it's the most optimal strategy, judging from
Morty viene todo el rato detrás. Mira.
I cannot tell you. I'm theory crafting in my brain as I try to figure it out as we go along.
Mira, ya está aquí.
Like I said, there's a lot more efficiencies that team can definitely make. We'll see if the early game being one potentially in the future. Right now, back with Rogue Shark Knight and Creo, who is in their drop spot of Stealthy, the Blake's team here. We've not seen too much of because they have been fighting to the south side of this every game with Ganzo's team. After the smack attack on Twitter, now they're doing
so in the
feudo,
chaval.
Itself.
Está prendiéndose fuego.
Seems like
está
muerto. Down to almost no HP. Knight now getting chunked. No, it's not a 2v2. Another player starting to rotate to the side. Was this actually Ganzo down below?
Se han quemado bien, además,
Just a mess of a fight.
¿Todavía vivo?
Yeah, definitely. And listen, Shark
están curando abajo.
Almost had Scope there for a second as he had the ground on fire. And Scope seemingly just runs through it on set a blaze there, but
se está quemando, pero bien además.
Looks like they bounce back. 2v3 situation. Rogue Shark still trying to maintain the aggressiveness that he kind of set the pace here with at the beginning. Knight's caught out by himself. Does have to be very, very cautious not to get dived on. There's enough distance between him and the opponent. He's out of gas. No more ammunition to work with. And now comes the disengage. They're going to have to back up. Hopefully, there was enough tags there as Dom and crew hear the shots in the distance. Is he going to be able to get close enough to hop in is the real question. It seems like he is poking around for info right now.
I'm trying to wonder how Rogue Shark even got that much ammo, because he had like 250 when we first checked in with him. Now he's used so much, which obviously creates so much sound.
Está Yelty, no. Yelty juega luego, Samu.
En West. We're going to start to hit the disengage. This fight is no longer worth
it. Esto es
I'm not sure if they can get the reboot from Creo.
Yelty juega en West.
Probably not at this point. They may have to start going somewhere else. Definitely not in that POI. Move back over a little bit to the south here. Ocus, Nani, and Dusky, a team that performed really well in the previous season, placing 5th overall. Right now on 68 points, which is currently putting them kind of 20th in that area after the elimination they got today. So definitely not living up to the pop-off performance that they had earlier in the season.
Pero así, de los más conocidos, yo creo que diría
We'll see if they can make it now.
Big fight about to break out here, though. Okis, Nani, and Dusky. One of those few trios, like we mentioned, inside the top 20, trying to hold on to this positioning they've built for themselves. Still very much in the overarching conversation for the tournament.
33 Nani YD, what?
There are, of course, 6 more games that'll be played out tomorrow. The way the finals is going to break out. It's the last game, though, of the Grand Royale today.
You could almost think of it as 12 games tomorrow.
12 more games tomorrow.
But technically, it's played within
Mi vecino
6,
Buga es
so
verdad,
Reina.
Mi vecino de Reina es verdad, chaval.
That's the way. I'm telling you, we're gonna put you on the team to keep it up.
Sí, porque él sigue viviendo allá.
Él
todavía no se ha cambiado ni nada.
Check back in with the teams who seem not so much of today down
bueno,
on
Morty con una motito ahora. Bueno.
Engagement for them on the south side of the zone. Again, 33 builds at this point of the game is rough. This is the last place you want to be. You want to be capped almost at this point. 2 minutes before that first zone ends up shifting. Which means that a lot of the players are trying to get set up in the best positions in the feed. We see Transit Tabney.
No lo quería hacer, pero al final lo tenía que hacer, tío.
Going down and Cole picking up Rogue Shark too. And Nos is just struggling here on the edge.
Abajo, Morty.
Trying to find some tags here. Pretty desperate.
Por ahí subirá ahora.
And Duke's already
Jimmy, por ahí tiene que subir, bro.
Draw spot. They're trying to make a move on up. Here it is.
¡Ay, viene con la moto! ¡Viene con la moto!
Using these slip
Buah, me va a pillar y todo, ya
their
ves.
benefit, slipstreams. Oh, look at that. They pull a pretty favorable zone for the opening instances here. The team's going to go ahead and poke out on the disc. Not a good enough exchange there for Bugas. He only finds 1 tag.
Probably Mars W's team.
No sabremos si en su mismo barrio residencial, pero sí vive en su ciudad.
Hopefully Bugas team can take advantage of this on their rotates. They're using all these temps fly through the sky using the launch pads there to try and make the way in, or the kind of pads that are on the floor in these corrupted areas. So they may be able to take advantage of that.
Voy a odiar esa skin hoy, tío. Ya soñar con esa skin.
They're going to start focusing on the rotate. Yeah, again, another late rotate. Remember, this has been a trend that we've seen very, very commonly with this team so far. 50 seconds before. Usually, as a note, 20
¿Te imaginas que se muda a Las Vegas o Nueva York? No, Javi, creo que no,
¿eh? Essentially, a minute
Está todavía con sus padres, creo.
These teams are in zone, like top teams are in zone, in position, getting tags.
Él tiene buen internet allí,
trading off. For Bugamiro and Dukes, we always know that these guys are really far behind. And in this positioning is why they always end up taking edge zone fights. And I'm wondering if they're going to be held to by Skills team, who's pushed up way further ahead of them. A constant thing we've seen with this team is just being way too far back.
I just want to pump the brakes for a second.
No para, Morty, todo el rato conmigo,
Under the radar, once again. They have a 3rd place, 13 eliminations last game. Just monstrous big games. And then that 4th and 10th, that kind of threw them right back up into the conversation. So,
pues vamos a por los 50 likes,
what happened there? How it happened? Where it happened?
We definitely...
Was I asleep last game or something? How did I not notice that?
He was just going crazy. Too much unfolding. Look at this. 136 points.
Sorry.
And they're taking their time right now. Coming out of the Koro Castle.
Yeah, we saw this in one of the earlier games, and I questioned it. The game didn't go that well. I'm wondering, clearly they have some sort of, this is intentional, right? Rotating this late is intentional, which is interesting for Surge purposes. They have 1 elimination, so maybe they're just getting this way earlier than we think. Probably taking advantage of that fight on the east side. But I still want to know how they play around this in terms of the rotations, because they're going to end up being super late to the zone and being held by a lot of people. So maybe they have some really good rotates on board that can kind of counteract that. I know obviously they can use the shadow stones and then hitting the bounce pads here to go really, really far. But I want to see if that's probably just the strat every game, let's be real.
Entiendo esto.
Yep, yo en inglés no entiendo mucho, It probably just has come down to exactly that.
They play really late. They get just
¿Quién cayó Castillo Coral? Voy a vomitar.
And then they sweep on in. They get
ya,
themselves
pero
a key position.
Ángel, al ser final.
Now, keep in mind, it has not necessarily worked out every time. They have
hay que tener
fumbled
cuidado
2 games,
donde caes.
but their comeback stories have been ridiculous. That last game included, and that's the reason they're in the position that they are in. 3rd place, 13 elims.
Hop off trio.
I just wanted to call that out.
No, that's a good call out because somehow, I mean, we were obviously caught up last game in the craziness that was going on with a lot of the teams. Like obviously,
listen, I was gonna say Acorn went crazy, right? It was worthy of sticking on him. Watching the clutch, he pulled up at the very end there. Big shots here to keep them inside the top 5. So, you know, you never can really expect a team to do what they're doing as far as we saw earlier. Just kind of start off like, where did Colbo and crew come from with a 14 elimination game, right? These kind of things just happen.
Kind of hit the shots like Brist is right now. Brist known as one of the best aimers on the region, hit the shots for the right reason here, but Osp is also going down now.
Javi lleva ya tiempo, ¿no?
Face a 2v2. The big trade starts to come through.
Pero había muy poca gente en el canal, tío.
At the same time, he's down to 39, but that's the full wipe coming out. So they're going to pick that one up, and another scrappy fight for them. Losing Osp again. They're now going to have to figure out a way to reboot. There's tons of loot here. But I'm trying to figure out where they do this, right? They can't go to the south. You see there's 2 teams boxed up there on the dish. Can't really go to Boney because teams always situate themselves there.
Encima esa skin no la tengo yo, la odio, tío.
And the thing is, these last 3 games, they have faced the same exact issues. Storm Surge, Fight 1, game after game has been a bit of a difficult one for the last couple rounds.
Fui al baño y me tiraron abajo, Morty, seguro, Jimmy.
Losing a member, TK and Slemdo also have to hold it down here. Ackerman on the front side of the walls. He's very healthy. He's going to fight back. He's going to find Young Egan. This is a big fight right now for Young Eden, who has managed to stay up in the standings here up until now.
Se quedan 80 jugadores, bro. Han entrado 99 y quedan 81, bro. Han muerto 17, 18 jugadores, bro. Que no mueren casi. Pero claro, porque los 100 son buenísimos.
Ready for the charge.
Wow, con la charge.
No, that's not an edit you want to make.
That's not the one.
Wow, con la charge.
That's not the one. I'm guessing 0 materials left on his body.
Wow, se la acabó jugar a ese ya.
You know what? Blue lever, you're sizzling the charge. I'm going to just edit in your face. Even the scroll will
como entra yo ese Morty que se prepare.
Frisk cracking.
Mírale, ahí abajo está. Mírale por la pantalla. Mírale.
Bam, there it is. Round and round onto Nosh.
Mucho aún, queda mucha gente,
So, AV Deemer and Young Eden, after being able to maintain a top 10 position in the game, a victory royale today, it is not going to be enough. They're going to definitely surely fall after this round of here, so they'll be kicking off tomorrow.
Lo que me fijo, hay surts
possibly
en todas.
somewhere around 12 to 15 place or so, depending on how the other trios
do. En cuarta, de segunda para adelante en todas.
They're still in it. But man, to give away the last game is going to be a rough one.
Gonna be a rough indeed.
Vaya
Brothers team center the 3rd zone.
Tremendo aim.
Tons of materials. Hopefully a lot of damage too. We struggled with that in previous matches. I still have high hopes for the team. I'm telling you. I still have high hopes for them. Buga's team.
Buga's team.
Tons of materials still to their name, trying to get that extra leftover loot from the pyramid. Looking awfully stacked, but again, 0 elims to their name.
Bugastin, ahí le tienes con el Dragunov.
Another push, another fight.
¿Cómo le gusta ese sniper?
By any means right now, but
ya le lleva, míralo, en morado, en épico.
Get yourself stacked before moving zones. You don't need to
Eso,
worry about
eso.
it.
Mira, 68, bro.
Seen as D-Roller's team in the bush, they're going to start to hit some of the headshots with the automatic sniper. Storm Surge way over 70 still alive.
Y ahora tira el rifle y solo juega con el sniper, ya verás. Ahora el rifle, el M16 lo tira.
If I was...
Y solo se queda con el Dragunov.
I clearly have guessed.
¿Cómo juega, loco?
Storm Surge is reactivated again.
Whoa.
Me encanta ese rifle, tío.
That's a rarity.
Some players now definitely panicking in the game. 100%. 2 teams thought it was over. The sweat had already been wiped off with the towel.
You know who I think again. You know who I think is sweating right now? Cease.
Perfecto, Samu.
Because they were so late coming out the zone.
Al igual, mil gracias, chicos, los días que estáis por el directo.
That's where it was. Yeah, that's the replay. That's the highlight. We need. I was gonna say, like,
ojalá gane Buga, ¿no? Chicos, ¿quién queréis que gane esta partida?
Yo
por mí que gane Buga, tío.
Teams that were just playing super late here.
moving into the
final moments. They're going to be struggling the most here.
Está molestando todo el rato. Si no está viendo ni el... No está viendo ni las partidas ni nada. Él ha entrado a molestar solo. Mírale, otra vez aquí.
Devastated to find out that Storm Surge was reactivated. Two teams, players getting rebooted at different times to put them above.
Ya está aquí otra vez.
Definitely sad players in this lobby right now, just trying to heal off the zone. You hear nothing. No audio going out. It's W. Carey who goes down to Crackley. So Crackley potentially was the player who was below.
Morty.
That's not good for that team as they were really looking good on the leaderboard.
Struggle game there. One man being down from the equation. Slam TK. 1,000 damage above the surge here.
¿Cómo?
As things start to settle now.
Ah, bueno. Vale.
Crackley gets the full finish there onto Carey, so the knock
Lo que faltaba
was
ya.
enough. The finish
También.
comes through that trio.
¿Algo más?
It's going to bounce back. One more player still has to go down, though.
We're still seeing active
I don't see the lightning bolt at all. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't see the lightning bolt at all in the distance here. Oh, Fatch is going to fall too now.
Maybe it was Fatch's team then, yeah.
Había un hacker en partida, yo creo,
That makes sense. Where would the Fatch's team got their tags on?
Madre mía, me pasa de todo. Qué mala suerte que tengo, Hasta la pantalla se apaga.
They were a late rotator. We saw that too. You know what's so funny is like this
Eso fue la culpa de Morty. ¿Dónde está Morty?
Warning's about to repop
Le hacemos cosas.
These players haven't had any time to rest.
Yo creo que sí, ¿no? Vamos a ver un quad y le tiro.
We've seen 7th place DJ Nosh and Yamza
get
taken out.
We've
seen AV, Deemer, and Edan fall from 9th.
Se ha ido Morty, déjale ahora.
Still have our top 6
se ha ido ahora, creo.
In rotation, in play right now.
Seguro que me escucha y ahora viene por aquí.
Booga, Frisk, all alive right now. Also in different positions here. Booga's team being the most interesting right now. They're outside the zone. They're at the pyramid still. No one's really got focus on them, though, so it seems like things are going to work out for them right now as they're trying to get their move in here. Finally, now they get kind of looked in on. They have to be careful, though. If Jamper and crew see this late rotate here, these fresh builds, this is a recipe for disaster. They don't have a lot of mats either.
Ángel, ¿tú lo quieres hacer o qué?
The players looking for them.
Se lo podemos decir a alguien o alguien del canal.
Actually going to be really important.
Que lo haga contigo. Tú también juegas mucho, bro.
Small little things like that just
Se
make me
puso triste
chuckle
porque no
when
le
you
hiciste
see
caso, lol.
Miro open up the floor, free flopper from the harpoon fished. Back over to Frisk, the team
Es que él quería jugar.
dropped down to
Yo
4th.
quería ver la partida, seguro.
30 builds to their name,
Ahora el
10
Batman
above
que ríe.
surge.
¿Dónde está el Batman?
Whilst it's active, this is not good.
Can't believe this is going off again. This the maximum surge can be, by the way. 20 players from the previous threshold, so things have really stalled out here in the last game. I think it just goes to prove that
Madre mía, el Batman que ríe ahora también.
Really want it. They want it bad right now for the Grand Royale here. The final game of the Grand Royale here for day number 1. Starting to set on these teams here. No! The edit from behind, though. Frisk Vision and Oz. Frisk goes to play for himself here. Doesn't even want to stick around. Oz gets taken out.
Visual's down on low HP. Same with Frisk.
Pero
He's
¿por
got
qué me
plenty
están
of
haciendo
heals.
cosas
No
solo a mí, tío?
materials
Lo
to
que no
his
entiendo.
name, though. Teammate gets into the box. They got a max distance rotate. Barely enough mass to even box up.
Sammy Killer lo puedo hacer contigo. Samu, yo lo estoy haciendo, bro. Es Ángel, seguro. El que lo necesita hacer, bro. Lo recomiendo un amigo. Es Peter Ángel el que lo necesita hacer, bro.
Probably because it's a mid zone too, but Frisk now getting pushed into the box. The pre-edit play comes through.
O quizá la misma persona, pero nada más que se cambiaron de skin.
It's users, justice, and skills. Users and Justice are Season 7 FNCS champions.
Pues Morty puede ser este.
Elite, you were right. Elite's team is below the Surge. The late rotation strategy not working out for them at all. 200 below Storm Surge now in the 5th zone. They managed to get 2 elims from it. They are currently our 2nd place team who've managed to claim 9
Pero
points
que me están haciendo un stream en Nipey, ¿no? Y aquí en Fiesta Magistral.
It's not going to be enough. This Surge still being active, it's going to last potentially 20 more seconds, and then the next warning's going to pop up straight away. This is just Storm Surge after Storm Surge after Storm Surge.
Wait a second, though. This is a big find here. So you talk
Dice
about
Ángel,
20
¿lo puedo hacer
seconds.
contigo? ¿Lo recomiendo un amigo? Creo que sí, ¿eh?
Arguably the best, you know, healing item you can have.
What the fuck, más stream Nipey aquí en Fiesta Magistral que en partida, ¿eh?
Time. Bandages. Oh, gosh.
¿Quién será?
Are we going to see him clutch this
capullo.
up and just like barely hold on right now?
You can keep advantage.
Listen, teams are falling pretty quickly as well.
Yeah,
so if he does survive
Yo
this,
tengo muchas
there's going
misiones
to be a
ahorradas para
fair
el evento,
amount of
recomiendo un
points he
amigo.
can clutch out by
Pues
himself.
Ángel, Mira, con Samu lo puedes hacer, bro. Soy los dos del canal, siempre estáis. Qué mejor. Javi es este, yo creo, el de blanco, este puede ser. Ahí puede ser ese. Pues vamos a ver si se la lleva Buga.
Wow.
Literally the warning's just about to, I should be here.
Quedan 50.
Listen, if he can stay alive, top 17, top 16,
wow,
those are all that placement points he'll be fighting for right now. So this is a big clutch right now coming out of Elite. Also, word is Osp, Visual, and Frisk completely wiped up, by the way. So yes, they got away just a little bit there, but 4th place is now down and out. That leaves Slem, TK, Chucky up at the top, Cease Cold, and Elite. You're watching Elite right now, literally trying to hold on here.
Jimmy ataca y dice ¿a quién? No, no estamos estando nadie.
By the way, he has 500 damage below.
Estamos chill.
It's a near impossible mountain to climb right now. Can he just get some points? Can he get some elims? Like that alone would be huge. 30 seconds to do something.
Final game of day number 1.
Piloto, bienvenidos a un sorteo, piloto. Para participar en el sorteo tenéis que estar suscritos, dejar like en el directo y apoyarme en la tienda con mi código de creador. Bienvenidos, chicos.
Up on the high ground. Slam's team still in this actually the zone. Looking good on materials so far. Eliminations popping off.
Los requisitos al igual, los ponen los moderadores y está arriba fijado en el mensaje azul. Estar suscrito al canal, like en el directo y código de la tienda.
An absurd amount of points right now at 171, definitely ahead of the competition. Kanata, Aegis, and Saf trying to claw their way back up into this competition as well, as they are just merely holding on to top 15 as well here. So this is a big game for them to definitely put them in the running for tomorrow, to give them a realistic chance of confidence here coming into day 2, where the double points are going to start kicking in for the Grand Royale now. Kanata's going to find dubs on the high ground too, so things are starting to connect for them. Another flopper found here. There's just loot everywhere right now.
Buah, esa skin está durísima, van los tres con la misma, ¿no? Sí. Wow, los tres iguales. Qué guapa está esa skin, bro. Creo que es de Marvel, ¿no? Si no me equivoco. Qué guapa está.
Now into Miro's inventory. He can keep his team in. There's the shots connected from Juke yet again. He's gonna have to change layer, change horizontal spacing here. As Miro goes down, Miro is also finished. So it's Bugha and Juke's left in this as a duo. 29 up, Surge no longer.
Esta partida tiene que ser de Bugha. Yo le voy a Bugha, En esta le voy a Bugha yo. Tiene que ser suya ya.
He's been absolutely popping off all day. Game number 2 with 9 eliminations onto his name. If someone's gonna do it, it's gotta be him.
So far, incredible awareness here and great zone reads. There goes all the layer change, but no, caught in the process there.
No mames, bro, lo mataron, güey.
Justo
hablo y lo matan, bro, ¿para qué hablo? Yo le voy a Bugha y lo matan, tío. What the fuck, bro, es hablar.
Oh my gosh, a change of events here. How quickly things change on the high ground now as Saf and his shield get just wiped up here. The little bit of confidence they could have built for themselves for tomorrow gets taken up. And Slem is just on a different level. He is not stopping. Give this man the money that he wants, because he is coming for it.
They're in first place right now. No one can overtake them coming out of this last game on day number 1. Can they accelerate that lead even more? 3 more points.
¿Para qué hablas? Para que veas, Ángel, Se apaga la pantalla del stream de Fortnite, del oficial. Digo que Bugha va a ganar, que es suya. Y le matan. Te puse tu código, pienso comprar el baile que hace falta más grande, Strem. Muchas gracias, bro. Está muy guapo el baile, El Slake. Estos son los que estaban en el arbusto.
Big elims here now, and that's going to be a massive and crucial
la anterior partida, no, la anterior.
Puts him inside the top 3, and now all of a sudden he has barely got anything to work with though. 3 builds here, a solo in the mix now, sandwiched between 2 trios up top.
Bugha, tú tienes mucho dinero ya, por esa
change the story here now. He's going to go down. He's going to punish down low. That's a 90 tag, but the siphon gets put back into the hands of here. This is a good old-fashioned 3v3. 13 eliminations.
3 contra 3, enteros. Los equipos, sí, loco, mira qué locura. Wow, chaval. 3 contra 3, chaval. Y los 3 se dropean y que ya sea lo que Dios quiera. Mira, pum. Que sea lo que Dios quiera, chaval.
won the game. They connected every single shot that they needed to at the same time, and the setting check to finish things off as well.
Ojo ahí, salía un lobby.
Things are crazy there at the very end. My gosh, you know, you don't really see an end game finish like that where all three come down, shots go off, and no one falls from the winning Victory Royale trio there of TK, Chucky, and Slender. Walk away with the big victory out there in 16 eliminations. My gosh.
They were in first place.
Ganó TNG, TK, Ackerman.
I can't believe that.
Habían ganado alguna ya, creo que van primeros.
I know who's coming on top. I know who is currently on top coming into day number 2.
Hey, there's no questions to be asked about that one from us here, though, at the desk.
A ver, Buga, creo que Buga cuarto, quinto, a ver, o tercero, a ver.
This is just the beginning of the Grand Royale. We're going to toss it
Queda mañana, queda mañana también. Mañana es el día de puntos dobles. Mañana los puntos valen dobles.
Slam! Chucky! What the heck is going on? TK, 16 eliminations.
This is what you get when now I'm mobile. I can stand, I can jump in and out of frame at will.
You've gone mad.
I've gone mad, absolutely. This is what happens. Okay, real quick, let's talk about the elephant in the room, and that is Chucky's name. Chucky, do me a favor. Set your name to your name tomorrow. So when you inevitably potentially win, we're celebrating you as a player and not someone else. Just you know, just throwing that out there. 16 eliminations. My goodness, I just want to like
pues ahí lo tenemos, chicos.
Right? A lot of people would
FSC Talent, TNG TK, TNG Ackerman, segundos LG Lake, Akonski, G2 Jack,
9 eliminations, kind of being that, you know, like
Duque, Telmero y Bugador,
especially when you're looking at the caliber of players here in these lobbies. It's 16 eliminations, especially on this last game, to go into double points tomorrow with 217.
Tomorrow. Mañana puntos dobles.
They've got a boom.
Double point tomorrow.
Can we just look at the elim column real quick? Like, we're seeing 49 elims for these guys. And
ok, pues
30.
Vamos a irnos para el lobby, chicos. Buga tercero. Mañana se decide todo. Mañana a ver si puedo hacer stream, chicos, streameando Europa y NA. Viéndola me gustaría verla porque mañana se decide todo. Mañana es doble puntuación y se decidiría todo, así que vamos para allá. Y Jimmy, bro, te invito ahora al Discord, ¿vale? Voy a despedir directo y a cerrar directo, ¿vale? Así que nada, gracias por haber estado por aquí, Jimmy. Campeón, que eres un grande. Ahora te invito, bro. Y chicos, gracias por haber estado por el directo. Gracias por el apoyo recibido. Y vamos a terminar el stream ya, seguramente. Voy a terminar el stream, chavales, porque prácticamente no puedo jugar, mal mando muy mal. Así que a ver si mañana me puedo comprar un control nuevo. Que mañana es domingo, pero por la mañana creo que sí está abierto y puedo comprar algo. A ver si puedo comprar por lo menos un control y jugar, por lo menos, más que nada streamear también, pero jugando. No viendo, por ejemplo, la final de la FNCS, que también me gusta jugar. Así que nada, chicos, mil gracias por haber estado por aquí, por el apoyo del directo. No hemos llegado a los likes, así que mañana pondremos una meta de 100 likes y sortearemos. Así que ya sabéis, chicos, código la tienda, killer_valde, chicos. Gracias por haber estado por aquí y nos vemos en el directo de mañana. Chao, cracks. Bye.